go there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
We need help! Help! I need help!
Anyone see anything?
Hiding every night from those things, that's one thing. This is something that people are gonna have to blame someone for.
I feel like something wants me to go in here.
We can go in together if you want. Ready?
What is up, people? What is going on? We are back with another episode breakdown of from episode 7, These Fragile Lives. Got the usual suspects in the house. Brian, tell the people where they can find you, sir.
And 1/3 of Spoiler Kings. We do all type of breakdowns, comic book, movies, TV shows. Awesome. But that just messed me up right there. Just that little thing right there, that little clip messed me up.
I can't wait for that episode. Julie, thank you for coming. Tell the people where they can find you.
Hi. So I have my channel right now focusing just on From, but soon I'm going to be covering Silo, season 2 coming out. But right now it's my From lives Wednesday and Thursday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and releasing episode breakdowns and theories as well.
Absolutely. And again, thank you guys for coming in. I want to say something first. I just want to say, first off, Brian, thank you for coming on and doing this with me every week. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? I enjoy having you here. Guys, make sure you sub to the Spoiler Kings channel, and you too as well. Julie, thank you for coming and doing this with me too, because I know a lot of the people coming in the chat come from your channel. So I appreciate you coming in here and chilling with us as well. And congratulations on 1,000 subs. Good job.
Oh, that's
Thank
awesome. That's the fast. I've never seen that fast. That is awesome. That's incredible. You're doing it, and you do a wonderful job. I was watching the 5-hour stream last week. I was like, wow, this is amazing. But it was so interesting. So, you do a good job of keeping things fresh and, keep them going. So I'm a fan. So that's cool.
Well, thank you so much, both of you guys. I appreciate it. I never expected it to happen this fast. I never had any kind of ambition. I just wanted to have fun talking about some awesome shows with really cool people, and as long as I'm doing that, I'm happy. So
that's awesome.
I agree. When I started to, it was never about, I'm going to make a bunch of money and I'm going to be able to quit. No, it's just about coming on here, having fun. And I appreciate it. And I also want to say a very thank you to the chat, to the people that come in here and chill with us every weekend, because you guys make it fun, to be honest with you, with all of the, interactions and conversations and everything. It's great to have you guys in here. So Dieter, Fletcher, Nikisha, Imani, all you guys, thank you very much for popping in. It's always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure. But now we got some serious business to talk about, because this episode has just dropped. And I got to ask you guys, have you guys been hearing that this is the worst From episode of all time?
People are saying it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I was watching a video where it's like, oh, this is the worst episode. And I was like, how? Why? What are you guys expecting? Right? We've watched 2 seasons of this show. It's been pretty much on point with every other season. So what's the hate for this? And I guess people don't like that they're not getting enough answers, but I'm like, just give it time. It'll all come together, What are your thoughts, Brian?
I think it's gonna be a flood of answers. I mean, we're getting to the end of the season, and all these negative thoughts are going to kind of go away when you realize you have to wait another year to see another episode. So how about you just enjoy the journey? Sometimes it's about the journey and not always like, I need to grade this episode immediately. I think it was a good episode. I think it was fun. It was exactly what I thought I was going to get. My only problem was it was a little bit too short.
Always.
Only 11. They owe me 11 minutes.
Facts. Whenever the show ends, I'm always like, oh my God, are you really? This is over now? Because you don't realize it because it's so good. What about you, Julie? What do you think about the comments about this being the worst episode?
I don't understand the level of negativity either. I really don't. I mean, look, like, I feel like, yeah, some episodes this season set the bar pretty high, so maybe people are just expecting it to be, like super intense and full of action, like every episode. It's not going to be like that. Like there need to be episodes where there's more setup and character development and stuff like that. And I feel like this was setting up future events. This was a setting up kind of episode, and I'm okay with that. I enjoyed it, and like, was it the strongest one of the season? No, I mean, absolutely not. But I thought there were like really exciting moments. I mean, the ending had my jaw on the floor. I mean, I don't know. I think people will appreciate it more when like they're waiting another year for the next episode. Like you were saying.
Facts. Fact. Especially when this show ends on some sort of cliffhanger and you're like, oh my God, I gotta wait until next year to see what happens. Because they do that all the time. So I agree with you guys too. I don't understand where people are saying it is the worst one. You're right. It's not the best episode, but it was good. It definitely had me up there saying, okay, I want to see more. And I think every episode has done that for me so far. So
Do
like
you
I have
think it might be because of all the leaks we got?
could be.
You
Could
know,
be.
people getting leaks and they know what's going on, and there's no longer a surprise. Like this is what happened. It's like, oh, I know what's going to happen, and now it's not this huge surprise anymore. I'm not enjoying the episode like I should.
It could be because I'll be honest with you. When I was on Julie's stream, someone said that Fatima was on a stream where she leaked some shit. And I said, I'm not going to watch it. I'm like, I don't want to see no spoilers. But my little mind kept clicking. I was like, I got to see it. I got to see it. I remember the channel. I put it on and I watched it. And yeah, she did talk about, oh, I didn't like what I did to Tilly. And I said, what did you do to Tilly? I'm like, oh, no. Yeah, like she spoiled that like big time, you know?
Oh man.
But
Damn.
but my issue too was the guy that did the interview, he said he was halfway through episode 9. So I'm like, well, if you know you're halfway through episode 9, then you got to be careful what kind of questions you ask, right? You got to be careful, that you don't give spoilers. And that wasn't the only spoiler he gave. And I was just like, oh, wow. Okay. Can't be doing that. So you
That's
got
your
to be.
responsibility. I mean, if I have someone and we're interviewing, say we had someone on the show, we're not going to ask questions for something that we know is hasn't come out yet. That's
Facts.
ruining things for so many people. I mean, we have fans, people that love this show. If they really say you're friendly, you're going to take care of that, right? You don't want to ruin it for them. So enjoy the experience and make sure you're asking the right questions.
I agree. And then if that's something happened, because a lot of they record the video first and then put it out there, right? Should have cut that out.
Yep.
Should have cut that piece out. But
There's no excuse for that. Absolutely not. Like, just, honestly, there have been so many mistakes made. They need to be careful who they give these screeners to. Clearly, they gave them to some people who were not trustworthy, because there should never have been leaks for the entire rest of the season, to the point where people literally know what's going to happen in the finale. I heard even the script got leaked. The script
Oh,
for the
wow.
last episode. Someone in my Discord said they've read it. Thankfully that they're not, a troll, and they're not going to say anything. But it's just messed up. Like, they've got to be more careful. It's ruining it for a lot of people. And I've been wrongly accused, like last week, of making a theory based on spoilers when I haven't seen any. Because this is what happens, like if you make a theory now that's detailed, in some cases people are being disingenuous and making theories based on leaks. And in my case, I worked really hard all week in a bubble. I didn't even have time to be in any spaces where spoilers were going around, but I got wrongly accused by 3 different people on my video. Like, are you kidding me? Like, so it's frustrating. This really has to change. Like, they need to do better next year. Be more careful here giving the screeners too, for real.
and I'll say this, MGM, you got 3 people on here. Will take the screeners and we won't spoil
Say
it.
nothing.
Exactly. So if you want to give it to somebody, give it to us. We will definitely take care of the information that we get from there. Just a little hint for next season. But we are going to get into the episode. And one thing I love is that these episodes always pretty much continue where the last one left off. And this one was no different. We had Fatima in the hospital, and we actually got to hear her and she was just
Well, I mean, if
going
we were in
off.
Worlds, I'd say your body's exhibiting signs of symptoms of. It wasn't so long ago that Boyd had work.
Let's
There,
go
I'm
fast
under a lot
forward
of
a bit.
stress. Rain.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you stay the night? Ellis can stay too.
Yeah.
I
I
want to go home. Fatima.
Hey,
just want to go.
hey,
Fatima,
just, it's raining outside, okay? I don't want you walking all the way.
the fucking rain.
Okay.
So
Fatima, you go. You should go.
so here's the thing, right? I get it, you know. I don't understand why no one believes her though. You know what I mean? Like we've seen so much things that's going on in this town and everything. Like nothing is off the books. I don't get it. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
It's stupid. You see people trying to come to turn to these demons coming to eat you every night. You've seen crazy things every day, right? But somehow you don't believe her that her pregnancy might be real. Her body's doing this. You have no idea what could be true in this place. You know, it's not like it's following the laws of physics. Like, you know, you don't know what could happen. You know, you go through a faraway tree, you end up somewhere far, you know, somewhere else, or in the wall of a pool. You dig underneath a house, it collapses, and you find out all the electrical outlets are connected to nothing. So why do you not believe that she's probably still pregnant? It's stupid. Like you said, okay, I trust you, and it hit to me for something because, you know, as far as with women don't get trusted when they talk about pregnancy a lot. You know, how they feel about in pregnancy. The doctors kind of ignore them and treat them certain ways, right? They always say, "Oh, cookie cutter. I'm not listening to the mother and all that stuff." So when she's going through this, it's hitting home. I'm looking at my wife like, you know, this is the same thing that people do all the time. They don't listen to them, and it's hard to watch, honestly. And it's cool that the show went through this and shows this, and even if you're still having the same problems.
Facts. Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, actually, that last thing. That was a really good point because it just reminded me of the way a lot of medical professionals treat patients, especially women. I've experienced it, gaslighting, not just pregnancy related, but like other things. I've had other medical things that are, you know, it's very much like gaslighting. They don't listen to you. They don't take you seriously. They think that you're obsessing, or I can't even tell you how many times I've had to deal with people thinking that, okay, maybe my pain symptoms are psychosomatic. Like they used the word psychosomatic in this scene. And so I could feel for her because I can relate from that experience. Like people not taking you seriously, doubting you, not like that. So that I really felt that. I felt that. And the thing of it is, the crazy thing is too, like this is a pregnancy related issue. And these are two women who were not being supportive enough. Those are two women. Like, what? Like that made it even worse. And also, yeah, as far as people not believing her, okay, I could excuse it a little bit more in season 2 when Boyd had the worms under his skin. This was something different. Their new normal has been the monsters. The monsters are like their normal. Like this is how it's been for years. They didn't know about anything else. None of them knew about the faraway trees yet. Like none of them knew about these other things. Things started to change, and these new strange things started happening. But now that they've experienced that, and they even referenced that in this very episode, they mentioned the worms under his skin. So have you learned nothing from that experience? You didn't believe Boyd. So why are you doing this? It makes no sense.
Facts. Sounds familiar with the times. Yeah, 100%. You know what I mean? And I get it. I would be like, well, there's nothing there. But at the same time, you already know she's eating rotten food and things are happening. So maybe you should be a little bit more, you know, trusting with what she is saying, right? Now, Boyd has a conversation with
Christie.
Christie, thank you. That's her name through mine. And she was like, she should have been told about it. And Boyd pretty much
It wasn't my place.
Really, Boyd? Now you want to stand on ceremony. That was information I could have used before the exam. I can't help if I'm in the dark.
You want to yell at me? Fine, but once you're done, can we maybe figure out what we're going to do now?
I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what's wrong. Either way, she has something growing inside of her that we can't see, or this place has finally gotten to her head and made her believe she's pregnant.
Okay, then how do we figure out which one it is?
I don't know, Boyd.
Then how do we help her?
I have no fucking clue how to help her.
Okay, then do your fucking job and figure it out.
Boom. What's up, sir? How you doing? I was like, yes, exactly. Do your job and figure it out 100%. Now, do you think she was right that she should have been told before she did the ultrasound?
No, I mean, it's not her place. I mean, it's not his place to do that, especially because you're in a different situation. You are now the grandfather. You are now the patient. Sometimes you need to go ahead and you can't tell something for a woman. And I think that would be wrong to do, especially when she's going through something crazy like that. You let the doctor go through it and figure it out because you don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to tell you anything else. You tell me what's going on, and then I can tell you what I know. So, and I'm not the patient. I'm not the husband. I just happen to know something. But I'm going to sit here and wait to the side because it's not my place. I don't think he's right. And if he did say something, you lose the trust of your son and your daughter-in-law.
Agreed. Julie?
Yeah, it wasn't his place at all. It should have been Fatima or Ellis that confided that information. So yeah, I completely agree. And both of them are just kind of frustrating me in this scene. This isn't like a normal medical thing that's easy to figure out, but I thought they were both being unreasonable, to be honest. He was being overly harsh, like this is some kind of easy medical diagnosis you can figure out easily. But at the same time, yeah, it's like her attitude was, I didn't understand it at all. Clearly she knows that there could be something else going on, but she just told Fatima, okay, maybe this is a psychosomatic. This is just a classic case of a psychosomatic pregnancy. No, come on. She's telling Boyd one thing and telling Fatima something else. It's just frustrating in general.
And why would that even be a question in this town? You know what I mean? Why would you even think that it's just in your head? Don't worry about it. Like nothing so far has been in these people's head. So why would you assume that? It just makes no sense. But Nikisha Moore said, I was just listening about to shower, but I wanted to agree with Julie 100. I've often hesitated even going to doctors because it always has to be believed. Yeah.
Yep.
And I get that, right? Because even though like when they can't find an issue, even though you're going through an issue, to them it's like, no, it's not that. It's you're just thinking you're in pain or you're thinking this and that, and it's like, no, I'm actually in pain. Like,
It's
you know what I mean?
Oh my God!
When
It's
they look at women all the time, it's always not believing them. It's always tends to the time like, I want to give you all this cookie cutter type of stuff that I learned in school instead of listening to the patient that's right in front of me. Obviously, I've told you all the other truth about all this other stuff, right? So why would you assume right now I'm lying to you? You have no idea what it feels like. So how can I then tell you?
100%, 100%, and that's why, like, I've been through what Fatima just went through. I've been through it like 50 times over, test after test after test, saying it's normal. No, there's nothing wrong that we can figure out. Okay, well, then it must be in my head. Like, no, it's not in my head. Clearly,
you find out later that it'd been better if we've caught this earlier.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, they need to listen to patients more.
100%, and especially in Fromville, like nothing is off the books. You know what I mean?
You saw cicadas enter someone's body. What are you talking about? You don't know what's going on.
And their eyes turned completely white. You know what I mean? You had worms in someone's skin and his blood and everything like that. But
people seeing ghosts. They're seeing little children. They're talking about all these things, but and this ambulance just came out of nowhere. You don't know if you can trust any of these people. Fromville could sit this ambulance. You don't know if that's actually even working.
Yeah.
So like no one doubts any of the machinery. They just say, "Oh, we got one. This must be exactly what's going on."
Exactly. And I think on Julie's stream she mentioned it's like the ambulance coming was like a real coincidence. She's pregnant, then they have an ambulance, and the ambulance has a thing to
ultrasound machine.
Yeah, an ultrasound machine. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is an ultrasound machine. Like,
yeah. Timing is a little bit sus there.
100%. So it's like, okay, so is that there to confirm that there's no baby, or is it there to make you believe that there's no baby. You know what I mean? And it's just the timing of it. People don't like. I'd be asking all kinds of questions, right?
If
There's
I'm
one scene.
Boyd, I'm thinking this place is trying to break me. So
Yes.
everything that's happening, I'm gonna think it's trying to break me, right? So I
Yes.
don't trust nothing. I know what you guys are trying to do. I don't trust this town. I don't trust anything you guys are giving me. I don't trust nothing. So if you're gonna try to break me, well, it'll be wrong with me to just fall right into it.
Facts.
Mhm.
100%. And there's a question. I'm glad you brought that up because I asked both of you. Do you think that the way Boyd is acting with his attitude, like he's been giving a lot of people shit in these episodes. Do you think it's starting to affect him?
Hell yeah. I'll let Julie answer that. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely getting more strung out. I think his outbursts were more justified in the first few episodes. Like he was 100% in the right. Now I think it's getting to a point where he's got a much more short fuse than even usual. I think it's getting to him. The pressure is getting to him because he doesn't usually yell at Christie like that.
Agreed. Brian, go ahead.
I feel like with people that are leaders, sometimes you need to have someone that's on their level or someone that they trust that could pull them back when they've gone too far. And for too long, Boyd has been on his own, making the rules, doing things, you know. And for like, once again, as a married man, like I'm telling you, my wife has to pull me back sometimes, right? He was married all that time, so like he doesn't know to even trust anyone. He doesn't listen to anyone else. So and then Donna is having her feelings, is in her feelings. So she was usually the one that told Boyd, step back, get back. He doesn't have that. So he doesn't have that gauge anymore. Right now, he's just doing whatever hell he wants. And that's dangerous overall.
Agreed.
I agree.
Agreed. 100%. So now we have Victor, and Victor is doing his best to get Jasper. Jesus, the names are, you know what I mean? To try and get Jasper to talk. And Victor's father walks in and sees this, and he is just like, hold on, let me get to spot.
You can't keep doing this. You were up all night. You've been in here all morning. I could hear you yelling at that thing from downstairs.
Now, I will say this with Henry, he hasn't been there long enough. You know what I mean? He has an excuse. He can actually feel that type of way because he hasn't been there long enough. He may have seen some things, the creatures and all that, but he doesn't really know exactly what's going on. So he's thinking like, this is just a doll. Like I don't get it. So I don't blame him for that. What do you think, Brian?
It's exactly. I don't blame Henry for feeling that way. It's his son that he hasn't been around. He knows that he left him and he was alone all this time. And he has these feelings. And you see this doll, you know, after these went into this cave, he's like, all this is too much for me to comprehend right now. So, you know, with all that going on, I could understand Henry feeling that way. And we even see it later in the episode that he's starting to say, okay, maybe I went too far because it was too much for him to handle at that time.
Absolutely. 100%. What about you, Julie?
Yeah, I can only imagine how Henry was feeling. I do think that he needs to be more open-minded at this point. Like he just was down in the cave when they got Jasper. He saw a monster with his own eyes. Not everybody who lives there has ever actually seen a transformed monster, and he's seen one. So like he shouldn't be so quick to dismiss that maybe the doll can talk. Like
I agree.
damn, this is clearly not a normal place. This is a place full of monsters, so maybe the doll can talk. Once again, we have another instance of someone not believing that the unexplainable can happen in this place. And I would be able to give him a pass if he hadn't seen a monster already transformed. Like I could see how he wouldn't believe it. I would understand. But yeah, the poor man, you know, he was without his family for 40 years and thought they were dead. Now they're, you know, he's got his son there and he's like, he's a man child and he's trying to make a doll talk. Like, I really felt for Henry. Like,
Facts.
I just can imagine them having like a spotlight on him. You're gonna
Yep.
talk now.
Yeah.
like, good cop, bad cop, interrogation time.
And it's funny because the Victor stayed up all night trying to get that doll to talk. So can you imagine what he was hearing coming from that room all night? Yeah, I'd be like, I think my son is a little crazy. Maybe this town has got to him. But at the same time, I do agree with you where it's at the point where you've seen things that you've never seen in your whole life. So maybe you should kind of have a little bit, okay, well, maybe there's a chance that this doll could talk. So I would have let him cook. I wouldn't have been like, oh, you can't be doing that, you know? Hey, Vanessa, how you doing? Thank you for popping up.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's only been there, what, a week?
Yeah. I
don't
a little more with him.
Yeah, I don't even think it's been a week, to be honest with you. Maybe it's been like a few days.
Yeah,
days.
because Jim is still out there at that argument. He's still just out there getting food. It might be 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
It's only been a couple days.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can only imagine what it sounded like. Like listening to Victor yelling at the thing all morning. I would have liked to actually hear that. Give us a little
Me
taste
too.
of that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That would have been funny. Now we're gonna get into the stuff that me and Brian were talking about last night, or the night this episode dropped, because boy, Elgin set us back 1,000 years.
Man.
I'm sorry, he really did. So we get Elgin, and he's doing something for Fatima. He sees the camera, and did the picture already pop out? No, picture's gonna pop out. Okay, it already popped out. Yeah. So now, I'm sorry, but that camera would have been shot in the garbage, and I would never speak about it again. We don't do this, Elgin. This is not what we do. You know what I mean? Right. Well,
it's to a different level. Like literally, I would have been sitting there, and the camera took his own picture itself, and I would just looked at it. I would have blinked a couple times, and I would just walked away. I would have walked out the house. I would just kept on walking. It just would not come back. Like I don't do those things. And I don't mess with things. Like if I hear something down the street, I'm not gonna go check out what's going on. Why do I need to go check out? I just know that something's going on down there. I'm not going to go check. I'm gonna go check after a ghost. What is this? You not know who we are?
You know what I mean? Like, this camera just popped out a picture by itself. Now, I wouldn't expect, because he's been there long, so you expect certain things to happen. But when that happens, that's like, okay, you're trying to tell me something that I don't want to know. So thank you very much. It was nice having this camera in here, but I am trashing it. What do you think, Julie?
Completely agree. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, yeah, it was
not today, Satan.
Not today's thing. Exactly. Yeah, that thing would have been in the garbage so fast. I would not be touching that thing again. Are you kidding me? Like, no. Like, okay, so now in this place we got a haunted radio that shouldn't work. We got a haunted jukebox. We have a haunted phone. The lamps aren't supposed to work. Now we got a haunted camera. Like, I would not be touching that thing.
I don't know how many people have dealt with a Polaroid camera. There's 10 Polaroids in that camera. Why are you taking pictures and still popping out?
That's what the one true Whitney said. He said, how much film is in that Polaroid? I agree with you. Or she said, I'm sorry. I agree with you. Like that picture, he's been taking pictures and now a picture just pops out by itself. And he's like, oh, this is a clue. You know what I mean? Like he's really looking at this like,
lucky that new ambulance.
I think I'm going to have to figure it out. Now, for me personally, nah, so that's not happening. That is not happening. You know what I mean? And then he does something else. We're going to get into that later.
He does later.
Yeah.
That bothers me to the core of me. It doesn't even make sense. We don't do those things, Elgin. You're no longer allowed to be in the cookout. We don't do that.
100%. So now we have Fatima, and she's talking to Mary, and she's giving her an IV. And, she's asking her if she wants to stay. And don't worry, I know this town has actually been violated me too. And still, it's like nobody believes her, right?
All Christie had before was saline in glass bottles. Yeah, so lucky.
Her acting is amazing in these scenes, though. I think she's doing a really good job.
I know last night was a lot. Do you? I do. I also know what it's like to feel violated by this place. What happened to me and Julie and Randall, there are still times I can feel those bugs crawling around inside me. And what do? I remind myself it isn't real. That it's just fear and...
So for them, it's a little bit different, right? Because you see it in early later on where Randall's having the cicadas go off and no one else is seeing them. But she is actually feeling it. So for Randall, it's real. So why is it not real for Fatima? That's what I'm like, guys, come on. We really need to start listening to certain things that are going on in this town. What do you guys think?
Because it happens to you, it's not real. But when it happens to me, it is real. And even her story was just so out of pocket. I would have looked at her like, you're trying to say me being pregnant is equal to you being possessed by something. And you're trying to say that it's not real. So you tell me that the baby I just told you I'm still feeling is not real. Who are you to talk to me like this? What are you doing? Like the disrespect was on a different level for me. I was like, what? You're not even a doctor. Get out of my face.
Julie?
Yeah. God, I would have been so pissed. Like, if I heard her talk to me like that. I'm sorry. Like, she's comparing two completely different experiences. I know they're both supernatural kind of experiences caused by this place, and I get that. So at least she's not completely telling her, like, you're imagining it. Like, it's, but at the same time,
It wasn't real.
Yeah, she is kind of saying, she's saying, like, I remind myself it isn't real. This place can only break me if I let it. Like, no, like, fear can only break me if I let it. But honestly, I'm suspicious of how well she's doing, to be honest. I don't think that it's just mind over matter. I don't think that I think she might be hitting the drug cabinet again, because I don't trust that. Okay, how come Julie and Randall are both suffering from these after effects? Julie, the only thing that helps her is weed.
Yes.
Randall smoked some weed, that helped. She's supposed to be just getting through this mind over matter. I think she's being disingenuous, to be honest. There's just no way, unless that there's some kind of a trick here. I mean, maybe it's possible if you're in this place and you are truly not fearful. Is it possible that maybe you could have power, like, against these entities? Maybe if you're not afraid, it can't affect you. I mean, okay, I could see that. Maybe I'm willing to allow that possibility, but I don't know. I'm still suspicious, and it was so dismissive of her, for sure.
And I agree with you 100% because, like you said, Julie said the weed helps, and then, Randall said, let's smoke some weed. So something is helping, right? And if she's not experienced it, you're right. It's probably that she is back on the drugs because she has full access to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So whenever she gets that feeling or whatever, she pops a pill and she's good. I agree with that.
How about the fact that she
go ahead.
decided, I need to leave. I need to go to the house. I need to be there. Right. So
Mhm.
she had to leave Christie because Christie's going to kind of look after her, but she can go over there and do whatever the hell she wants. And they're going to find out she's like going to get into a fight. You're going to see some pills pop out of her pocket. It's the way I deal. Yeah.
One True Whitney said, I'm going to need Elgin to remember our history. Last time our people believed a stranger, we ended up on a long boat ride that did not end so well. I agree with you 100%. I don't believe for a second she is reminding herself it's not real. She's on some downers or has been going into the forest to lick some downers. She's on that from crack, guaranteed.
Yep.
She was already standing in front of the drugs when Kenny came by. Exactly.
Yes.
And when you think about it, right? The way she kind of like brushed him off, it could be because she was up to something and she needed to get him out of there as quick as possible.
Yep.
So you're absolutely
because he offered to
right.
help, and she was like, no, you got it.
Yeah.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I got this.
Yep. She shoot him out of there real fast. With that drug cabinet wide open. Yeah, I'm suspicious for sure.
So funny how the weed did not rot. Hey, that would be a travesty. That would be worse than the food to me. You know what I mean? I'd be like, wait. The food is gone? Okay. The weed okay? The weed's okay? No, the weed's not. Oh no. I think that's a take my own life situation. You
Why
know
are
what I
you
mean?
jumping now? We found a way out.
Oh yeah. So now Elgin interrupts this conversation because it was about to go off the rails, and he's telling they care about him, but we really get this information from her where
I have been measuring every single day since I found out, and my stomach is getting bigger.
Baby,
Look at it. Look, if this is in my head, how do you explain my body changing?
now it doesn't look like it's getting bigger to me. You're right. So now I can understand where he's looking at like you don't look like you're getting bigger, but you're saying she's getting bigger, right? Maybe she, in her mind, she is. Again, you have to be a little bit more sympathetic, right? And not just brush off anything she's saying because she's eating rotten food. That should tell you something. You know what I mean? Like she's eating rotten food. That should tell you something like, okay, yeah, this isn't normal. And not only that, if any normal person is eating rotten food, they're gonna be sick. She hasn't been sick. She hasn't gotten sick, nothing. And that food was black. So you know how rotten it was. Go ahead, Brian.
What's the problem with just believing her? What would be the issue? What would be the harm if in believing her for the next 10 to 20 days? Keeping your eye on and say, you know what? Something's definitely inside you. We can't explain exactly what's going on. So you could be pregnant. This thing could be broke. So anything could be happening. You know, we're here. We know anything could be happening. So I believe you. Something's going on. Something is really going on. Something is inside you. I do believe that 100%. What is the harm in saying, yes, I believe you?
For real. Even if you don't.
It doesn't
You know what I
matter.
mean? Yeah, you have to be supportive. So even if you don't 100% believe her, you be like, yes, baby, I believe you. All right. So now we need to think of a solution. We need to figure out what we're going to do to fix this. And I think that's where the problem is coming in. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah. How hard would that have been to just say, I believe you? Even if you don't really like, just be supportive. Would that be so difficult? Just validate her feelings. She knows her own body better than him. Like maybe she has grown like half an inch, you know, like who knows? I would just believe it. You know, I would have more faith in what she's saying. And, you know, or at least just clearly this feeling of not being believed is making her even more stressed and working her up even more. So like you're just making the situation worse. Just say you believe her. Like it's not that hard. And how do we know that ultrasound even works right? Like other people have brought things to town and they said that their like any kind of device that they brought to town didn't work. Only the lamps that were already in town work. So how is this ultrasound machine even working anyway? Is what I wonder.
Exactly. This is being controlled by something. So who am I if I'm saying I love you and I know how things have been? I've been here for a long time and I know how things work. Why wouldn't I just say, yeah, I believe you and we're going to figure out, we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to find another way to figure this out.
Absolutely. And I agree with you 100%. And I'm glad you brought that up because it reminded me, remember when they were trying to build the tower and figuring out how it could work? Jade had to take a real blow dryer, right, and plug it into the lamp socket for it to work. So it's obviously that things from the real world don't work here, but magically oh man, now
right?
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to think she might really have a baby inside of her. No, because I'm still team no baby.
I'm telling you, it's still possible.
Something is growing inside her, man.
I'm still team no baby, but now that you made that point, I'm like, oh yeah. Why would the ultrasound work? Nothing else does.
Why didn't they have to rig it up to a lamp? You know, everything else had to be rigged to a lamp. Yeah, suspicious.
He probably just has PTSD from his mom. He probably does, but at the same time, again, we've seen too much things in this town just to brush off anything everybody says. Like even when Boyd had the worms in him, they kind of brushed him off and didn't believe him. So then you've seen the worms. So if you know, didn't believe at first and then realized there were worms, it's the same situation here. So you got to learn from your mistakes, right? And be like, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe there is something going on. Maybe there is something growing inside of you and we can't see it. And then nobody has even questioned the fact that the ultrasound is working when nothing
Nope.
else did.
Sebastian has a good point. What if it's battery powered? I've never seen the ultrasound be battery powered, but it could be because it's your EMT, you're on an ambulance. Possibly that is something that could be it.
Would things with batteries work though?
The
Like have
radio
we?
did, right?
Which radio?
Oh, so I guess that wasn't that wasn't battery powered too. That was powered by the
lamps, because
by
they
the
put a
lamps.
whole bunch of
Everything
lamps
was.
in there, right? So
Mhm.
would something battery powered work? I don't know.
The lights do, the flashlights.
Yep, the flashlights do. Yep.
But
That's
but
right.
did they find the flashlights there though? Or did they
Mm.
bring the flashlights with them? You see, that's the thing. I think anything that
drone
you
worked.
find there,
The drone worked.
the drone did work.
Good
That is
job,
correct.
Sebastian.
And he
That's a
brought
good
that
one.
there. Yeah, the drone did work. That's well, maybe the town picks what works and what doesn't work.
It could
And
be.
the cars work. The cars work too. Yeah, because the Colony House car does work. And so I agree with you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. There may be a possibility of things could be working. Maybe the town picks what it wants to work and what it doesn't want to work, right? But then if that's the case, then you also have to question why
Everything.
why the ultrasound works and nothing else does, you know? So very interesting. But I love this conversation because we have Donna and Boyd having a conversation, and we're just gonna play some of this.
There's no way Christie missed anything.
Donna, there was nothing there. Nothing that showed up on that machine anyway. So the way Christie sees it, either there's something there like the worms that were under my skin, or this place finally got to it.
Like Abby.
Yeah,
You know, you see his face, like, yeah, bitch, like Abby.
Look, if you're thinking about things you could have done different.
No, it's not that.
Well, it should be. Look, if it's some kind of fucked up worms under the skin type thing, then that's a bridge we're going to have to cross. But if it's psychological, if she's anywhere near the place Abby was in, then we need to figure out a way to bring her back.
Okay, well, let's just make sure this stays between us.
And then what?
Hold on, let me get to it.
Look,
While we're figuring it out, I don't think it's a good idea that they stay at Colony House.
So that's the part I really wanted to get to, because I don't blame Donna for that. 100% I don't blame Donna for that, because she has a lot of people that she has to take care of. And yeah, until we figure out what's going on with her, she got to go. What do you think?
Initially, I think that Boyd was like, fuck, what? You know, that's his initial thought. The more he thought about it, I think he understood where she was coming from. But the problem is trying to get Fatima is not, she's not listening. You know, Fatima's not, she's not going to listen. She's going to be really, really, really upset. So like Ellis is going to be upset, and the hurtness is the wrong time for it. So what Boyd really should do is he should be the one to say, hey, I want you guys to stay with me because I want to protect you guys. Don't take it off of Donna, so they have somewhere to run back to. That's his responsibility now, and I want to see him do that.
I agree. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, it's you know, it seemed like she handled it like in a really terse kind of cold way. Like she could have kind of phrased it better. She could have been a little more, you know, like sympathetic. She handled it like, I think that she's just been through so much that she's kind of near her wit's end. So she came off just sounding very very insensitive, the way that she said it. And she's looked at Fatima as a daughter, you know, she's been so motherly toward her. So I was just surprised by her tone, but her decision is absolutely logical. It makes perfect sense. It's just too much of a risk to have her around that many people in that house. I mean, and we see now that she was right. We know it didn't take long for her to be proven right that this was a smart move.
Absolutely.
One
And I
day
love
later.
and I love Boyd's reaction, because
Oh,
Boyd
this is a different kind.
Make some space at the sheriff's station. I
Oh,
gotta.
Boyd, come on.
No, we're good. We're good.
I'm not saying it has to be today. I'm just saying it's something we have to consider.
I get it. You're not wrong. Okay, you and me, we're okay. Just
And I like that, you know what I mean? Because he could have took it a certain way, like you said, the way she brought it up, but he's thinking in his head,
He
like,
thought about it. He was like, yeah, I would probably make the same decision if it was for my town. And I was trying to protect people, my people. So yeah.
Yes, 100%. So I really enjoyed his reaction. Julie, what about you?
Yeah, like you could tell, as her father-in-law, as Fatima's father-in-law, he's frustrated and he's he's not happy about it, but at the same time you can tell he knows that it makes the most logical sense and she's not wrong. You can tell that. Like it's it's like, but it's the thing at the same time, it's like, yeah, what is he going to do with them? I'll just make some room at the sheriff's station. Like, where are you going to put them? I don't know what he's going to do with them, to be honest.
Me neither, right? I'll tell you where she should go. She should go in the box. That's Fatima's going in the box.
Yeah.
Sorry, Fatima, but you're going in the box. And if you're turning into one of the creatures or you're having a creature baby, I don't think they're gonna mess with you. So have a good night. I'll send you some rotten food over there.
Still, she's pregnant, it's still his grandchild.
Yeah, I know, but it's probably gonna be a demon baby grandchild. I'm good.
Probably gonna be Damon.
Thank you for helping me find their channel. Oh, thank you for popping up, Emily. Always appreciate it. The town pick what works. What works. The town doesn't sound very nice, does it? I don't think the town is nice. I think there's entities in the town that are nice and are trying to help out, but the town itself, the town is the most pettiest part of this show is that damn town, right? And we're gonna get into another petty part because this town just it just plays with you. You know what I mean? They're the king and queen in our chess game, 100%. And I'm really hoping we don't lose our queen. I'm kind of convinced that it might not be Donna anymore at the end of the season because of other things. But
she's gonna die.
you still think Team Donna's gonna die?
She gotta die. It's just what it is. Because what puts the entire place in more shambles? If you won't kill Boyd, as you said, she's the queen. They rule the two sections, right? Mm-hmm. What will make Colony House more unstable than losing Donna?
Yeah.
What would mess with Boyd more than losing Donna?
Yeah. Julie, you still?
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't imagine them giving Donna the axe this season. I mean, I don't know. They might surprise us. I mean, there are 3 episodes left, and we're supposed to get, like, if we're to believe the showrunners, we should be getting 2 more deaths of beloved characters. So I don't think the one in this episode counts. I don't think.
Neither do I. Definitely not. Definitely not. And I'm gonna do a video. I got a video plan, right? And was Tilly as suspect as we thought she was, right? Because this show,
you should run. How do you know?
You see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, let's not just brush it off because she died, right? Let's not brush it off and think, no, she died. So no, she's still suspect. She's still suspect. I think so. And I'm gonna do a video on that for sure, which will be fun.
Even to her very last words, she's suspect, right?
Yeah. If she would just died, I would have been like, oh, okay, I understand. But
yes.
You should run. How do you know? What is going on? Got
run
one
to
eyebrow.
Where? Right. Where am I running to? Right. And then when I'm running, am I taking a talisman with me? Where am I staying? So why are you telling me to run? Yeah, suspects. She's still suspect. Number 1. I think that's why Tilly said run. The folks at Colony House have been talking behind Fatima's back. I'm sure of it. You are killing the town gossip. So I But they don't really know anything, right? And like it's between Donna and so they don't really know. Maybe you could, I guess, assume that she's not the happy-go-lucky Fatima that was in the first season, right? So I guess you could say that maybe they're talking about that, but I don't really think they know much. All that she's pregnant, right? So, and again, it's not like it's been a year or months. It's only been a couple of weeks from this season to last season, right? Even though it feels like it's long, it hasn't been that long. So yeah, it's strange. Too many people have been killed at Colony House based on one person doing something stupid, and I think there's gonna be some sort of massacre at the end of this season too. It may not be at like the Colony House type of situation, but there's definitely gonna be something that's gonna blow up in that last season. What are the last two episodes called? Revelations 1 and 2?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Donna is so cold to Boyd. Now I don't like it. Yeah, she is cold, but at the same time, like I can understand her situation. I can
Because
completely
if you're not
understand
cold, she's gonna cry. She's gonna break down.
facts.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, she
And
had
and
to kind of harden herself for this, like she feels like a mother to Fatima, but she had to kind of, hold that all in and be stoic about it. So it came off
mhm.
sounding cold. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. Because remember, I think it was in season 2 where they had that little celebration. It was pretty much about Fatima, right? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like, oh, you're here for over a year. We're congratulating you and all kinds of stuff like that. So she has a connection to Fatima and Boyd. I'm sorry, and Ellis. And even when Dale stabbed um
Ellis.
Ellis, she punched him in the face.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right? Right? So she definitely has a connection to them. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it was an easy decision for her, but definitely she is in the right. All right. Here we go with these guys now.
Whatever it was.
So Jim is over there taking food, and again we get the confirmation that they're still hearing noises at night. So there's something there, which I hope we really get to find
Glad
out.
when this place is in the rear view.
Who was in your dream?
But then he sees this. And we've had so many conversations about these damn parents. Why the hell
What
are
are
you
you
bringing
doing?
Ethan there? Why is Ethan with you?
What
What
are
are you
you
doing?
doing?
You know what I mean? Like if you want to go off and do your things, that's fine. But what? And then here's another thing. Not only do you have Ethan there, you left Julie by herself, and she was supposed to stay in the house by herself.
And you don't even know that Julie's out there riding around with Randall. They're the worst parents ever.
Oh,
Literally.
100%.
Like, look, I'm gonna go to a mass murder. Let me bring my son with me. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's the dumbest. It's like being challenged by Freddy Krueger and you going to sleep. You said, "Let's do a joint dream with my son." Like, what are you doing? It made no sense. You tell me there's no one that can watch him. No one.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Somebody. And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, all right, so they arguing about being parents, and we can clearly see that both of them are not good parents. What are your thoughts, Julie?
Oh, I have the same reaction. What in the hell is going on? What the hell is happening? I mean, I don't understand. They're just strolling up to Cannibal Village with all the creepy voodoo totems with their little boy. Like, are you serious? Like, Mother of the Year strikes again. Come
oh my
on.
God.
Come
You
on.
know, last week we were saying fuck them kids. I gotta say fuck them parents. Like
They're
for
the
real.
worst.
You know
Oh
what
my
I mean? Like
God.
because even like we'll get to it later, but even when Julie goes to the hospital house it's like, oh well, my parents are gone, so I want like they never even made a plan for her to stay somewhere. She came
Right.
up with that on her own. So it's like, okay, Julie, yeah, you stay here by yourself. You're good. What?
Yeah. Yeah, and she's only 16. She's 16. The actress confirmed it. That character is
It
supposed to be
makes sense now.
16.
Good, because she couldn't drive. I was
Right.
supposed to get my license, my
Yeah.
learner's permit, so that didn't happen. So she's
Yeah.
just 16 years old.
So now they don't even know that their 16-year-old daughter is cruising around town with a 30-year-old guy. Randall is 30, Like
Facts.
How
he's
about
30
this?
years
What
old.
What if we find out that they did know? They actually sent her. Tabitha sent Julie to go there at the hospital and stay there, knowing that Randall's staying there with another man.
Right?
Yes.
And for the 30-year-old man, you want to stay under the same roof, right?
Facts.
Like what? What's going on? Like, what
Listen,
are you doing? You guys are the worst parents ever. Like, I don't understand.
These kids would not even be sleeping alone. I would be on the floor in their room every night because you never know when someone will get up in here, knock at the door, and be like, "Oh, someone's at the door." You know what I mean? Like they can be manipulated by these creatures. So no, you're not being left out of my sight. That's not happening. They're too young, especially Ethan. And I'm gonna say this: I know if I was Ethan's age and I seen some of the crap that I seen, I would be scared shitless.
I wouldn't go outside.
Oh,
What
hell
are you
yeah.
talking about? Like what? What?
You know what I mean?
Hey, let's go
Like-
to a murder village. No, let's not.
Facts. I would be so scared. There would be no way that I would be acting as calm as him. You know what I mean? There's just no way. Just no way. Especially at nighttime. Can we keep the lights on, please? Right? Because I am not sleeping with no lights off. Right? I want my sister, my mom, and my dad beside me at all times because I'd be scared. And then, like the way these creatures, they could just like fly up to a window, knock on a window, second floor window, knock on a window. Hey, how you doing? Can you let us in, please? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
Instead, this kid is like, he's just all casual, like, oh, is this a place you saw in your dream, Mom? Like this is perfectly normal. No big deal, like just this creepy nightmare place that you saw when you were a little kid in nightmares that haunted you over and over again. Oh, is this what you saw in your dream, Mom?
She told him, I actually wake up screaming. It's so cool. Don't you want to go see it?
Facts. Hey, I remember when I was young, like 8, maybe about 8, we went to a drive-in. Yes, that's how old I am, guys. There was drive-ins. But anyways, we went to a drive-in and my parents went to go watch it. I'm going to date myself again. American Werewolf in London. All right.
You saw it at the drive-in? Damn, Lonzo.
But they wouldn't let me watch it, right? Because, I was young. This is scary. I remember peeping up and seeing a scene where it was the dude and he was all skeleton sitting in the chair. I had nightmares for weeks.
Yep.
I had nightmares. Just that one scene I had. This kid has watched these creatures kill people and all kinds of stuff and does not have nightmares at night. Oh, hell no. You tough, Ethan. I got to give you some props because for me, that's not happening. I would be scared out of my mind. But now we get it. Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Brian?
I was like, you crazy. All these people are crazy. That's why they're all in Fromville, because they're all crazy. Y'all terrible parents, terrible people, terrible businessmen, everybody, terrible bus drivers. All you guys are terrible.
Facts. Fromville is taking these terrible people and I guess gonna fix their life, because when we get back into the real world, hey man, I'm gonna be the best person you have ever met in your life because I experienced some crap that you can't tell anybody in the real world, right? You can't. When they get back to the real world, someone says, "Where were you guys gone for this? Like, where were you for? Oh, we were in a town where creatures were eating us, and we at night, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't even talk about it. So, yeah, no." But Victor and Jim are having a conversation, and of course, Jim is being Jim.
You coming or staying?
You guys go on ahead. We'll catch up.
Suit yourself.
Come on, let's go look around.
Now he's still skeptical, and he's still like, no, I know this town, and I thought, and you were dreaming. Like, again, support. Nobody supports anybody. And I think for me, like if one of my homies today told me, hey, bro, I think I seen like a UFO, I wouldn't brush it off so easily to be like, you crazy. You know what I mean? But now I'm in a town where all kinds of stuff is happening. I'm not brushing off what anybody says. What do you guys think?
Honestly, if you say you told me you saw a UFO, I wouldn't be in the same place you are. I believe you. But just wherever you are, I'm gonna be the opposite place because I'm not gonna be sitting there hanging out. They're gonna come get me. I believe anything could happen. So I'm just honestly, I'll just be like, exact opposite. I wouldn't be bringing my kids over to your house and saying, let's go
Facts.
sit over here and let's go all notice this UFO, putting them in harm's way. I wouldn't be doing those things.
Facts.
This is nuts. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, I agree with you. Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I would absolutely believe anything. Yeah, you could tell me any crazy shit. I would be like, okay, yes, it sounds legit. Yeah, okay. That would be fine. I would keep my kid the hell away from it. Anything I possibly could. Like I would not even flinch no matter what you told me. And yeah, I just don't understand. And another thing about this scene too, like bringing him here, Jim was there before when there were creepy noises outside the cabin, so she must know about it, and she brought him there anyway. They're from the sound of it, it sounds like they're going to spend the night. Julie doesn't want to be alone, so she's literally going to camp out in the place where the creepy footsteps and the creepy knocking happen. Oh yeah, no problem. I'll just bring my little boy there. Like, okay, nothing wrong with that. God,
Facts. And you made a good point because yeah, they probably are gonna stay there overnight because that's why Julie had to go to Christie and those guys, right? Because it was like, oh, well, I don't want to stay by myself. It's too scary. Right. Yes, you're 16, right? So of course you don't want to stay by yourself. And these two bring it, or at least Tabitha, bringing Ethan there. I just don't understand the logic. Yeah, you want to come and help Jade with the puzzles and everything, with the numbers, that's fine. But other than that, you're not leaving this town. You're staying here. I'm going to get you Donna. Donna is very capable of taking care of you. So you're going to stay with Donna. You know what I mean?
Sex house. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's a better place than where you're taking your son. This is ridiculous. I'm just so angry right now, like, because it doesn't make any sense. You are literally the worst parents of all time.
Agreed.
Or how about this? Maybe just wait for Jim to come back. What the hell is the big rush to run out there? Wait for him to come back. Leave him with his father and then go.
Facts. Because Jim obviously was on his way back when he met them, right? So what? You have to wait an hour, a couple of, you know what I mean? For Jim to get back, and then okay, Jim, we're gonna go check out this thing. You can explain everything to Jim there, but one parent should be with both kids at all times.
Yes.
Just how it should be. Papa Sock said, I think a mutiny is coming. Boyd will be voted out of being sheriff. I would be down for that if they allow him to go out and learn new stuff again. You see, what's that?
There's a vote?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think even if they tried to mutant, Boyd's not giving up that town. He is not giving up that town. You know what I mean? So I don't think that he's going to lose the town for that. But I do believe that there are going to be tensions between, certain fractions.
Acosta.
Yeah. And we're going to get into that too, because boy, Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I think it would have been better to just wait, like, yeah, I agree. I just don't understand any of their decisions, to be honest. Like the two of these people, like the worst parents of the year, and I was just frustrated by this entire storyline. I'm just like yelling at the TV the whole episode.
We were too. We were watching on stream. We're like, did you really bring the kid? Like, what are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? And then the Elgin stuff. Like, we lost it on that one. If you guys can get a chance, just watch the part where the Elgin part comes up, because we lost it on that one, man. I think Donna blames herself somewhat for Dale and doesn't want any more of her people to die. Absolutely, 100%. And I have no problems with Donna doing what she did, because, yeah, as much as you care about Fatima and Ellis, you got to protect the rest of the people, and she just lost Nikki too. I agree. Why did they not just do a vaginal exam?
Exactly.
Well, I mean
that's a ultrasound machine, but you don't have any equipment. Like, you don't have that stuff, but you got an ultrasound machine. That doesn't even make sense.
That's a different show, though. You know, that sounds like a different show. You know, hey guys, you know, we're gonna do a vaginal examination. But I agree with you. They could have done it. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. I don't know why they wouldn't. Yeah, I don't really get that, but yeah, I'm just so distracted by these two idiots on the screen. Like, but as far as Boyd, I forgot to even say what I was going to say about Boyd.
Yeah, go ahead.
Boyd, yeah, I think that, yeah, like a mutiny, it could be coming, and I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I definitely think that people are losing their trust in him, but I honestly think that they should be paying more attention after he was clearly right about Dale.
That's like,
So
I was like, I'll leave. Y'all do what the hell y'all want to do. Go be Dale. Go ahead.
Facts.
All of y'all.
Facts.
He's been the only one keeping people alive. Like, time to just listen to Boyd. Shut up and listen to Boyd at this point. You know, like, Dale is proof, like, right there. You want, like, you're gonna walk by his body stuck in the wall, in the pool wall every day. That's
that is proof. Yeah,
Boy was
that
sit
boy.
there every day, sitting there sipping tea. You know what I'm saying? All right. Oh,
You don't
15
wanna
more
listen to
people
me?
died? Oh, that's messed up. I'm
Yeah.
good.
As long as my son listens to me, you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. If you guys want to go through that tree, hey, go ahead. You see consequences.
I'll show you where the tree is. Good luck.
So here's the question: if his worms got her pregnant, the baby would be his worm son. So we actually confirmed that it wasn't the worms because Ellis had the transplant after like the same time she said she was pregnant. Right. So she always thought she was pregnant before he had the transplant. So it wasn't the worms. Now we have to figure out what it actually was because it wasn't the worms, guys. It wasn't the worms. Ellis is going to make Fatima eat rotten food to save her life. Well, we see in the trailer that he's going to help her cover it up. So yes, I agree with you. So did you guys have any theories on the jukebox that Kenny wants before Smash? No, we're gonna get into that because I remember I was watching Julian Sci-Fi stream and they were talking about the jukebox, how it was smashed, and all of a sudden the jukebox is back. Now it may not be the same jukebox, but we'll check
I think
it
it's
out.
a different one. That's all.
I think we will lose Donna and Kenny will take over. It feels like it's heading that way. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still worried about Kenny and Donna. I think we all are, right? And especially with the fact that, like Julie said, we're probably going to get 2 more deaths.
Yeah, what if
before
it's
the
both
season.
of them? If it's Kenny and Donna,
man.
dude, people.
Oh man.
We'll lose our damn mind.
Because we got to remember this season is about breaking Boyd. So we have to think about what's going to break Boyd more than anything, right? Like what is going to break him? Fatima, Ellis.
Fatima killing
Donna.
Ellis, Kenny dying, and Donna being gone, and him being the only one left.
Yeah. I think we as an audience did not get to see the tarot cards, but Tilly did. I think she knew, and I think she knew it needed to be her that was killed by her to get her to get away from Kimono Lady. Ooh, that's interesting. It's possible that with the tarot cards, she might have seen something. I agree with you 100%. Still suspect, though.
It's suspect because she's the only one that saw Kimono Lady besides, you know? That's she saw him, so like saw her. So it's weird that she's the one that saw. You know, it's so weird.
And here it is. See, I asked Christie if I could spend it.
If I could spend the night.
Why?
My whole family's at the settlement.
So
it's fucking creepy in that house by myself. What's wrong with you?
So they expected her to stay in the house by herself.
Yep.
You know, if this was the real world, they would have took them kids away from these two real quick. I think someone needs to take away these. They need to take away.
When did she ask Christie? Did she call her on the phone? There's no phones. Like, I don't even know how that happened.
For real. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, like, you got to be more careful with your kids, man. Because now it looks like Julie is crushing on Randall.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like the way he's like, I'm going, and she's like, oh, I'm going with you.
I'm not being weird.
So where are we going?
Where are you going?
For a walk.
Want some company?
Nope.
Okay, let me put my bag inside.
You know what I mean? Like, oh no, I don't want you to come with me. But okay, I'm gonna keep my bag inside. I don't want to go with you. That's a little girl having a crush on this 30-year-old dude. You know
It
what I
is.
mean? Yeah.
It is.
So
There you go.
parents, do better. Yes.
This man.
Now we're gonna get into it because boy, so in the trailer, the trailer for this episode, they actually show the picture that he's looking at, right? They didn't show it, and I don't know why they did that.
Yeah.
It makes no sense that they showed the picture in the trailer. They show him looking at the pictures, the cabinet doors, and then when we see the episode, the picture comes out. He's looking at the picture, but they don't show what it is. Like, why are you exposing it in the trailer, but then like trying to hide it in the show? It just stop doing that. Please stop doing that. What do you guys think? I didn't like that.
It's silly, and I feel like it's two different people doing something. It's like your marketing department doesn't understand what your directors are doing. That doesn't make any sense.
I agree. You need to stop spoiling the trailers. Julie?
Yeah, like you mean like the stuff in the trailer being too revealing. Yeah. It's frustrating. I don't understand why they're giving so much away from the trailers to the photos that they put out. They dump a ton of photos out before every episode too. And the ones for the next one are like Fletcher the Chronological was just saying in the comments, like even worse. Like they're giving away way too much. I guess like they don't want us to actually be surprised at anything. I thought this was supposed to be part mystery. I know it's not part of the genre. It's horror sci-fi, but I mean, it's also a mystery.
Yes.
There's nothing mysterious about it right now. It's just frustrating. I don't like it.
Me neither. And the mystery is what got us on doing these from streams every week and trying to figure out what is. And if you're gonna just give it to us in the trailer, like, come on now, don't do that. But
Exactly.
Elgin, he decides, oh, I'm gonna go inside here. Why the hell are you by yourself? You know what I mean? Like, you can ask nobody to go with you. Why are you by yourself? I would not be by myself.
Why are you going? Like, I mean, we all adults here. Like, you know, it don't matter if you what color you are, what race you are, what creed you are. If you see 4 black people running the opposite way, you run with them, right? Because you know that's just survival. You know, if they're running, I should be running too. You know why? Because we don't run towards trouble. We run away from trouble. Right? So what about Elgin with a ghost taking the picture and then giving it to you, tells him you run towards trouble? This is why you're not in a cookout, bro. Right now. You get not one rib. Nothing.
What do you think, Julie?
Yeah. This is just idiotic. No matter who you are, it makes no sense for him to go alone to this place with this creepy haunted photo that, like, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Like, if you're going to go check it out, at least do the buddy system. Bring somebody with you. You got a house full of people there. You mean to tell me you can't bring one of these? What do these people do all day anyway? They're just laying around doing nothing anyway. Get someone to come with you.
Facts, 100%.
Maybe someone else will be bored enough to risk their life. Who knows? But like, I mean, I wouldn't go at all. But at least bring someone. Oh God.
Or at least someone might have been like, no, and I don't think you should be going there either. Like, let's no, bro.
Right?
What are you doing? Like, no, we're not doing that. Let Jim and Tabitha do that. They're the ones that want to go and explore all these weird places. Let them do that. Give them the picture. But we ain't doing
Elgin
that.
been here before?
Well, I don't know if he's been there before, but I believe he's probably had dreams about this place before.
Is there a GPS that tells him where it is?
Yeah, how did he find it, right?
It doesn't have a longitude and latitude of where you're going. Like, I don't understand how he just knew automatically where to go to this place.
Facts. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I don't know how he located it that way either. I've never seen him in that area, in that part of this town before, so I'm not so sure. I think that he definitely saw the place in a dream, like the whole place. So maybe how he would actually find his way to it based on whatever he saw in his dream, though, I don't know.
You left at McDonald's. I mean, there's nothing else there. Like, I don't know where you're going.
But he takes it a step further and decides to go in. There's the flashlight. So he goes inside. Now, if you guys remember, that's the spot where Jade seen the dude crushed by the rock, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the same spot, right? Okay, yeah. So
Same
that's
spot.
the same spot where Jade seen someone crushed. Which Jade, did he tell anybody? I think he did tell somebody about that.
He did. He told Kenny. Kenny knows.
He told Kenny, right? Okay, yeah.
It's hard to keep
right,
track of like who the hell knows what around here, right?
Exactly, because everybody should know everything. Like, I want to
Yeah.
be in the know. You know what I mean? I may be one of those guys in the town that, like, hey, listen, I'm just trying to survive, but I still want to know. Oh, really?
Right.
You seen that? Oh, you heard that? Okay, I want to know all information. Like, give me everything. You know?
Yeah, and yet it's the same thing. I'm watching Lost for the first time, and it's literally the same thing in both shows. It is so hard to keep track
Mhm.
of who knows what because everything is shared usually in small groups, like groups
Yes.
of 2, 3 people if you're lucky. So you don't remember who knows what and when. Like, just everybody get together as a group. Stop with these little duos and trios. Like, oh my God, just get all the key people together. You don't need all those NPCs like at the town meeting. Just get the key people together and share it all.
Facts, 100%. So he's looking around, doesn't really find nothing. Opens up a door. Oh, okay, nothing there.
The wardrobe. Let me
Yeah.
go further in.
There's got to be something here. Let me open it up now.
Like, he should have got eaten by a monster. That's just the rule. Should be a monster jumps out, eats you.
Yes. When you do stupid shit, yes, 100%.
Monster eat you. Done.
Because I'm sorry, my heart. This is not a grown, and even as a grown man, my heart would be pumping. Like, no, I don't want to go in here. Like, everything would be telling me not to do this, right? But yet he feels the need to go and do it. He finds nothing there. He closes it up. Now, this is the part where
Oh,
I
hell
would have
no.
ran. You know what I mean?
Dude, the way I would have ran out of there, I would have knocked over stuff. I would have ran right through a door. You just saw Brian's size like hole in the door. I just ran through. I'm not going to waste time opening anything. Are you crazy?
100%.
I'm going through, and I'm going to go. If you're knocking it, no one's gotten in that door in ever. So, like, why am I opening the door to let you out?
100%. The minute something I heard that knock, okay, so there ain't supposed to be nothing in there, and then a knock on the door, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I gotta go and see what's in here. Absolutely not. I am gone. I would bounce so quick, it's not funny. And Elgin, for some reason, figures, well, you know what? Let me move the cabinet.
Your grandmother will be disappointed. It's a red door. Why are you opening? It's a red door.
It's a red door. Exactly. Red. All the signs are pointing to run. The 3 creepy knocks, 3 more creepy knocks, a red door. Oh, hell no. No. No.
100%. And have we seen anything with a red door before?
I have not.
Like, was there any pictures or anything where there was a red door or something like that? Because
Well, maybe in drawings, I'd have to go look back in Victor's drawings, but not in the show itself. There's been nothing. But yeah, maybe in the drawings. That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I don't know if you guys follow Harold, but I do. And he was like, Elgin and that baby face is brave. If I would have heard that knocking, and he is 100% correct. I'd have been gone out of there. Like, that's nope. Sorry. See you later. And gone. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. But I guess it's to get some information because he opens up the door. Okay, they don't actually show what's in there. Okay, there's a bed in there. And then
he's like, hey, this is my new house.
yeah, he goes in to decide it. Now we have Acosta who's looking at the grave. I guess it's Nikki's grave, and she's feeling bad. So she decides to go and talk to Kenny, who's trying to make some coffee. She walks in there and
Why is there a diner here?
Sorry?
And why is there a sheriff's station that looks like a post office or a goddamn travel agency sign? I mean, what kind of psycho built this place?
You want me to go over them one at a time, or you want me?
I want to know.
I was happy because I'm like, okay, at least she's asking these questions. And, these are questions that anybody would ask. Now, Kenny does explain to her that everybody that's come to the town has asked these questions. So I like that information, right? Because it seemed like some people were just like, oh, yeah, whatever, this is weird. But he says everybody else has asked these questions, so which is good. What do you guys think of this conversation? You go
I don't
first,
like her.
Julie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
me neither.
I don't like her. I have nothing positive to say about Costa. So yeah, please go, Julie.
Yeah, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. I get why she's asking all these questions. I would be too, but yeah, it's just I just find everything about her off-putting. I don't like her attitude. She's she's coming in here like she owns the place. Like way to be a stereotypical cop that people would hate, She's coming in there like she in this episode, she's flashing her badge in Boyd's face, like it means anything in here. Like, you don't have any jurisdiction here. Like, you don't own this place. You don't have any authority here. So get used to it. Like, I just don't like her at all. And I find it interesting too that the questions that she's asking, it just brought me right back to Jade. When Jade got there, he was asking all the same kinds of questions and talking to Kenny about it. And it was obvious they were doing a call back to that. It was very much a reference back to that scene. It's like Kenny was even telling her the same kinds of things in response, with the same demeanor. Like, this is all just normal to him. He's just letting her freak out, like Jade was freaking out, and like, okay, you done now? Like, yeah, like here, you want some tea? So,
facts.
Yeah.
Brian, cook,
Dude,
brother.
There's nothing about her that makes me happy. Like, first of all, you killed somebody, right? You handcuff people into the ambulance, and now you want to tell me how to do my damn job? You want to start questioning everything like you're the smartest person in the damn town? Who the hell are you?
Right.
Why are you asking for stuff? Don't come in here like you the end all be all. Why is there down here? So we can eat, lady. What the hell? Why are you here? Why are you asking these questions? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, everything about her annoys the hell out of me. And I don't understand why she's even here and asking these questions. And why are you guys even answering her question? She should be in the box already.
Right.
So losing Donna would definitely damage Colony House, and yes, Tilly was definitely sus. I agree. I think we as an Odyssey. Oh, okay, I read that part. Said, remember Tilly saw the kimono lady too. I think that was Elgin's dream though, right? Because Tilly, that's where the suspect comes in. Because every time like he was seeing her, like Tilly was right there, but I think she was in the dream. His dream that he thought she was there, but she wasn't really there. So I don't think she actually did see him. Am I correct, Julia? Am I correct on that? Or
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Yep.
Oh, she looks scary. Remember? Yeah, it was a dream. That's what I thought. Tilly knows enough to tell Fatima to run, but she didn't know enough to back up before she got stabbed. Well, I think it was planned for that. I think Tilly was planned for that. You know what I mean? Like they said, maybe she saw something in the tarot cards, or maybe she knew she had to be the sacrifice, because I think that's what's gonna push Fatima over the edge really bad. Right now, she's worried about she killing somebody, so that might actually make it easier for whatever the demon is inside of her, or the baby, or whatever it is, to take full control of her. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Julie.
I think I just got this weird sense about Tilly. Like she she knew that she was going to die soon anyway, that she was dying of cancer. Apparently she talks about it in this episode that she's, we thought maybe she was like healed by this place. She doesn't seem sick anymore, but she's saying that she's still dying. And I don't know, I got the sense that maybe she knows that she knows she's dying of cancer anyway. And maybe this is why she's been hanging around Fatima so much. Maybe she somehow sensed in some way that this would happen, something like this would happen, and she didn't want Fatima to be alone, and so kind of just offered herself up as like almost a sacrifice because she's gonna die anyway. And I don't know, it's just it's so weird, the whole situation. But I'm sure we'll get into it more, and when we get there.
Yes, we will. Brian, go ahead.
I'm just still on Acosta, and I'm pretty sure her first name's Karen. So I'm just saying that's the problem. And when you assume, when you walk in, you see everybody else, instead of asking, hey, have you guys gone over this? To assume that you're asking the right questions because you're the only person there that could think that way is a problem in itself. That you didn't ask anyone else, have we gone over this stuff? You assume they're stupid. That was your first assumption.
Yeah.
So she just drives me nuts, and that type of behavior drives me nuts. So,
like Julie said, that's typical cop behavior, though. You know what I mean? And she is portraying it 100%. Not to mention the fact that Boyd does call her out. We're going to get into that scene in a bit. But we get to Jade, and Jade is taking drawings of those heads. Those heads are scary as hell. I don't understand why Ethan is there. I still have an issue with that. But of course, Jim has to be Jim, right?
So badly for all of this to make sense.
Do you think I'm making this up?
Of course not. You had a dream, a terrifying dream when you were little.
This wasn't just a random.
You see, he's just like, oh yeah, well, you had a dream, baby. And when she said, do you think I'm making this up? He said, of course not. But of course not sounded like, yeah, I kind of think you just thinking certain things. You know what I mean? Like, again, and we have this issue. And I think when everybody comes together as one and starts believing what everybody's saying and getting information, that's when we're going to get like people being able to figure out how to get out of this town. Because until now, everybody's just doing their own thing and nobody is putting information together and stuff like that. So I think they really need to do that. Go ahead, Brian.
Doesn't it seem like every time Jim speaks to to his wife, Tabitha, that he's always mansplaining everything? He's always trying to mansplain, like, no, Tabitha, this is what's actually going on. No, it's not that I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. No, that's not what's going on. Yes, I know it's a dream a long time ago. That doesn't make any sense. He's always doing that. I am so tired of Jim. Like, dude, he's literally the second worst character, period. Like, and you know why he's not going to die? Because if he died, no one would care. I'm like, oh man. Next scene.
Jim could be the one to go, though. I would be happy if it was Jim. Jim could go, like, bro, you
people
are not
just go like this.
I think people would be happy. It'd be like, oh, thank God Jim is gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
seriously.
He's a bad parent anyways, but go ahead, Julie. What do you think? Do you think anyone care if Jim died?
No. No. So that's how I know that he's going to last the season, because he's not beloved by anybody, by nobody. So yeah. That mansplaining thing, 100% accurate. Like, I am so sick of that. He has done that since day one, actually, in this place.
Yeah.
Going all the way back to when they literally were just shown a blood splattered room, and he expected Tabitha not to be freaking out over that. Like, they didn't even bother. It was like the real estate agent from hell. They didn't even bother cleaning up the blood before they showed them the room. And he's wondering why Tabitha's upset. Like, he's like acting like she's being hysterical and gaslighting her. Like this is just the way it is here now. Like, he was way too quick to just accept everything the way it is and not validating her feelings. It's just more of the same Jimbo bullshit that we're used to now. I'm so done with him.
I agree 100%. I'd have been like, is someone gonna clean this up? Because I don't know, you guys don't expect me to do it, right? Or anyone in my family. Like, you're putting us up in this house. You could have at least cleaned. Like, and my kids are gonna are seeing this, right? Like, you're literally bringing. Nah, you got to clean that up. I ain't moving in this house. And then do you want to? Then do you want to move into a house where someone was murdered in?
The family was just murdered.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we have a vacancy. Someone was murdered in this room, but you guys could stay
You
here.
hear someone in the background go, ah! I think we have another room.
Like, no, I'll go with my daughter to Colony House because we're not staying here. This is not happening. That's not going on. So we continue the conversation, and she really starts, and I think this is where she really starts to get on my nerves too, like you, Brian. And I always thought that Randall was going to be the thorn in Boyd's side, but I think it's going to be a Costa
That's
now.
the thing. The whole idea of just throwing up your hands and saying, oh, well, I tried. That's not how I'm built.
Right. You're not the type to just accept the world as it is.
What?
I've had this conversation.
Because he's trying to explain to you that everybody's had this conversation before. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay. Oh, you lost both your parents? She's like, oh, sympathy, right? And then she loses it. Where is it? Right here.
Yeah. I wasn't here then. There aren't many people left.
Okay, so wait. Hold on. I want to show
hide
something because the this jukebox is the one that was not broken. But
yeah, I wasn't here then.
That's the one that Kenny broke, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, he broke one of them, and both of them seem to be in working condition.
Right. Which is like, how is this possible? He smashed that thing to smithereens. Okay, like, what is it? Resurrecting itself now? It's back from the dead.
I mean, hey, nothing stays dead. Maybe.
But is it a mistake by the producers or the show writers, or is that something that they wanted us to see? You know what I mean? That you think is a mistake? Yeah, I think it might have been a mistake too. You know what I mean? What do you think, Julie?
It's gotta be. I mean, I would hope they wouldn't. I guess they're only human. They do know that we dissect every frame. This fan base dissects every frame of this show. So of course we're gonna pick up on that. And they've made some other mistakes this season that were a lot more glaring too. I mean, you know, so it makes me wonder if they're just screwing with us on purpose and deliberately trolling us and making these mistakes because they know we'll question it. I don't know, but yeah, it's probably a mistake. I don't know how it could have regenerated itself. I guess it would make as much sense as anything else in this show, though, if it did.
Facts. And I'm guessing they probably broke it a couple of times and it came back because hey, nobody mentioned like, oh, hey, you know, Kenny's like, hey, it's back. You know what I mean? So they must have broke that thing a couple of times and they come back and they realize that, you know, well, it's gonna come back. So, but we get the pettiness of the town.
I don't plan on getting comfortable here. Okay? I'm gonna figure
that. I love that.
Me too.
We do that sometimes.
Is that something else you get comfortable with?
You know what I mean? And it's like she's choice. It's crazy. When his mom died, the celebration, right? We had to celebrate it, and now we have this one. Like things are gonna get easier. I love their choice of songs. I love their choice of songs. They perfect. What do you guys think of this scene?
I'm not going to comment because you guys know I was continuing to go in on Costa. So yeah, no, there's no point. There's no. It's the fact that you don't think anyone else has ever done anything just bothers me. And you're talking. You're like you stayed on the fact that both his parents were killed for about 3 seconds, and then got back to what you're talking about. Because what I'm talking about it's more important. Man, bro. All right.
Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she was asking. It reminded me a lot of, again, Jade. Like Jade was when he walked in the bar and he was like, "What are all these people doing? Like, you're just sitting around here doing nothing." And he assumed that, you know, he was an asshole when he first got to town, and he assumed that nobody was even asking these questions, that no one had ever thought of these things. Of course they did. So she's being an idiot like he was when he got there, and I highly doubt that I'm gonna be like crazy about her though. That I love Jade. Jade won
Yeah.
me over. He was an asshole when he first got to town, but he's proven himself since then. But like as far as the song, yeah, that I cracked up laughing. I love that haunted jukebox. I'm so
Me
glad.
too.
I'm
Me
so glad
too.
it works and that that he didn't smash the only one, and even if he did, I guess either way it's
Yeah.
back. So give me more haunted jukebox. That was great.
I agree with you 100%. The pettiness of this town is crazy. Like you saying this and that, and it sounds like, don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. You're gonna be good. Yeah,
Yep.
right.
Just open the door. Leave the door open at night. We'll be okay.
And now we are back with Elgin, and
They set up the room like he's gonna stay there over forever. Like,
you
this
know
is
what I
his new
mean?
house.
Like, oh, let me put the bed down. Look
Yeah,
under the
yeah,
comforter
blanket.
here. I gotta pause this real quick because there we go. I thought it might have been Martin, but then when you look at the clothes, I'm like, nah, I don't think that's Martin. Who do you guys think that is?
Yeah, definitely not. Like I see jeans, so looks more modern than whatever Martin had. A lot of people were really into the idea that he is wearing Jade's clothes from season
Yeah.
1,
People said
but
that.
but it's not quite a match. The shirt, I think maybe they want us to think that and screw with our heads, but it's not the same. People have looked closely at it. It's not exactly the same as the blue and white striped shirt that he was wearing, but like, yeah, I'm sure that this show loves to troll us, so I'm sure that they thought people would look at that and see a similarity. So I don't know who that could be, honestly. That's a big mystery.
Absolutely. But we also get another
I thought it was
mystery
Cornelius.
too. You thought it was who?
Cornelius.
Cornelius. Which one's Cornelius?
What's the thing for not Cornelius? The one who talked to Jester. I'm sorry, the guy who's talked to Jester first.
Oh, Christopher.
Christopher. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Christopher. I just
Ooh.
immediately thought that was Christopher. And you saw about he started to see these things, and the town started to fall apart once he did it. And he said, "This is where it happened." So I thought it was Christopher that was talking to Jasper and all that stuff. So that's why I thought that was kind of what was going on, and that's what he was talking about. This is the beginning, and it's happening again, and this is where it started.
It's definitely something that's happening again because, like you said, we get this kimono lady.
I mean, they're like old friends now.
You know?
Is this really where it happens?
Is this really where it happens? So that's the big question of the episode. What happens? You know? Like, okay, is this really where it happens? What happens? And it seems to me like if he's asking that question, it's because, like we said, things are repeating over and over again, right? Someone's already dead there. So something happened there already. And he's like, oh, is this really where it happened? So something is going to happen there where I believe that, happened before. Thoughts, guys? Go ahead, Julie.
Yeah, this was puzzling. This was puzzling. It made me feel kind of like there was something missing that we didn't see, like off screen, like some conversation he had with the kimono lady that we didn't see. Because what is he talking about? I mean, the only thing that I could think of is maybe he remembered more of his dream that he had on the bus when he was on his way into town. That's the only thing I could think of. Either that or she told him something off screen, because there's something missing here. There's something missing where what happens. I found that confusing. And I've always thought there had to be more to his dream than just what he remembered at the end of season 2, which was the boy in white saying the nursery rhyme. No way did that scare the shit out of him when he saw the town, looked like he recognized the place. No way in hell that was all it was. So maybe he's remembering more of his dream. That's what's going on here. Maybe that's the missing link. I don't know.
And I agree with you, right? Because, he's not scared of the kimono lady anymore. You know what I mean? Like, and to me, I wouldn't trust it because the first time I met you, you tried to drown me, right? So even though you're telling me stuff now, I'd be questioning. And I don't understand why people see these things and are just taking what they say for face value. Brian, your thoughts?
I think it's exactly what everyone else is talking about. That it's really a conversation that he's had with the kimono lady. Like they've had sit down conversations. Like she's whisper secrets. Because without that, how we know to get how to get there?
Mm-hmm.
How we know that you trust what's going on? I'm going to show you what you need to see. She told him about what happened before. This is where it happens. Like she's had to give him a lot of information before. So that's why he's no longer freaked out about her.
I agree. 100%. There has to be something off stream. Maybe we'll get a flashback to it, right? To where they're having a conversation or something. But I agree with you. There has to be more of a conversation, especially when he's asking her this question, right? That means she must have told him something's going to happen. And he's like, oh, is this really where it happens, right? So,
or maybe with that time when we saw her whispering in his ear, it was a much longer conversation than the things we saw.
Yeah, could have been 100%. Papa Sock said they heard Fatima screaming and something is wrong because she's been going back and forth to Christie. Someone noticed. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I think there's rumblings, obviously, right? Something's up with Fatima. They might not know 100%, but I do believe that they know something. As a writer, that's how I would end the season. Ooh, how would you end the season? I think I missed what you said there. I just can't believe everyone hangs the talismans on an honor system. Are we locking doors, making sure some idiot doesn't take one to try to go it alone? That's the thing. I believe they do. And I remember in the first episode, Boyd was telling them that they should be nailing down the windows, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I agree with you. There's no honor system. My doors are locked. You know what I mean? Hey man, I Boyd, I need one of them guns, man. You know what I mean? The guns don't work with the creatures. It ain't for the creatures.
What's the point? The only thing you can kill with a gun is another person.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I want it for, because I'm like you. If someone comes and tries to, I need a place to stay and trying to break into your house, nah, you get shot. You're not doing that. I couldn't believe they had Ethan walking around knowing there are bear traps. Jade Jade, the only one telling him to be careful. I agree with you 100%. And that's the problem. Ethan should not be running around with them, right? When we were growing up and, as kids, we'd be in like a room where the grown-ups are, and they would tell you straight up, this is a grown people conversation. You keep your mouth out of it. You know what I mean? That's exactly what Ethan, this is grown people stuff. You stay with your sister. And then you and your sister are staying with Donna or somebody. You're not staying alone, right? That's what they should be doing, and they're not.
Opened up a hospital. They opened up a diner. They might as well have a daycare, because I'll be like, look, you're going to the daycare.
Facts.
What over there? What's wrong with you?
Where are the bear traps when you need them? Facts.
Just for Jim. That's why I want a bear trap for Jim.
Facts, 100%. They might as well let Sarah babysit.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
No, one who's trying to kill him. They're bringing him to this village. You might as well just let Sarah have him. Just go ahead.
Facts. And you know what? And you guys brought it up on the stream on Sunday, right? Because I brought it up too, where it was like Sarah was like, oh, if I kill the boy, you guys get out. Maybe that would have ended it all. You know what I mean? Maybe killing Ethan would have ended it all and everybody would have got out, because the entity wouldn't be able to do whatever they needed to do with Ethan gone. So I'm like,
I'll just brought another boy
in. Probably.
The next car will have another boy. Like, again?
We need CPS and from 100%.
Exactly. Come
Facts. F them parents. That's funny. Yeah. I was saying F them kids, and I still say that kind of, but now it's more to F them parents. Like, you guys are so dumb. You know what I mean? Like, kids should be the number one priority out of anything that's going on. Someone needs to be with them kids constantly, and you're not taking them into danger. And then we get the trailer for next episode where Julie and Ethan are at the ruins by themselves. I'm like, wait, what?
Right? What is going on?
Where's Jim and Tabitha?
Literally, when you say the worst parents ever, like you take the cake, because something just should not happen. I shouldn't have to tell you, watch your kids. What are you doing? You have a job? You at work? What kids are running around? They don't know what else you're doing.
Facts. I agree with you 100%. It's like that song, She's Just 16 Years Old, Leave Her Alone. I
Yep.
agree 100%. Oh, Nerdman's in the house. What's up, Nerdman? How you doing?
Man.
What's up, dude?
How you
Sorry,
doing? How you doing? No worries. I know you're busy. I know you have things to do. We're just getting into the episode. We're talking about at the part where
but yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, no worries. We're talking about the part with Elgin going into that room and the kimono lady telling him. What do you think about that?
Elgin goes into the room and the kimono lady tells him what? What does she tell him?
Well, she doesn't really tell him, but he says, like, is this where it happens? Remember, she sent him to the room, so this is the scene. Now, we pretty much been saying Elgin was sent us back like thousands of years for going out there by himself. What do you think?
Yeah. I think there's a romance happening. Look at those eyes, man. Look at those come hither eyes.
Well, he is from the colony house, and everybody's having sex over there. You know what I mean? Maybe he's
serious.
Maybe he's attracted to the kimono lady. Who knows?
Once you go ghost.
Facts. So Victor says
him
here
to tell me a secret.
The fact that Sarah just said, okay.
Yeah, Sarah just like, okay, no problem. You know what I mean? You want to come in. So
that should be the answer to everybody. Like, yeah, okay, cool, whatever.
Do you guys think that him and Sarah are going to get the doll to talk?
No, I think that if that thing talks, it's going to be another situation like the voice on the radio or the voice on the phone. It's going to say some kind of sarcastic, passive aggressive shit. It's going to play mind games. It's not going to tell them secrets. I really don't think that I don't think that whatever entity is controlling this thing or, possessing this doll is going to want Victor to have the answers. Personally, I just can't imagine it. Yeah, that's my opinion on that. And I think it'd be funny as hell too.
I agree with you because, like I said, if Victor gets them answers, he's a goner. What do you think, Brian?
I actually think that the doll will talk. Jasper will say something. He'll turn his head and he's gonna look at Sarah and say, "Hey, how's your brother?" And then
Yes.
Nerdman, what do you think? You think the doll's gonna talk?
I don't know. I honestly, maybe not. Could be.
Tabitha, yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't know what I think the doll is a bit of it's not a red herring, but like, I don't know, the information is going to be not important, but like, it's not gonna get us there.
It's not. Whatever the doll says, you take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Like, you don't sit there and be like, "Oh, the doll said this. Okay, this is what." No, the doll's lying. I would personally, even the boy in white. I'm sorry. Anything that happens, I'm like, I don't know if I trust you. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not trusting anything unless I know for a fact that the boy in white's trying to help. But the kimono lady, there is absolutely no way I would trust anything that thing says. There is no way. No. You want me to go to you? No. Sorry. Yeah, by myself? No.
I think it's like one of those situations with him. It's like, those women that you're attracted to for some reason, but you just don't know why. And so you have to go somewhere like strange to.
It's literally his grandmother, the elders, all of our elders are looking at him and saying, just shaking their head like, "Elgin, what is wrong with you? He's
like,
never going to be loud."
Cave, bro.
Like, literally, soon as he walked in, he should have put his black card down. Say, "I'm no longer this. I am not getting into nothing else. I'm not even trying to worry about it. He no longer represents me. I'm not talking to Elgin at all." It doesn't make any sense.
I posted that out in the comments of the stream on Sunday. I was like, his black card is gone. I'm sorry. we are taking that card because we don't do that stuff. We, like Brian said, we move away from the trouble. We ain't That's like when you watch a horror movie and it's like they're being chased and they run upstairs. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, why are you running upstairs for? The
When you run
door's
into the basement, you say, "Oh, I heard a noise. Let's go check in the basement." And you go
facts.
Or you're in a big place and you say, "Let's split up."
Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
no.
split up. Yeah, oh god, yeah, or yeah, you buy the house. It just happens to be on an old burial ground, or like,
Facts.
hell, like all of the stupid cliches. People in horror movies are dumbest people alive, and on this show, some of them are too. Honestly,
100%, 100%. I know they got to keep the story going, but you got to make them smarter, man. You know what I mean? At least bring a brethren with you, bring a friend with you. You ain't going by yourself. Somebody it doesn't even have to be a friend. Just, hey, man, I'm going to check. Don't even tell them. I'm going to go check this out. You want to come with me? Oh, sure, let's go.
It was real.
Tabitha already said to Jim what do you want me to do? They're going off on their own, and if we don't supervise them, 100%. She said that in so many ways. Better to keep them where they can see them. Absolutely. And they always said that one person should stay away with them kids, and unfortunately, they're not.
Papa's saying that you should just bring
They
them
take
with you
the kids
wherever you
with
go.
them. No.
What was that?
They
Right
didn't
around?
take the kids with.
Yeah, they took.
They
Yeah,
didn't
they
take
took
the
the
kids
kids.
with.
No, she took Ethan. I'll bring it back here real quick so you can see it. But she took Ethan to the burial ground where him and Jade are looking at those pictures, right? Here. So she
Yeah,
took Ethan.
parents
She
of the
took
year,
Ethan.
bro.
Yeah, 100%.
Parents.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. You don't do that stuff. But now we get to the part where, okay, so Jade decides he's going to go talk to Sarah to get information from the doll. And we have Randall saying, "Oh, I'm going to teach you how to drive because you never drive before." And at this point, I'm like, okay, as much as an asshole he is, he has his moments, right? I just think there's like something behind everything he's doing. And when he found out that she was staying at the hospital with them, I think it kind of ruined his plan because I still think he's gonna cause an issue. So I think he didn't want Julie to get hurt. That's why he was like, "Why are you staying here?" And then when she did, it kind of ruined his plans. Go ahead, Brian. You can say
What if the monsters told him, "One of you three must be sacrificed to make it out"? One of you three. And he said,
Maybe.
"Well, Ariel, I'm going to choose her. So I'm going to go stay there. I'm going to leave the door open, and I'm going to choose her to be the one to get sacrificed because no one likes her, right?" But unfortunately, she leaves and goes to Colony House, and Julie's there. So now he's doing all this stuff, and he's thinking, well, maybe I'll just use her. Maybe I'll use her to be the one to get out. Yeah, so I'm just saying.
I agree. What do you think, Julie?
about what again?
About Randall, causing problems, and I think the reason why he didn't kind of do anything yet is because Julie's gonna stay there tonight, so kind of ruins his plan. Because I still think he's gonna cause some issues.
I don't know. I'm not so sure. I was thinking maybe he was going to cause problems, but now after seeing this episode, I'm not so sure. I think maybe he strikes me as somebody who has a chip on his shoulder because he's had a lousy hand dealt to him in life. Like maybe people have not treated him well, and I don't know. Marielle invited him to stay in the clinic, and I saw a change in his attitude right away. So it's like maybe he's not going to cause problems. I think he's still going to be an issue for Boyd, but in general, I don't think he wants to hurt anybody. I don't think he wants to hurt anybody in that clinic after what I've seen in this one.
Okay. So you think he's going to be maybe a hero towards the end? I think they might do something like that. If he's not the one to cause problems, they might try and make him do something heroic. So I can agree with that.
I think so too, because you know what? I've never really liked the guy, but when I think back, anytime there's a crisis, he's like the first one to get up and run toward danger, even if it's complete strangers. As much as I don't like the guy's personality at all, the way he talks to people, when he first got there, Jim's house was collapsing. He was the first person who volunteered to go run in there and try to help, and he could have gotten killed. He didn't know these people, so there's something good. There's good in him. It's just buried under all this nasty attitude caused probably by whatever happened to him in his life, I think. That's
I
what
agree.
it is. And in this season, look what he just did. Like running out of the bus to help with Boyd and the ambulance, running back to get the tools. Like it's just in between when he has this nasty attitude, like every other moment. But when it's a crisis, you can count on it. So
I agree. It kind of reminds me of Sawyer from Lost, right? Because Sawyer
yeah,
was kind of a little bit of a dick in there, but he was always trying to help at certain points, and he did the right things. So I agree with you. I think that he could be that
I
type
think
of
you're
character.
packing hard for this guy, bro. I think he's a jerk.
No, he is a jerk. He is. But we also
Like,
think that maybe that he's just a jerk and not a. What's that?
Nothing he's ever done has been redeeming in my eyes. I don't care if he went out and saved some people, like whatever. Okay.
But he hasn't really done anything that's been bad either, though, Nerd Man. You know what I mean? Like he
No,
hasn't
I know.
killed
I
anybody.
don't like him. I'm not even talking about
Yeah,
like his
yeah.
not in any way.
I don't think any of us liked him at first, still, and probably still don't. But I think they may redeem his character. That could be a
I hate
possibility.
Acosta more than I hate him.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
Like literally,
I'm sure they're gonna try, but like I don't think there's anything you could do like that would make me go, oh, looking back, actually, I have fond memories of him. No.
I got you. So we now have Victor and Donna having a scene together. And I actually want to see more of them having scenes together. I like these two
Need something?
conversations.
I could use a drink.
You know what? So could I.
And that's true because everything that's been happening, she definitely needs a drink. But now we're gonna get into the big stuff. Boyd goes back to the police station or the post office, and he hears a noise, and he opens up, and boom.
The fuck are you doing?
You took my gun. I want it back.
You get out.
Fine. Give me my gun and I'll be on my way.
Hey! I don't have time for this today.
I don't give a shit what you have time for.
You shot someone. A girl is dead because you panicked.
Yeah, I panicked because I was being chased in the dark by things that should only exist in a fucking nightmare.
Well, they exist here. And they're going to continue to exist. So until you prove that you can handle that, there's not a chance in hell you get anywhere close to a loaded gun.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me play this because she's like,
I don't have to prove shit.
I thought she was gonna pepper spray his off.
What the hell did that mean? You see this?
Walking around.
You know what I mean? Like, you have no restriction here. Like, what are you talking about? Are you showing your badge on? That's supposed to mean something to me? You know what I mean? And she's like, I'm a real cop. And Boyd calls her out, though, too, because Boyd's like,
laser playing make believe.
Wait. And when did you get out of the academy? 2 days? 3?
It's none of
How
your
do you know
business.
that?
I'm pretty sure
Just
just by her reaction or whatever. But her none of your business goes to show you that yes, 100%, she is a rookie. She just got out of the academy. What do you guys think of this part so far?
I'm gonna be
Go ahead. Yeah, Julie.
I
just make you hate her more.
Yeah, when she flashed that badge, I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, you see this? Yeah. Like, okay, and like you have no jurisdiction here. That means nothing here. You may as well throw it in the garbage. It's useless. It's like it doesn't like you're no better than anybody else here. Like you're on a power high because you're a cop. Like, no, sorry. I found that so off-putting and just like her whole attitude. This is not only his, like the sheriff's station. He lives here. She just barged in, is just rummaging through his stuff. Like right after she killed somebody. If this were anywhere else, she would be in big trouble. Okay, she wouldn't still be allowed to just go around with a gun. Like she killed somebody. Like they would definitely be investigating her for that. Like she, like it wouldn't just be okay. Business as usual. Just shows up for work the next day. No. You don't just get your gun back the next day. That's not how it's going down. Like,
facts.
She has no business anywhere near a gun. Zero.
I don't know. I think it's a little bit harsh, isn't it? Like, really, I'm not saying Boyd's wrong. I'm saying I can see her point of view, especially in how he's treated her. I think she would be more understanding about not having her gun if he hadn't have gone like completely off on her, considering she was literally being chased by things she couldn't possibly have comprehended at the time. And he just has been an asshole to her ever since. Like, it's one thing being an asshole straight after the event, but like after having calmed down, thought about it. But my main takeaway from this, scene was like, I really want to see this woman in different, like just wearing civilian clothes, because I think she's packing.
Oh my God. Brian, before we cook, I want to get to this part here where, they are still having a conversation.
You don't think she's
one who keeps people alive?
She's cute, yeah.
Well, from what I hear, you've been doing a pretty shit job at that lately.
Like,
get the fuck out!
You know what I'm saying? Like, she just, this part irked me, boy. I was just like, oh my God. And I know what Brian's
She's
gonna say.
right. You're always capping for Boyd. She's right.
No, she's not.
She's
not.
Blatantly
All right.
right.
Oh no. See, I was gonna save my piece. I was gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't say that she's right. She's been there for 3 days and she has a higher body count than half the monsters, bro. First off, second thing, she handcuffed somebody to the ambulance and left them there to die. And you're trying to tell me I need to give you a gun and any authority in this damn town? You must have lost your goddamn mind. Like, you don't even know what the hell's going on here. She doesn't even know what the hell's going on here. He has saved more people. She doesn't. Matter of fact, how about this? I'll take away everything that I know that saves people at night, and you don't get any of that stuff, but you get your gun and you see how long you live.
Facts.
Okay? How about that? How about the talisman that you guys have that saves you overnight? That you ran to the house that you didn't know anything about, that you shot somebody that saves you? I'm taking that back because that's mine. I'm the one that came up with that. How about
I'm about to
but she has no clue about what the hell she's talking about. But she's acting like she does.
Your whole argument. I'm about to dissect your whole argument. First of all, this guy, all right, you're right. He saved some people. Definitely.
He saved everybody because everyone will be dead.
Boyd has saved some people.
Everybody, because they will all be dead. They will all be dead. Without the talisman, they will all be dead.
Facts.
Without the talisman?
Yes.
You're trying to say we got the talisman?
Yes. Did you not see that the part? That's a huge thing. He's the one that found them.
Yeah.
He's the one that came up with the plan. He's the one that came up with the plan.
All right,
yeah,
but that's
everyone in the house.
All right, dude, that's like a fucking happy accident. All right.
A happy accident. He found them and then figured out the plan to put them in front of the door that they won't come and get him.
Hold on, Brian. Let's hear what Brian has to say. Let's hear what Nurma has to say. We can cook him.
No, but wait a second. You can't tell me, right, that he knew whatever plan he was doing that led him to find those talismans. You can't say he knew that he was going to find those. There's no way he could have known that information. So that's blatantly just a happy accident. Okay, but that could have been that
makes zero sense at all.
No, that made absolute sense.
He figured it out, right? And he brought it to.
Say, what do you think his plan was when he found the talisman?
So hold on, he was searching.
I don't have to think about it. I can tell you. I can tell you.
To find the talisman because
he was searching the town to figure out what's going on. Like, literally, this is literally all season one.
What's going on?
He literally searched the town to figure out because beforehand, all they could do was hide at night. That's literally all they could do.
Are you trying to tell me anybody everyone was just trying to hide at night? Nobody was trying to find out what was going on.
No, they weren't.
Yes. Did you not see the season? That's literally what happened.
Yes.
That's literally what all they did.
They had the talisman at the beginning of the show. What are you talking about?
Yes, but the reason why they have the talisman is because there was a flashback to Boyd going out and searching and finding them, bro.
While everyone, every single night was just
yes,
literally.
And they didn't do anything during the day.
What's that?
Nothing. They didn't do anything during the day.
Nothing.
They literally didn't.
Like they will tell you. They tell you in this.
This is a huge thing.
Yeah.
People regularly died They
That
all
is-
just regularly died all the
They
time.
did.
So
No one lived.
You're telling me that woman, the woman who has that
Donna?
house, or whatever,
She helped
Donna.
people hide. Yes.
She didn't do jack shit.
No, nobody
No,
did
They
anything.
hid all night and
Yes.
got quiet and hoped that the
And
monsters
Victor-
didn't find them. This is what
Victor
happened.
Victor didn't go out during the day and like try and figure out what was going on.
Nerd man. No, you got to go back and watch the episode,
watch this,
bro.
That's
Like,
so
yeah.
unrealistic. Wait a second, that is so unrealistic. If that's true, that's super unrealistic, right? Like, okay, I get it. He's the hero of the show, but nobody did jack shit, like anything during the day. Didn't go out. How did they eat? How did they get food? How did it like?
They were growing food, nerd man. That's what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
they were growing food.
They weren't
They were
going
growing
out and
food,
looking for
right?
searching for food. They weren't doing that. The only thing Victor was
So
doing
no-
from we find out the episode is he was making and we don't even know if he started this after the talismans came in, but he was like monitoring the trees, seeing if they move and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they tell you like Boyd saved this town. He was the one who went out there. He did his research and he found the talismans. That's
Okay, all right. I'll even give him that. Okay, so say he was a great leader at first, who found the talisman, right? But the point is with this specific argument, what she's saying is, as of recent, you haven't necessarily been doing the best job. And the fact of the matter is, he is woefully unqualified to be doing the job he's doing. People are trying to discuss stuff with him that he doesn't even comprehend, like, or understand with Jade.
But nobody does.
There's the whole situation with Miss Chen, where he goes after a cow or whatever, just for kicks and giggles, knowing it's a freaking trap, and didn't tell Miss Chen to even go back in.
He did tell her to go back. He did tell her to go back. But we're gonna move on to this. We're gonna move on. We'll have this conversation another time.
Yeah, because
time
all
is
wrong.
limited, and we're
It's
just
not
gonna
all wrong.
be
It's not all
we're just
wrong.
gonna
All
be
right,
going
you
back
got
and forth.
You got
But
one
we're gonna
point.
move on.
You just gotta read
So-
it or watch it again. That's all. That's fine.
None of your business.
Now she steps to
That's
him.
where you are wrong. Everything about you is my business.
Where's the
Bye.
part where she steps to him? Here.
Give me my gun.
I swore this man was gonna grab her and choke her up against the wall and be like, "Don't you ever get in my face like that again?" Because, boy, yeah, I could see that, and I'm beginning to think that Acosta's gonna be the problem. It's not Randall anymore. I think Randall may be, but I think she's gonna end up being a real problem. What do you
I
guys
don't
think?
think she's going to be a problem. I think they're going to get on eventually. I think this is the beginning of a good friendship, actually.
It could be, but I have a feeling that because we've seen the trailer for next
Donna's
episode.
gonna
So
die. Remember that.
We've already seen the trailer.
right. So the trailer for the next episode, I think she's going to be investigating it. And she's probably going to find out before anybody that it has to do with Fatima and Ellis. And Boyd's going to try and hide that. And that's where the conflict's going to be. What do you think? I'm going to let Julie go first.
Oh yeah, I foresee big problems there. And I could not believe her getting in his face like this. I'm sorry, but like, look, I will give her, some grace in the fact that, okay, the night that she got there, she was a rookie cop. She saw literal monsters transforming in front of her. She panicked. She did some really messed up, stupid shit, leaving Tabitha handcuffed to that ambulance like that. Okay. But I will even give her the grace of saying, okay, look, I understand, like, she saw things that no human being should ever see. And she completely lost her mind and ran off and neglected her duty. So, but she, as such, she neglected her duty. She abandoned this person. If she wants to have authority here, well, guess what? You just like proved you're not worthy of it.
He abandoned people that night. He abandoned what's his name?
To save
people.
Not to save himself. Because you remember also he saved the town by abandoning his wife. He gave his wife up to save the town.
Yes.
This is the land we're talking about.
Oh, you get your turn, man. You hold on, Nerdman. You get your turn. Let her finish her thought. Nerdman, you'll get your turn. Let her finish her thoughts first. Go ahead, Julie.
Okay, yeah, two different situations. He had no choice. He was put in an impossible situation. He had to choose to save a group of people over a single person alone. There was no other option. With her, she didn't have to. I mean, she could have at least unhandcuffed Tabitha before she took off running. So, at the very least, yeah.
we even talked about it the other day. He could have shot the handcuffs off, and then he probably could have saved both of them. If he had, there's things he could have done in that situation, right?
Yeah,
like,
but that wouldn't have been necessary if she hadn't left her there in the first place. And so I'm just, my point is, at the very least, she should not be trusted with a gun right now as a new person in this place with monsters showing up. Like remember when in Colony House?
Agree.
Remember?
Okay, let her finish. Go ahead.
You never know how new people are going to deal with this place. They are full of questions and fear, and they're not like thinking rationally. She shouldn't have a gun at this stage. Like, people used to get tied up on their first night in Colony House. She's lucky she didn't get tied up. Like they didn't even tie her.
He dealt with her.
Hold on, Nerdman. Let her finish. I
know I'm letting her finish, but I just want to respond to this point.
We can respond to the points after, bro. Come on now. Let her finish.
All right. I'm just asking this question, but go on. I'll try and remember it.
Yes. Go ahead, Julie.
Okay. My point is that, I understand, I can sympathize with how she panicked that night. I can sympathize, and I can even sympathize with that she accidentally murdered somebody. If she didn't do it on purpose, it was, like, she's gonna have to live with that for the rest of her life. I sympathize. She still has no business demanding her gun back. She's just getting used to this place. She had no business getting in his face. And what the hell does she need the gun for anyway? Like you guys were saying before, it's no good on the monsters. What does she need it for so urgently? I don't understand at all.
Well, you've just made a really good point. Okay, you've just made a really good point. Why didn't he say that to her? If he's such a great leader, why doesn't he sympathize and use empathy? Use something other than confrontation.
So first off, she's coming at him confrontation. She broke into the man's house. Hold on. She broke into the man's house, right? And is searching the man's house for his gun. And he's supposed to be sympathetic?
Are we pretending that she didn't come to him, like trying to be like apologetic, humble, never asked for her gun? Come to him, say, I'm really sorry about this, and blah, blah, blah. I feel bad. I'm going to live with this my whole life. And maybe I have some idea of how we can get this group together. And he didn't just blast her for it. And let me get this straight.
Yeah,
I like Boyd. I like Boyd a lot as a character, but that doesn't mean he isn't a flawed character. Just because you like
someone, bringing up the wrong points to make say he's flawed. You have to have facts behind the point that you're trying to make, and you gotta let everyone else speak, because that's not what's going on.
Right, and here's the thing. So yes, everybody in this town is flawed. You are correct. That's the reason why they're all there. Some of them are flawed in certain things. She just got there. You have no idea what Boyd has tried, but yet you want to put in your situation. So, well, I think you should do this. How the hell do you know I didn't try that?
I don't think Boyd should do anything. I think Boyd's acting exactly like how he acts. I'm not, in fact, I even said the reason that he's being so aggressive to her is because of his own feelings of guilt. So I understand completely why he's acting like that. But my point is, in this situation, I understand why she's acting the way she is, because he came at her. He came at her from the beginning and has not stopped. He's been relentless.
She killed somebody, bro.
And you gotta understand that. Her in the diner. Man, you don't remember anything. Like, they wanted to kill her at the diner. He saved her life. And he said, no, guys, we're going to let her be. She is part of it. She's literally saved her life. Doesn't mean that she gets to say what's going on else.
I get that. He saved
Anyway.
the
Then
life.
why we have
He
this
did all of those
conversation?
things.
Let's
He did all
move
those
on because
things.
this is going back and forth, and we got to get through the
Oh,
episode. All right, we're not going to be talking about Boyd's mistakes and everything. Let's get through the episode. We can have a
all right.
discussion on stuff of this one day, right? But right now we got to get through the episode because I know Brian has a stream to go to as well. So now at the end, and the arguing is like killing the vibes, to be honest with you. So we have
No, I don't think
Victor. I'm sorry, not Victor. Henry says he said that he wished he never came. He wished he would have thought, kept the thought that Victor was dead. That could be foreshadowing to a future. Like we say that this town manifests people's thoughts. You think that could be a possibility of Victor dying at the end of the season? Go ahead, Brian. You go first.
No, actually, Julie, you go ahead with this one because I'm more interested.
I hope not. I that makes me nervous because I am actually a big proponent of the theory that things are manifested in this place. I think it's possible that people's fears, emotions, certain actions, words can actually manifest for real. And so that worries me. I don't like that. I wish he hadn't said that. Yeah, you can have that thought. Don't say it out loud. And he only thought it for a moment. He's a human being, and I can understand why he said it, and I sympathize. Like he's only human. This is an unthinkable situation, and he only thought this for a moment. And if this actually comes to pass, that would be devastating. Broken. That would be devastating. My God.
Mm-hmm. I hope not. Nerdman, you can. What do you think?
I don't know what he said. he said something about like his son dying, possibly.
Well, he said he wished that his son he actually never came to the town and wished that he continued to think that his son was dead.
Oh.
So
yeah.
do you think that he could be manifesting? Yeah.
Again, possibly. I don't know. It's unpredictable.
Brian?
I think you understood where Henry was coming from, right? Really understood. And it's sad and it did foreshadow. And when you think about there's two characters that are going to die before the end of the show, it's really putting forth that we're going to see the last of Victor. And Henry's going to be left alone. And then does Henry kill himself? Because of this thought? Why would they even show this scene if that wasn't going to be something that's going to come up later?
Foreshadowing.
True.
Maybe it could even be like if we get Jasper to speak, maybe Jasper blurts that information to Victor. We're saying, well, your father, wishes he never came here and wish he believed you guys. Yeah, that could be a possibility too. Let me get to some of these comments real quick. I would be staying inside with the lamps. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Imagine if Ethan ends up as the big bad. Ooh.
That would be messed up.
Maybe. Victor has
one
prepared.
Of the spirits go inside of him. And
yeah. Victor has prepared Ethan well. And if you notice, Ethan is studying those pictures. He has already had the talk with his sister, so he acts as if he and Julie are already on their own. Well, with those type of parents, yeah, they probably are. Hey, Tamika, how you doing? Good, thanks for popping in. I worry for Ethan because he is getting used to things and not using caution. Not to mention the fact that, and again, I say I think Ethan is like a real big part of the story, but he's getting older, right? And the longer this show goes on, the bigger he's going to get. Like he may have a huge growth spurt between this season and next season. They might have to like kill him off for that reason.
Oh, I thought you meant the story. I thought you meant speed up the story.
No. I don't think they'll have a time jump or anything like that. But I think if he gets to a point, they'll either have to recast him or say bye-bye to his character. What do you guys think about that? What do you think, Julie?
I think that
go ahead,
they probably have a plan knowing that this is a potential. So they're gonna, you know, as I said, maybe they're not going to have that many seasons as they. I think they've stated that anyway, that they've got a number of seasons. So I think they factored that in already.
I think so too, but the only issue was, I think, because between season 2 and this season there was such a long wait because of writer strikes and all kinds of stuff. I think that's what really kind of, you know, when you get back, like, oh, this guy is huge now. We're gonna have to do something about that because he's gonna get bigger. What do you think, Julie? You think they're gonna get rid of him?
Get a little mustache.
I think, yeah, right. I think it's a possibility. It's concerning because kids can go through a crazy growth spurt. All of a sudden, you know, that's what happened on Lost. They had to write a kid off because he went through a crazy growth spurt. And next thing you knew, it looked, you know, he popped up again later and he looked like he had a mustache. Yeah. So
who will be, man, you got kids?
Yeah. Yeah. They might, I think, like, rather than kill him off, like, I think if it becomes too much of an issue, I could see him just, like, they have him go through a faraway tree and just magically appear later and, like, somehow explain it, like, oh, he's bigger because he went through time or something. I don't know. Like, they'll find some way to explain it, I hope, because I wouldn't want them to make the same mistake that Lost did, which is build a kid up as really special and important to the plot and then not factor in the fact that kids do tend to grow. So
yeah, I agree 100%. Brian, did you go?
No, I was just gonna say, why wouldn't they just let him go home?
They might.
The plan is, since no one likes Jim and Ethan's going to grow too much, they send them out and say somehow they found a way to get out, and everyone else is locked in because the way they got out is no longer available. But that way they don't have to worry about trying to kill off a kid, which is always hard to do. You just send them all on their own way.
Yeah, I don't see them killing off Ethan. It would take a lot. I mean, I would be shocked. It would be generally shocking if they did, but I don't see it happen.
I agree. Go ahead, Brian. You were saying?
No, I think that's exactly why I think it would be shocked. It would be shocking, and I don't think you want to see kids die on screen. And because
they killed the kid in the first episode.
Yeah, but you don't want to see not someone we actually care about, not a main character. Yeah. Care about it. They're trying to just kill. You know, it's just a body at the time. But if you see someone that we've grown with and seen for the last 3 seasons die on screen, that's a hard thing to do. So that's why I think that you end up just letting him figure out a way to get home, or maybe you just get rid of the entire family, but
Julie and Tabitha, because Tabitha is going to be important. Yeah. I also agree with you there too, because when Tabitha got out, she called her parents, right? So there's always someone there for Ethan. So if Ethan were to get out, he could go straight to his parents. Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to take a shot, everyone, or every time someone mentions aliens when it comes to From. Yeah, I don't want it to be aliens. I really don't want it to be aliens. I need it to be something that we're not really thinking about. Aliens, simulation, stuff like that. I don't want that. Ethan is too brave for his own good. Yeah, way too brave. At least at Colony House, they have people who guard the doors at night. The people in the town just sleep as if something may not happen. I agree with you 100%. Boyd's hands are shaking again. What was that, Nerman?
I was saying brave is a very nice way of saying stupid, but
a little bit, yeah, a little bit. But the parents are stupid too for letting Ethan do all of that stuff, you know. But so now we have this conversation with Tilly, and
she's good.
No,
we're just taking things one step at a time.
Ellis, yeah.
You don't have to pretend.
And again, she's acting like she's concerned, but I still honestly believe that she's suspect, and I will always believe that she is suspect. But she says she loves a good love story. What do you guys think? Do you think that, like, have we been wrong about Tilly, or is there still something there with her? Go ahead.
I I have always thought there's something off about her. Not that she's literally a mole reporting to someone. I don't think this place needs a mole. Whatever entity is running things seems to know all and see all. It doesn't need a mole, but there's something off. It's like, I don't know. It's like she's tapped into this place in some way. She's tapped into, like, I don't know. She has some kind of psychic abilities, because I think that she knew something about what Fatima was going to be going through. And she knew she was pregnant, and like nobody else knew. And in the real world, yeah, sometimes women can sense these things, but clearly this is not a normal thing, whatever is happening to Fatima. And she knew that something was happening. She's been on her, following her around all this time. And I have to think that it wasn't just to troll us and make us think she's super sus. Maybe she just sensed something supernatural going on, and she wanted to be there for Fatima. I've never thought that she had ill intentions. Like, I've always thought, okay, at the very least, she's well intentioned. She's a good person. She's trying to help, but she might be kind of being used as a tool of an evil entity, maybe. Now I'm thinking that she's not, like, she wasn't used as a tool of an evil entity. She just happened to sense something going on with this place. Maybe she's been here before. I have a friend who has a theory that, like, maybe she's been to this place before, so she understands it in some way. I don't know. Like, and I worry now, like we're never gonna know. That's gonna be a mystery. We're just never gonna have an answer to, because now she's gone. It's frustrating as a viewer. It's really frustrating.
I agree. Nerdman, what do you think?
Oh,
You
I
still think she's sus?
I think we're gonna find out about her. I don't think we've seen the last of her at all. That love story stuff, everything she says is sus. It sounds like what the monsters are saying, like the way they speak, their cadence, everything. She just has this calmness about her that's weird. And so I think even her last, well, we'll get to that. But yeah, no, I definitely, and I also agree with what you just said, Julie. Like, I was just about to say that myself. Like, I think there's a possibility, a small possibility, she may have been in this town before. She arrived on the bus, right?
Yeah.
With the rest of the guys. Yeah, I just get this feeling maybe she'd been there before. Maybe she'd even been the one who had the pregnancy before, because she said she started eating weird stuff as well when she was pregnant. Maybe she, in that old town, she was the one who actually got pregnant, and that's why she was brought back to help Fatima during something. I don't know, but there's something weird about it.
Interesting thought, Brian.
I mean, there's two things. I think one, she could just been a nice old lady that all of us just don't trust because it's from. Totally could. But in that same breath, would I be surprised if Ellis and Fatima, like, they bury her, and then all of a sudden one day come to the grave site and she's gone? And she's like, and we find out like the whole time that she went to the cave, and the whole time the monsters were living amongst them, and she was setting a lot of this stuff up. Would I be surprised? No. So as much as I'm saying maybe I'm wrong about Tilly, I can't totally put it away, because I can see it. I could see that happening. He stabbed me. Like, you know, like in Buffy the Vampire Slayer when Pee Wee Herman dies.
Because she always seems to show up and leaves. Right. She always seems to show up at these weird times, right? And now she's showing up when Fatima's doing certain things. It's like, oh, maybe she knew to go there at the time, like you said. So I agree with that. But we have this scene, and Fatima is throwing up the IV that she got. She gets stomach pains.
This is so gross.
Hey, babe, what's wrong?
And then he walks in and it's back to normal. Now, my theory on this one, because I'm still team no baby, right? I'll always be team no baby. I think that because I think she's turning into the creature, her organs are drying up like Smiley's, right? That's why she needs to eat the rotten food. That's why she's drinking blood, is because she's losing her organs. And then when her stomach goes in, like there's no stomach, nothing. It's just flat. So I think she's losing her organs. What do you think?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. And you said that during when we were doing the watch party, and I'm just thinking about it like, man, it's totally possible that she just turned into a monster, and this is how every monster started off, and that's that many times that this has happened. That's how many monsters we have.
Yeah.
And we've seen since the Civil War. We've seen all these other, they could have been around since then. So that's 100% possible. I still think there's something inside of her, and she might not give birth to a baby, but she might give birth to something.
Julie?
Yeah, I think the same. I like that makes a lot of sense. That based on what we just saw, we saw that Smiley's organs were shriveled up. It's possible she's turning into a monster. I will still, I still entertain that possibility. It's a strong possibility. We don't know how the monsters came to be. That's one of the biggest mysteries of the show. But I'm still thinking there's an entity going on inside her. It's just not detectable on the ultrasound. I don't know why. I don't know what we just saw. I don't know why that happened, but she says that she feels something inside her, that there's something in her. She refers to it as it's in this episode. She said, "I'm not eating garbage because I'm afraid. It's making me," like something like that. She said, "It's making me." Like she's referred to it as it. I trust what she's sensing about her body. Like she senses there's something there. There's an it, as she called it. So I'm still going with that for now.
That's good. I got it. I know I know when we both find out the information, it's gonna be like, oh, you were right. Oh, I was right, And I know the entity's theory still stands because it could be eating her insides, right? That could be a possibility too. Not just that they're drying out, but if she has an entity in there, it's because we don't know what these creatures do with the organs yet, right? So if there is something in there, it could be eating her out from the inside. So that's interesting. Nerdman, your thoughts?
But
Baby or entity?
if it's eating her out from the inside, if it's eating her out from the inside, then her stomach would have been thin, but she was just imagining it.
Ooh, I don't know if she was imagining that. I just think he came in while Ellis,
But he came in and her stomach was fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is Fromville, right? So I agree. Maybe she could be imagining it, but I think she's seeing what's happening. No, I know. I'm saying I'm thinking she's seeing what's happening to her body, right?
Okay. It's so twisty and turny, like at the moment, like it's hard to really. I'm not just saying this out of like, oh, I know a few people have said, oh, are you watching this now? Man, I genuinely don't know. I'm caught up with the mystery. I don't know what's going on anymore. Like everything that happened in this episode was like, oh, okay, so my theory was, maybe
Wrong.
not.
Yeah. I think a lot of us are going to be like that when this season is done and the series is over. We're going to be like, man, we were way off on that one. We were right on this one, but that was way off. That's what I think. But let's keep moving because we have Randall and Julie. He's teaching her to drive, and then he's having problems where he's seeing the cicada, and that just goes to show you that he's the only one seeing him because Julie was like, "I have no idea what's going on with you." Yeah, exactly. And then we have Ellis goes to the hospital and he's trying to steal medicine because she's going through pain, and Boyd tells him to give it back, but then he says this when they talk.
Ellis! Hey! What? I know you're scared, man. What am I supposed to do? Huh? Tell me, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I don't know. Okay, I saw it. I saw what happened with your fucking worms. And I saw what happened to Mom when she... Which fucking nightmare am I supposed to be afraid of?
You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to be afraid of? Am I supposed to be afraid that we're having a baby and it might be a creature baby, or is that she's turning into my mom? So I think this was a very good scene, and it seems to me like it's kind of, you know, going through the stuff that Boyd went through with his wife, except
Exactly.
Boyd was running off helping people and wasn't really paying attention, while Ellis is there trying to figure it out. What do you think?
That's a good point. I mean, he's doing the exact opposite. They're going through the same thing, but he's choosing to be with his wife instead of trying to save everybody else. He's never chose to save everybody else. But once again, you know, Boyd is a military man. He's, you know, retired military guy. That's what he always thinks of, you know, saving everybody else first. And that's not what's going on with Ellis. And he's thinking about, this is my wife. I need to save my wife and my child. That's what matters more than anything. It's just they go about things differently. And it's interesting to even see him going through it and maturing and learning how to do what, you know, what matters most to him. So, and all this stuff makes you also feel like Ellis could also be another character that could be lost.
Yeah. Yeah. Julie?
I think Ellis still has a lot of maturing to do. He, like, you know, I respect his priorities, and like, you know, he's committed. He's committed. He wants to be there for Fatima, but he's just not emotionally very mature at all to be a husband, let alone a father. Like, I just have issues with that whole situation. Like, I mean, he's literally like, in that scene, like at one point he was like saying like something to Boyd, like, you know, like something like, I forget his exact words, but it was like, don't let this happen. Like, how is he gonna stop it? It's not, he can't. It's like a little kid asking daddy to make it stop. Like, he can't. Like, he can't. Sorry, I gotta close my door. He can't just like magically fix it. You know, like, he has a lot of growing up to do. He's showing his youth in these scenes. Like, I sympathize. He's in this horrific place. He was traumatized by what happened with his mom, and now he's seeing like this could, like, history could repeat itself. This could happen. Like, this could either be like what happened to Boyd or what happened to his mom. So it's a horrible situation. So it would be brutal for anybody to try and manage, but he's just got a lot of growing up to do to be as, you know, together as Boyd, I think.
I agree. Nerdman?
About the about this section.
Well, no, about the conversation with the father, like he's going through the same things that Boyd had to go through with his wife. Do you think that's what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I do. Again, you know, my theories regarding like the pregnancy and whatever are limited, but like, yeah, I think he's going through the same thing. I do. Yeah.
We get Julie and Randall. They're at the ruins, and Julie is like, you know, why did you run off? And they feel it. So I think these runes are going to be important. Well, we see them in the trailer next episode with Ethan. I don't know why she's with Ethan, but these runes are going to be important. But the thing is, it's like, let's go in there. But if you remember when Boyd went in, he had to light the torch. I don't think they know about lighting the torch. So do you think if they go in, something's going to actually happen? And if it does, it's probably because of the cicadas, right?
Because they've been there before.
Yeah. So, Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a different circumstance with the three that were in that cicada coma type thing. I think that they can actually travel back without the use of a torch. Only those three. You know, Boyd had to get there via the torch. Yeah, I think so. They're still kind of deeply connected to that entity in some way. I thought it was all done. I really thought we were done with that in season 2, but it's still here. Cicadas are still here.
But what do you think about her saying she was feeling something? Because she's saying, "I'm feeling. Aren't you feeling something?" And that's why she wants to go forward. I thought that was the more interesting part of the scene. It was like, what was that about? Like, has she got stuff? Like, it's a lingering thing from her mother's abilities or whatever, or her mother's sensitivity to the surroundings, or what is that?
Well, Randall
think-
said he feels it too.
Yeah, go.
He said, I
Yeah.
feel it too. So I think it's all three of them are being drawn back to being that place. Because he says, I feel it too. That's why we need to go.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he's.
I think his instincts are right too. They knew need to go.
Yeah, me too. Because if you remember, right, when the cicada scene happened, right, they would flash to them in there chained up. So there's something in there that they're connected to now, and that's why she's feeling it. And either it's an answer or it's something that's saying, hey, you guys need, we're trying to get you guys to come back here because devious stuff. So that's interesting. I don't know.
And
Go ahead.
like there's something that really jumped out at me too is that Randall, as he was trying to get Julie to leave, he said please.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
You know shit is scary if he is saying please. I've never heard that word come out of his mouth.
Facts. And he did tell oh my gosh, Mari, when she said, he said he's petrified. So that was another thing. It's like, yeah, I feel it, but we gotta go because it's scaring him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
he did the exact right choice. And the fact that Julie and Ethan are going back by themselves, yeah, that's gonna be an issue. But now we're gonna get into the final stretch of this show, and then we'll get to this so Brian can get to his show. I do apologize for keeping you, Brian, again. But here we go. She's hungry, of course. Now, the one thing I notice about this scene is that she pushes it back. That kind of tells me that she wants something more than that food, which is the blood, because she already had a taste of the blood, and I think that's what she's craving for now. Because you remember when she first started eating the food, she sniffed it and it smelled like it was good. Now she's pushing it away, so I think she wants more than that. What do you guys think?
100%. Like she smelled it and she looked. The look on her face was like, yeah, I can eat it, but it's not really what I want. I really want some of that good body. Give me some of that good blood. Like that's what she is craving, and I think whatever is inside her is craving, having that craving too. But yeah, you when you said that during the watch party, I thought that was really insightful.
Nerdman, what are you gonna say?
Oh, about the no, I obviously, yeah, she's got her cravings back, and I'm more interested in the next scene. This is what I've been waiting for to talk about.
All right, Julie, what do you think?
Yeah.
You think she's craving blood more than that now?
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a great point. She pushed it back. She's craving something more. It's escalating for sure. Like we saw her eat some more rotten veggies after the blood, but it's not going to be enough. I definitely think it's going to keep escalating.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%, right? Because remember, the first couple of times she was just munching them down, right? She was like, "Arr," and now it's like, no, I don't want that. And then we get the victim that comes in.
Fatima, listen to me. You're not alone. Please go. I'm gonna help you. Everything is gonna be okay.
Just go.
It's gonna be okay.
I said go.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't tell you. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Help!
You have to run.
Now, this is what Nerdman wants to talk about. Nerdman, you go first.
All right. So there's her response, right? You've got to run. What is that about? Right? Like, do you think that's her genuinely being like, oh, the town are gonna reject you, and you've got to fear everything now, and they're gonna want you gone because you did this, and she's genuinely affectionately telling her that, or is she trying to fuck with her some more? Like, she actually, I feel like she caused her to kill her. You know what I mean? She was crowding her. She was, you know, like doing everything that would make her, you know, act in a weirder way rather than, you know, giving her space. Like, do you know what I mean? This is a woman on the edge, right? You don't want to be like all up in her face, like, oh, I'm gonna help, you know. And she was right there, and that's how exactly that happened. So I think this is the proof. This is the nail in the coffin for this woman. She's part of this.
Ooh,
She's
interesting.
I don't think we've seen the last of her at all.
I want Julie to go first because I remember you guys had the discussion on this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just think I don't know. I think that maybe Tilly just has some kind of psychic ability, and she knew that this was going to happen. All of this is so cryptic. She was saying everything's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. She's been telling Fatima that all along. Clearly, everything's not going to be okay. So I don't know. It's almost like the evil entity was trying to speak, you know, trying to reassure her and give her false hope that everything's going to be okay when it's not. Telling her she's pregnant and, oh, this is normal. So you know what? Now that I'm talking more about it, now that I'm saying this out loud, maybe she was being used as a tool of the evil entity the whole time, because this entire time she was trying to convince Fatima, like, oh, this is normal. Both her and Ellis. Oh yeah, I've seen this many times. I have 4 kids and 7 grandkids, and yeah, this is all just normal. Don't worry. Even till her very last breath, she was like, everything's gonna be fine. No, clearly everything is not going to be fine. Yet she's either turning into a monster or she has some kind of entity inside her. So you know what? Yeah, no, I'm definitely Tilly. I'm back on Tilly is sus, like right up to her dying breath. No way.
Facts.
You can convince me otherwise.
Brian?
I've never been off the Tilly's. Tilly is super sus. There's something about her. She like knew. She set her up. You know, she was like pushing her and pushing her and pushing her, and you know someone's going to lash out at you. So I feel like she knew this was going to happen. I'm telling you, I feel like we all are like, oh no, so sad for Tilly. You know, she didn't deserve it, and we're gonna turn around and she's not going to be there. I'm telling you, she's gonna be. She's a mole. I still to this day. Why are they showing us all this stuff? Something's up with her. Something is up with her.
I agree.
How do you think the town is going to react though? Like straight away, how do you think the town is going to react?
I think that could cause a divide, but you guys answer that. Go ahead, Julie. How do you think they're going to react?
Well, they're gonna. I mean, Ellis. I think Ellis will try to help her cover it up.
Yes.
He's his loyalty is to her 100%. He definitely will help her try to cover it up. And if he tells anybody, it would be Boyd, and Boyd would try to cover it up too. I think he would, but I do think that this cop, the Acosta, is going to be investigating it. She's going to be a big problem. She's going to be investigating it by the book, even though she has no jurisdiction here at all. She has no authority, but it's going to be an issue for sure. I think tensions are going to be even worse.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think of that actually. So yeah.
As her being a real cop, I think she's like Void can do his thing, but I think her being a real cop, I think she's going to be more the one doing the investigation, looking for the evidence and trying to figure out. And I think you're right. I think she may be the first one to assume Fatima and Ellis, and that's going to cause issues. Brian, go ahead.
No, I mean, that's what's going to happen. They're going to all notice that Tilly's not around. Costa's going to have to investigate what's going on. And of course, even if Boyd doesn't know, when he does find out, he's not going to put his daughter-in-law or son at risk. So once again, he's going to say he's going to try to cover because I know better. And the problem when you say I know better, the town's going to say, no, but what about us? You are obviously don't care about us enough like you did at the beginning. That's why we wanted you to be the leader, but because you cared about us more than you cared about yourself. But now you're caring about yourself or you're caring about the town. So now how can we trust you to be the leader? That's what's going to come up. And that's the whole point of Acosta. And that was the whole point of all this stuff. And the only thing he could say is, hey, you kill people too. But they're not talking about that. They're not at that point, they're not talking about Fatima. They're not talking about Ellis. They're only talking about Boyd. Are you the leader? And the monsters promise that in this season that they're going to break Boyd. And how do you break Boyd? It's not about killing all these people. It's not about, because he deals with death all the time. But what if the town no longer believes in him?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That is very interesting. Brian, I know you got to bounce, so you could shout out your channel real quick. And don't worry, chat. We're going to go through your comments just now before we close out. Go ahead, Brian. Shout out.
All right, 1/3 of Spoiler Kings. We do movie reviews. We do show reviews. We do comic book reviews. We do all those things. Glad you guys are enjoying From. I'm loving it. I think I'm all in for Silo now and Teacup and Severance. I'm definitely doing Severance. I love Severance, the first season. So can't wait for all this stuff to come out. I love talking about this stuff. Alonzo, thank you for having me. Julie, Nerdman, thanks for talking to us. And I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
Peace, brother. Thank you, brother.
Nice talking to you, Brian.
So,
all right, so let's get into the comments, and then we're going to close it up real quick. Again, another stream that was supposed to last a certain amount of time, and it goes over and over. And I personally, because of the chat, it makes it a lot more easier to stay on here longer. So I appreciate you guys coming in here. Thank you very much. But we're definitely going to go through your stuff again. All right, so Nakisha Moore said, if I was Boyd, I'd take all my talismans then. I wouldn't take all of them, but just from some of the suspect people. Yeah, Acosta, so kind of what he did with Randall, he should do with Acosta. Like, all right, you think you're so bad? You're going to stay in this bus now, right? You're going to be the one in the bus because Randall's not in the bus no more. I know he doesn't know that yet, but Randall's not in the bus anymore. When he finds out, Acosta's going to be in that bus, 100%. He's going to have to give it up. Give what up? I'm sorry, because it's kind of low. So, anyways, everybody is compromised off the poison water. I know Nakisha's on the poison water stuff like that, and it could be a possibility, 100%. So I don't disagree with that. What about you, Julie?
Yeah, my friend is into that theory too. My co-host, she's into the LSD water theory. Maybe it's not my chosen theory, but I'm always open to every idea.
Never mind. You think it's something in the water?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the alcohol, right? Because they've been drinking that bootleg alcohol. Maybe it's in there.
That moonshine.
The guy, yeah, exactly. The guy in the cellar reminds me of Boyd, just the shirt and pants. Ooh, I don't know if it would be Boyd, but I hope we find out information about that soon, right? So what do the panelists think Ethan, Julie would be safe in Fromville? The monsters are always a step ahead. Colony House has already been raided, as well as the town.
Well, I would say don't leave them with anybody. Wait a day. Jim was on his way back anyway. There was no rush to go running out there. There was just no rush. It wasn't that urgent. I say wait. Jim was about to come back. That's my opinion.
No, I agree with you 100%. Keep one of those parents with the kids all the time, right? And leave the kids in the town. Don't be taking them on your little excursions to go out and find these little creepy ass things and stuff like that. I know you want to be, I guess keep your kids close to you, but you keep them. Julie should have done her thing. Tabitha should have done her thing and left Julie and Ethan with Jim.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm leaving and I'm taking my talismans with me. Dang, I was hoping for a demon worm baby. I know you were, but I have a feeling, and even though I'm
Jesus,
what's that?
Demon worm baby.
Yeah, I am. Even though I'm still on the theory of there's Team No Baby, I have a feeling that they might. I have a feeling that they might get me with that one. Ella said something about when the bus came. Yeah, he did. When the bus came, he knew the town. Like he was like, oh, something like he recognized it or something like that. We shouldn't be here. And he flipped out and then had the little seizure on the bus. So 100%.
Was that
What up,
Ellis?
Fletcher?
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh no, it was
Elgin.
Elgin. I'm sorry.
Elgin. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Ellis said something about when the bus came. Hope everyone's okay. Panel and amazing chat. Thank you very much for popping in. Appreciate it. He said Kenny can't die. I hope not, but at the beloved characters so far, Donna, Kenny, Victor.
By the
Anybody
way,
else? I don't.
yeah,
Yeah,
go,
go ahead.
sorry, I thought you finished.
No, I was just gonna say anybody else. I don't think is as beloved as them. What was your question?
No, I was gonna say, Julie, been thinking about your idea about like the cop investigating this stuff. If she does that, then I will start being annoyed with her.
Yeah.
Like, really, like that would be like, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? Like this is not clearly like a town where you're like cop rules or where like I could, her trying to arrest her or something like that, some stupid shit.
Exactly.
She might. And that's probably why she wants her gun so bad, right? Because she can try and it seems like a power struggle with Boyd. You know what I mean?
I
It seems like it's a
so.
power struggle. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Julie. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, I think so. I think power struggle. Absolutely right. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I think she's gonna annoy a lot more people by the end of the season.
I honestly do think it's a beginning of more of a friendship, but I might be completely off there.
I kind of thought that too. And I said, as her being like a real cop, if Boyd has to go out and do something, she could watch the town. And I do agree with you. I think it might go that way. I just think there's going to be a little bit of tension before it does. And she's going to what's that?
No, go on. Finish what you were saying.
No, I was just saying, if anything, she's going to realize that she can trust Boyd. That's all.
Yeah. Because, it's like me and your friendship when we first met each other.
I still don't like you.
I hated you. Like yeah. I still well, I thought we were friends now. Like, what?
No, you're not. My boy Kenny won't go anywhere. I hope not. Donna's too good of a character to die. I agree. But at the same time, beloved character. You know what I mean? Question to the panel. How are you feeling about the amount of spoilers that was leaked in the photos that MGM posted about next week's episode? They don't want us to be surprised, huh? I didn't see them, thank God. And I warned you, Fletcher. I said, don't tell me that there's spoilers out there because I can't control myself. And now I'm gonna have to go. Now I'm gonna have to go and look and see what you're talking about. God damn it. Because I was spoiled with the Tilly stuff. I went and watched the video.
He did that on purpose. He did that on purpose. He was like, I've been spoiled, so you're gonna get spoiled.
Facts. I know Julie has more willpower than I do, so she won't do it. But yeah, I'm probably going to be searching
I'm already
for
looking it up.
You see?
Before you finish this.
Julie, what do you think? What do you think about that?
I don't have as much willpower as you think. If it's too accessible to me, I already cracked. I already looked at them.
Oh, you did?
I already looked at them.
He's already looked at them.
I said I wouldn't do it, and I did. I blame my Discord. I blame the people in my Discord. They posted the pictures in there, and I knew that they weren't in my face. I knew they were in a separate channel in the images section, but because I knew they were there, one click away, it was too damn tempting. So I looked. So it's okay. No, I love everybody in my Discord. It was my own fault for not having the willpower. I didn't have to click that.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. It's mine too, right? It's like you guys let us know what's out there and you don't tell us what it is, which is great, but it's up to us not to go watch them. Nerdman is going to look at it. Julie's seen them already, and I'm probably going to go watch them after the stream. I'm going to be like, oh, what do we got here, right? What do we got here? Because I was spoiled with the Tilly stuff, and there's something else that I'm holding back, right? I'm not saying, well, obviously I won't spoil it, but I know something's gonna happen. I have a feeling something's gonna happen, and I'm just sticking with my theories on it. But I have a feeling that I'm gonna be wrong about something. It's going down at the clinic. Yeah, I think that's where it's gonna happen. The first season, first time it happened was Colony House, but I think it's gonna be the clinic this time. They don't have no walkie-talkies. No, they
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Or do they?
The funny thing is though that Acosta's still walking around with her walkie-talkie clipped to her shoulder. Like you can take that off now. You don't need
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And who are you gonna talk to, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I guess you yellow spotted
Yep.
Elgin's backpack. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
the yellow that keeps popping up in this show, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Elgin has a yellow backpack. It's usually mustard yellow everywhere, just like the shirts that Boyd always wore. So like they're definitely playing with color a lot in this show, symbolizing different things. It's always mustard yellow, red. What's the other one? There's a third one. Blue? Yeah, blue. Yeah, like the primary colors. Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting. Christie acting thirsty. Yeah. I don't like the way that Julie actress been saying in interviews for us to stop shipping her with Elgin and Randall, but she forgot Julie's first appearance, Elgin season 2, in a flirty way.
She did actually, and as a matter of fact, Hannah, who plays Julie, I watched an interview with her where she actually said from season 2 that she deliberately played the scenes with Elgin in a flirty way. She did that on purpose. So it's a little bit weird that now she's saying like, that I don't think people should be shipping her and Randall. I think that that's wrong, but I do think that she looks like she's playing those scenes in a flirty way on purpose, like a teenager with a crush.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. I'm not shipping them. I just look like, to me, it looks like she has a crush on him. That's all. I
thought
don't think
it was kind of icky. I thought it was kind of. I was hoping for maybe her and Elgin, maybe, but like this is weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like
Elgin seems flirty as well, though. To be fair, wasn't she?
She what?
She was playing those Elgin scenes a bit flirty as well.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah, that's what we're talking. Yeah,
yeah.
And remember, she asked to kiss Fatima.
Yes.
Right, you remember that. So I can see why the flirtiness stuff comes in there, and if she's playing the scenes like that, then I guess that's what we're gonna get from it, right? So yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I think her and that guy is a little bit weird.
Yeah, that
It
guy's
is.
30 years old.
Yeah, and like you said, she's playing a 16-year-old, right? I think she's in her 20s in real life, but she's playing a 16-year-old. So yeah, we need to. She needs to go back to Elgin, and even Elgin's a little bit old for her too, but that's more acceptable.
Yeah.
I thought he's like 18 max, 18, 19, no?
He looks like it, but I think he's maybe a little bit older, maybe like maybe 20, 21. But yeah,
in real life, but like in the show, I didn't think he was that old.
I don't know his age in the show.
He's basically the same, similar age to her. That's the way he's been acting, isn't it?
Maybe. I don't know. I get the sense that he's supposed to be a little older, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
me too. Imagine posting all of those Julie photos. MGM, do better next season, thank you, and don't show the episode early to screeners, thank you. Yeah, because they spoil it. And no. Hold on, Fletcher. Hold on. Let me rephrase that. Don't show the screeners to people who are going to spoil it. Just give them to us. Give them to me. Give them to Julie. Give them to Brian. Give them to Nerdman. We'll watch your stuff and we won't spoil it. You know what I mean? So yeah, let us have that stuff. You got to be careful who you watch.
Oh,
and who
by
doesn't.
the way, if you could send me a link
for the pictures.
For the pictures, yeah.
Yeah, I want them too. Julie, if you could send them to me, I'll send them to Nerdman.
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up with pictures.
I want them to. No job, nothing to do. Use the buddy system like old boys' dad. 100%. There's a buddy system. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody got nothing to do all day except smoke weed. So yeah, let's go on a little adventure.
Yeah.
You can't tell anyone.
I'm gonna go. Work is calling, but nice chatting to you. Both.
No problem, Nerdman. Thank you for coming.
See you, Nerdman.
Peace. And then there were two. He already knew he was He already knew what he was going to find. You're talking about Elgin? I don't know if he I don't know if he knew what he was gonna find, but man, I wouldn't have been going to look for that. What do you think?
Yeah, he knew something. I think she must have told him something based on his question, "Is this where it happens?" But he looked surprised. He looked surprised by like the finding the red door behind the cabinet and the stuff in there. He didn't look like he knew everything.
Absolutely. He just kept walking till the kimono lady said stop. Oh, yeah, that could be a possibility too, right? Because even though we have some scenes where they actually show her, she's probably in his head, right? And that could be a possibility. Like, like Julie was hearing the voice, Sarah was hearing the voices. He could be hearing that too, right? She could be telling things in his head. So
Yeah.
the kimono lady explained it all to him. I agree. Elgin never left the couch till now. Facts. And then he leaves the couch to go do some suspect stuff. And we're just like, brother, we don't do those things. That's not what we do, man. Don't
No.
do that. You're
No.
welcome. Go ahead, Julie. What are you gonna say?
He's he spent he spent almost all of season 2 just sitting around staring into space, and then like he's between that and just sleeping. Like we haven't seen him do almost like much of anything. Like and then he does this. Like this is what he decides to do. Come on, Elgin. Like just go back and go back to Colony House and go to sleep. Like you're better off
Facts.
sleeping.
Facts. Leave the pictures alone. You know what I mean? Go back and sit on the couch and let the big boys handle the situation. I would have been like, hey, Boyd, I got something to tell you. So this picture came out of this camera. I don't know what it represents, but I believe there's a spot in the town. Here, you go check it out because I ain't going. You can do that. You got the gun. I don't. So he said, "You're welcome, Fletcher." Sucks when people do that, though. Yeah, we're talking about the spoilers. I agree with you 100%. It just, I hate that I don't got the willpower to stay away from them. I remember because I'm a big Star Wars fan, right? So when the Phantom Menace came out, I heard that the script was online. So I
Oh
said,
no.
yeah. So I went and I read the whole script, and it was everything. It wasn't Phantom Menace. It was Force Awakens, and everything in
Yep.
the script was exactly what happened in the movie. So I can't avoid spoilers when you guys tell it to me. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Why would she say stop shipping? That's what fans do. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Elgin, my brother in Christ. Why? Facts. Facts. That's what I was saying, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like if he would have died in that moment, I would have said, "See, good for you." Good
Right?
for your
Yeah,
good.
that's what you get.
You know
Man,
what I mean? Good for your black ass.
play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Facts. I would have ran out of there so fast after the knocking. Exactly. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, nope, time to go.
Yes.
To be honest, Elgin doesn't look that older than Julie. Okay, well, again, I don't think he could be 17, he could be 18, right? But I
Yeah.
agree with you. I think that seems more like if they want to do, the type of flirting and stuff, it's better with Elgin and not Randall.
Yeah, definitely.
He knew? Yeah, I'm sure he knew. The kimono lady had already told him, okay, I think I got that. Red means stop. Yes, it does. 100%. The knocking would have got me out of there. Wouldn't have made me go back in and look for something. It would have been like, hey, nope, I do not want to know what that knocking is. So thank
No.
you very much. Have a good day.
And it was like the way it knocked too. It was the 3 slow, creepy knocks.
Exactly.
Nope. I'm out of here.
And your dumbass said, "Oh, what is that? Let me go find out." That's how y'all die in horror movies, right? So yeah, no. Wasn't the man in yellow by a red door? That's a
He's
good question. Go ahead.
he's framed by red. I mean, he's got red surrounding him, kind of a red looking aura, like it's glowing. So it's interesting, because then you got the visual of Elgin with that yellow backpack heading towards a red door. I think yellow represents hope on the show. Red represents danger or evil. So yeah, I could see this. I could see the symbolism right there.
100%. And like you said, red evil, red stop, and you decided to open the door. Fletcher said, has
Mhm.
anyone seen the actress that plays the kimono lady? Saw her yesterday in an interview. She's so beautiful. I actually seen some of that interview. And you know, my
Oh.
first thought was, we need to get an interview. We need to get an interview. I really hope that we can get an interview with one. Just one of them. I think one of them will cause other ones to come on as well. And I think we do enough, especially you, Julie. I think you do an amazing job that I think you definitely should get an interview.
No, thank you. It would be cool. So if I could someday.
It would be. I don't think so either. Perhaps 3 years ish at Carminaco. Okay. Red door is so red drum for me. 100%. Like that
Oh, yeah.
is the red door in Miranda's drawing or Victor's? Ooh, I don't know. Julie?
I don't know. I need to go back and look. I need to go, like, this has made me curious now. I'm going to go back and look at Victor's drawings and Miranda's paintings. Let's see if there's anything with a red door.
So and I'll say this real quick because I did tell you that I wanted you to be a part of it. What we plan to do, me and Brian, is after the season's over, we're gonna go through each episode, right? And we're pretty much gonna try and forget the theories that we know and try and find new stuff in the episodes, maybe stuff that we missed. So every week we'll do a new episode and we'll try it like that if you're interested.
Oh, that sounds like fun. I would love to do that.
Absolutely. Great. She needs to change those clothes. Who needs to change the clothes? The kimono lady? I don't know. I still say, and I'm kind of moving away of the kimono lady being Fatima, but I
Yeah.
just think that there's one scene where they're kind of wearing the same type of shirt, and I thought it was like a connection, but I've actually moved away from that. So go ahead.
Yeah. It's weird. Like I don't think it could be her now. The kimono looked a lot like her in season 2, and now she's wearing this full length like
Yeah.
Japanese looking kimono. So, and I heard that she was played by a Chinese actress. I don't
Yes.
know if it's true.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that's very strange. I think that she's connected in some way. Their storylines will be connected, but that's not her.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. She's so annoying 100%. Acosta and I add this question. And why is there a clinic? Oh, Acosta and I have this question. And why is there a clinic that was an elementary school in the first place? Or why is there a hotel with a swimming pool and no hotel building there? Yeah, we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Acosta's wrong. She's acting like Jade in season 1. People are just used to Fromville now and they don't like it. I like that she's showing attitude. She's like Randall and Jade mixed together, kind of. Yeah, I can agree with that. But ooh, the attitude just it just like, don't talk to Boyd like that. You see, I don't. Attitude is good when it's directed properly, right? And you haven't been there long enough to know what Boyd has been going through. Just like when she's asking Kenny those questions, right? You haven't been there long enough to be like, oh, why isn't anybody asking these questions? Well, how do you know nobody asked these questions? How do you know Boyd didn't do the things that you did? You know what I mean? So you haven't been there long enough. So I don't mind the attitude that she's having. I just think she hasn't been there long enough. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too. She's making a lot of assumptions, and I get the comparison to Jade because he made a similar assumption that people were just sitting around in the bar doing nothing, and they'd never ask these questions. But yeah, just the way that she's treated Boyd, the way that she's gotten in his face, that to me, she's out of line there. It's just, that's the difference. Like Jade didn't get in Boyd's face like that. Like Boyd
Yeah.
is the leader here. Boyd is the one who transformed the whole like life for the whole town. Like so, yeah, that's the issue I have with her.
And I agree with you because even when Jade first came there, like he thought it was an escape room and he thought it was a game at first. But then when he found out it was real, yes, he was like, oh, well, why isn't people doing this? Why aren't people doing that? But he never got into anybody's face like she is doing, right? He
Right.
went and decided to find his own answers. Like, okay, if you guys ain't doing it, then I'm going to do it. Where she's just strictly 100% confrontational. And that's
Yep.
what I don't like. So I agree with you. She's the wake up folks that was given by Jade Flesh Blood. We accepted Jade because we were in with him as viewers. Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think Jade did it at least smarter than he did. Even though he questioned a lot of things, he decided to find answers himself, like I said earlier. And she's just on this, I want to get my gun back, and you guys are this and that. So, yeah. You want a gun? Box. 100%. Yes. Yes. Put her ass in the box. It's Acosta's second day. Give her a break. No. 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 Jade didn't want a gun. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jade at least did what he had to do, and
And
he's
he's funny.
funny. I
He's
agree.
funny.
If we start seeing this show when Acosta arrived, we wouldn't have the same view. I guess I can see what you're saying. We might, but I still think at the end of the day, the attitude that she brings in there is it's not helpful, and I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. Watch, you're going to see it's going to cause problems. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I agree. And we kind of already did see a similar situation with, at the beginning of the series again with Jade. He came in asking a bunch of questions, but he had a different approach. And he came in there and he got frustrated. He was throwing darts at the wall like a maniac, and because he was very frustrated and wondering why everyone's just sitting there not doing anything. And he sat down, and Tom, the bartender, talked him down. He didn't go marching into the sheriff's station and get in Boyd's face and get confrontational and all that stuff. So that's the difference, I think. That's the issue that I have again.
I agree. And I agree with you too, Fletcher. He's like, I don't get the Acosta hate by the viewers. I get the town people, but she's asking questions like normal people would. Make if you enter from and you're there for like 2 days. Yes, I get it, right? And I don't think we have a problem with her asking the questions. She's doing like Jay did, assuming that nobody has asked the questions before. You know what I mean? And instead, like, okay, so what did you guys come up with, right? When Kenny was like, well, we asked these questions. Okay, what were the answers? You know what I mean? That's where the conversation should have went after that, instead of just being like, no, I'm not going to accept this and blah, 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 blah. And Kenny's like, well, either you accept it or the town gets to you. And we've seen that people that don't accept it, the town ends up driving them crazy, right? So
yeah, and look what happened. Like, he gave Acosta the exact same talk essentially that he gave Jade. And Jade his reaction was exactly what you said: go off and figure out things on his own, immediately start problem solving. Her response was run off, get in Boyd's face, and demand her gun. Like, two completely different reactions.
Exactly. And that's where the problem is, right? Instead of, trying to get, because Jay tried to get more information. He was like, okay, I need information. I need this. I need that. Right. And again, nobody talks in this town, but he at least tries to get the information. She's just on this aggressive, no. I want my gun. I want my gun. For what? To kill people? Because you can't kill the monsters with it. I guess maybe she'll feel more protected to have her gun, but the guns are useless. Boyd just keeps his gun because he knows he has to keep the town in check, right? So if she wants her gun, it's like a power struggle. So yeah, what he did. You want your gun here, but no bullets for you. Now what?
Yep. Oh, that was an epic moment. I loved that when
Me too.
he emptied the thing and handed her the gun. Here you go.
Me too. 100%. I agree. One thing going for Costa is she is asking the right questions. Now, will the writers let her discover anything or just be an antagonist to Boyd? We're going to find out. And I do agree with Nerdman that I kind of think that they may end up having a close relationship because, when you watch all those buddy cop movies and stuff, it's always the same thing. They hate each other at first and then they end up becoming friends. So I think it could go there. But I also see it could be going to where she's just anti-Boyd and is trying to get Boyd out of being the sheriff and you know what I mean? So I could see both ways. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see it going either way. They could wind up, they could start out antagonists and then wind up with a good relationship, but that's probably what they're going to end up doing. If that would fit like a typical model you see in TV. Yeah.
100%. It's okay to ask questions and everyone is willing to answer. She doesn't want the answers. She doesn't care. I agree. She wants a gun to be in charge. Exactly. That's what it seems like to me, like a power struggle. And the way she got up in Boyd's face, yeah, she's trying to exert her power. Everyone asked the same questions, exactly like Kenny said. I thought the same thing when she said she wanted to help in any way possible. The only thing she could offer was her life. Exactly. Hey Beth, how you doing? Thank you for popping in. Always a pleasure. Appreciate it. Yes, everyone asked questions. This is Acosta's time to ask them because she had just arrived. Exactly. So we're basically seeing with Acosta what most people do when they first arrive there. So I get what they're doing there with her. I get that they're showing that this is the thing that people do. They ask these questions, but again, when you're asking the questions, you're not being so aggressive, and you actually want answers. And I agree, she don't want answers. She just wants to pretty much be in control. Questions are the same, however, it all differs from the ones who asked them. 100%. I am so sick of Jim. I think we're all sick of Jim. I think if Jim's one of the ones to go, nobody's gonna cry any tears over Jim going.
Nope.
I'm starting to hate Tabitha more than Jim. No.
Yeah, that's like all she ever says anymore. No. And oh my God. Yeah.
Did someone rip open some potato chips? Laughing my ass off. Possibly. I would be interested in whether Acosta is military or not. She may have tactical experience. She might be good for a monster hunt. Just curious. She might be, and she has police officer experience. Like she went through trainings and shit, but we can't just because, Boyd's not a cop. He had military training as well, right? So we can't just brush that off. So he's not,
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he's going to die. You
Jim.
think Jim's going to die? Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey, if he
Yeah.
does, he does.
Yeah, I was talking about this on another stream too. Like, we need to like really hype up the we love Jim. We need to really like get the word out. Like writers, we love Jim. Please don't take Jim from us. Like
Facts. Jim is
That's what
Jim
we
is the
need.
best. Jim is the best character on the show. Let's make sure Jim survives, and then they'll kill him off, and we're like, yes, we got Jim. Papa Sock said, "I love Jim. He's trying to hang on to his marriage. This is his last chance to save his marriage in Monsterville." I agree with you.
Wow. I don't hear that very much.
But he's not doing it in a supportive way. That's the problem with him. You know what I mean? It's all contradiction. Well, I had things like he's comparing the stuff that he went through with the stuff that Tabitha's going through, and you can't do that. It's totally different, So
Yep. Completely different.
I like Jim. He's trying to fix things. Maybe his focus is a little off. 100%. Fletcher said, "I don't get Jim." It seems like you don't get anybody's hate on this show, eh, Fletcher? You're like, I don't get the constant hate. I don't get the Jim hate. Like, yeah, well, yeah, we hating on them. Trust me. I don't get the Jim hate. He's basically getting food for his family in an unknown place where they hear bangs and noise at night. Gets broken by a cell call entity. Searches for his wife.
I mean, like,
Jim,
I have sympathy. I have sympathy for all that. Like, that was horrible. Like, having the entity call him and say, "I'm Thomas." Like, that's his deceased baby. It's like I like to, I like to rag on Jim. It's fun. Obviously, I don't like him as a character, but that doesn't mean I don't have sympathy for him. That was horrible. And he thought his wife was deceased at the time. The entity was trolling him with that. So no, I totally have sympathy for Jim. Absolutely. Like, I don't despise the guy or anything like that.
Absolutely. But if he goes, we ain't gonna shed no tears. I'm just saying, Ellis might die because of Fatima is turning into a monster. They don't know how to kill them yet. Boyd is fresh out of worms. See, that's the thing that I thought too, and I'm really leaning more towards that than the Donna stuff now, especially with the Ellis trying to cover up what she's doing, right? And I do believe that she's gonna drink some blood before this season is over. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Something else like that is coming. Some kind of escalation of that. I agree.
Jim was the one who prohibited Tabitha of bringing the little kids to the bottom tree. Imagine Ethan went with her. Yeah, well, Jim wasn't there, and Tabitha decided to bring Ethan along in this situation. So they're both bad parents. Like I think we don't deny that, and I agree with Julie. I don't really hate Jim at the same time. I think you should be a little bit more supportive. That's all. Season 1, when the Matthews put all the questions on the board, Jim said we're missing something. We just can't see it yet. Season 1, we don't have to like each other, but we should work together. I agree. And I still think till this day, there's things that we as the viewers are missing, right? Because I watched a video where the they said the showrunner said that there's clues in this show, you just got to look for them, and I think we're missing a lot of the clues. That's why I want to do that stream where we go back to season 1, do episode 1, 2, 3, and we're going to come up with questions, answers, and everything. So it should be an interesting show, guys. I hope you guys check that out.
Yeah.
Tabitha isn't that good of a mother, to be honest. Jim gets all the blame by the viewers. I think they both get blame. I think they both do stupid stuff. You know what I mean? And so I don't hate one more than the other. I think they both do stuff that just doesn't make sense to me. You agree?
Oh yeah.
Jim is now an extra to me. No good, not bad for his family. There are monsters and a puppet on my POV. I do agree. Great day to everyone. Thank you for popping in. Appreciate it. Accept the world as it is. Immediately got flashbacks from Kenny Jade scene 1, season
Oh
1.
yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's what they're doing. They're kind of showing the difference between how Jade reacted and how she's reacting, right? And it's up to
Yep.
us to decide which one was better. And Jade was way better.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was the whole point. I mean, if they were gonna just rehash the whole thing, like that would just be redundant. They're doing that. They're paralleling those two on purpose so that they can kind of, they're like foils to each other. We can see like the two different responses that they each had. You know, that's definitely what they're going for.
Absolutely, 100%. And they're showing that, at least Jade was doing things to try and, figure out situations while she's just being combative. So hopefully that changes, but we'll see.
Yes.
Kenny saw the jukebox and commented on the music playing to Acosta. He didn't seem surprised. Yeah, because he's been through it already. I mean, the things played Celebration when he was mourning his mom. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's
Right.
definitely used to it. I don't like the policewoman. She's aggressive. I think the evil of the place might latch onto her. Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility.
Mhm.
They should have continually experts who would have caught the radio issue. Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should, but I think at the same time they're doing it because they know we break it down, and that would be one of the things that we'll talk about. Just like with the one with the extra in the same dress in a couple of scenes. Yeah, I kind of think they do it on purpose, but I also
Yeah.
agree with sometimes you can't be perfect.
The teleporting woman, of course, and the guy in the red hat and the red shirt. Yeah.
hmm Eloise was stubborn as a kid. Her mother told her to stay with Victor, and did she do? And did she do? No, she didn't. Like looking kind of like a stubborn Acosta wanting her gun and Boyd saying no. I agree with you, and that's the reason why Eloise didn't survive. Well, at least we don't think she did yet. I didn't. And didn't Victor say Eloise used to tell scary stories? I don't remember. But that's
Uh,
why yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
I don't recall that. Maybe I'm forgetting something.
Me too. Because I remember like I think it was the first season, we didn't even know he had a sister, right? I think we found out
Yeah.
in the second season. Yeah. So
Yeah.
and that could have been something that they decided to add in the second season because like you guys said, they were supposed to kill him off in the first season. So I figure, we'll write more of a story for Victor, give him a sister, so that could be it.
Oh yeah, I definitely think they did that. I don't think she was part of the plan at all. Yeah, I think they added that in.
Absolutely. The writers of Lost know how to build tense scenes. Acosta and Boyd is a good example of how well they build those kind of scenes. I agree with you 100%.
Oh yeah.
Fletcher, if the hint isn't a spoiler, please share. Ooh, yeah, as long as it's not a spoiler. No, I don't
Right.
think anyone is I don't think anyone is someone else in the show, not yet. I think those two characters are different people. Okay, so you
Yeah,
don't think of the reincarnation stuff? Okay, go ahead.
yeah, Fletcher was thinking that maybe Eloise, like what is it, Acosta is Eloise, and you can account for the time difference, I mean the age difference using time travel, which is
Uh-huh.
an interesting theory, you know.
Like I said many times, I think with this show, any theory is possible. You know what I mean?
Oh
Whatever
yeah.
theory you guys come up with, it's definitely a possibility. Some of them will be wrong, and some of them will be right.
Yeah.
The beard makes me think of Jade. I
Oh, the
know.
body. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I agree with you. Eloise was stubborn as a kid. Miranda told her to. Okay, we did that already. Um, the corpse is Martin. What's trapped inside the dungeon? It's his soul, like Mari, Randall, and Julie. His physical body is in the cellar after the people put him there, scared of the worms. Oh, could be. Because that's
Mm.
the first person I thought about when I seen it was Martin, but could be.
Yeah, it's possible. The only hitch there is that I can't picture Martin wearing that outfit with the jeans. That's the only thing. He just I don't know. To me, it struck me like that was a dream state from the past,
Hmm.
but maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say.
No, no, I agree with you 100%. I think there are a few things that throw us off from it being Martin, but again, we don't know where this show is going yet, so it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Fletcher, that makes sense. He already knows. Nice comparison, but no, I don't think Acosta is Eloise, but I do think we will see her. She is a mystery waiting to be revealed, and I think Eloise never left. I agree. I
Yeah.
think I don't. I think the noise they hear at the cabin is not a creature. I think it's a person.
Yeah, I think so too. I've thought that since they first heard a noise out there. I thought it's gonna be Eloise. I didn't think that she was gonna be out in the real world for Tabitha to find.
Hmm.
I thought, it would be really interesting if Eloise never got out at all, and Tabitha's just gonna meet Henry, and Eloise is still in Frumville. I, I this goes back to like the idea of introducing her in season 2. What would have been the point? And I do think that they did that. What would have been the point of introducing a sister that he forgot all about, who's deceased? That just doesn't make any sense. And we never even heard what happened to her. It's not like he said, he remembered, oh my God, I have a sister, and oh yeah, and she died. Okay, that would be one thing, but he never said what happened to her at that time. He just left that
Exactly.
dangling. And
Hmm.
now this season, all of a sudden, he's saying my mom and sister died. No, I think he's misremembering or assuming that his sister died. I hope they didn't string us along over nothing.
I agree with you 100%. I think he's assuming that she died. And I agree with you because like you said, we didn't know she had one. Then all of a sudden she died, and then they're hearing his footsteps outside there. So I believe it's either his sister or his mom, and I'm more or less going with his sister. No, he buried his mom, right? He buried his mom.
He found his mom's body. He said he
Yes,
found a body.
yeah.
So
So it's not his mom. It's probably his sister. I agree.
yeah.
Oh, well. My question is, if I'm right about it being Martin, could that be Boyd's fate? I kind of thought that too. I kind of thought that could be Boyd's fate, that, if everything is revolving around in like a circle or happening over and over again, we could end up seeing Boyd being the one chained up there. That
Mm,
would, yeah, that'd be interesting.
yeah.
We should have seen the convo they had that led to this come on from. I agree, but I
Yep.
think they want to hold certain things to, they don't sometimes you don't really need to show us everything for us to understand what's going on. And I think that's kind of what they did there. But I agree with you. I would like to at least hear the conversation.
Me too.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's to maintain the mystery though.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you.
Right. He had a conversation with the kimono lady, and we didn't know yet. I agree. And as the panel has discussed, the closing is not dated correctly for me to think it's Martin. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I agree. It's just, it seems like Martin was chained up there for like hundreds of years. You know what I mean? Whatever
Right.
that is his soul or whatever, but it just didn't match up with the clothes he was wearing.
Yep.
They are friends. That's why he wasn't scared when he entered there. Yeah, but still, that thing is nobody's friend. You know what I mean? That thing is nobody's friend. Works for me at Fletcher. I love the different theories. Like I thought some axe wielding homeless woman was in the back of the ambulance.
He was so funny with that. He was in every chat saying that was gonna happen. It was so funny. Like it was just a running joke. I love it.
If Fatima has worms, her body could be locked up in the dungeon, and Kimono Lady will trap her soul in the ruins, prisons to trap the worms like Martin. So I agree with you, but again, we did find out that it's not the worms because he got the transplant, and right after he got the transplant, she asked Christie for the pregnancy test, all in the same episode, right? So
Yeah.
that's why I don't think it's the worms. Fletcher, I think Boyd is definitely going to end up chained like Martin because his blood is his blood now. Yeah, good point.
Maybe.
Very good point. She could be turning into a monster, but locking her up may not work. We'll see. So why lock in the dungeon? Yeah. I don't know if they'll lock her up. I don't know if they'll lock her up, but I know that it's gonna get really bad for Ellis and Fatima. It just seems like that's the only logical way for it to go, is that it's gonna get really bad for one of those two.
Right. I agree.
Someone stated earlier that they think Acosta will take a talisman to barter for her bullets. Interesting thought. I would love that. But who's she gonna barter with? Boyd? Boyd don't need a talisman. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I can see her doing that for sure. They don't even know where Julie is at most of the time. Exactly. Bad parents. Bad parenting 100%.
Yeah.
I can see that, but that would mean that Martin still has worms as well. I mean, if Boyd passes worms to Smiley and he still has them, then Martin should have worms, right? No, Martin doesn't have the worms since he passed it to Boyd, human to human. I don't know how it works with human to monster. Well, I mean, if Boyd still had them, maybe they're dormant or hiding or whatever, but he hasn't really had any, we haven't really seen any of them in his skin or anything. So we don't know if he got rid of them all or not. I don't think he did. I'm with you. Even if he did get rid of them all, I still think there's consequences to him having those worms. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they may still have something wrong with his blood. Maybe the worms were gone, but we don't know how any of this works. We can't assume like they assumed that it was perfectly fine just because the visible worms were gone and his symptoms were gone from that.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Martin's body had to somewhere else, like Randall, Julie, and yeah, possible. Maybe in secret dungeons in the basement. Interesting. It could work, your theory, but the only way it works in my head is like this. The cicadas are looking for another human body, and Boyd calls them back to him, and they come back to him. We're still going to find out about the cicadas. I definitely, because obviously Randall's still seeing them. So that's a question that we're going to have to get answered for sure.
Yeah.
Also, if he had the worms, then why doesn't Ellis have them, Fletcher? Yeah, Ellis would probably have them as well. But again, we haven't gotten that far to find out if Ellis has any effect from them yet. So we'll see.
Right.
At least Elgin is doing something other than pondering around the house. He probably won't make it through though. Yeah. I think Elgin is gonna be safe. For some reason, I think he's gonna be safe. I think he's gonna cause an issue, but I think he's gonna be safe for now. Plus, I don't see him as one of those beloved characters yet.
Yeah, same.
Why does Victor believe Jasper is gonna help? I have no idea.
I don't know
I have no idea. Maybe he just wants to talk to the doll, but at the same time, I would never take anything that thing says seriously.
I know.
Victor's memory isn't exactly most reliable in the show. The panel brings up good points about the orgies at Cullen House. I'm surprised I haven't heard anyone talking about sex magic being a thing. It is a form of magic for good, I think.
Huh. Never heard of that brought up with the show. Interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
Kenny,
maybe.
we already know Kenny's not down with any of the orgies, right? Kenny don't want nothing to do with that.
No.
As soon as his father as soon as father dumps him, he goes right back to Sarah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's about Sarah. I think it's about being in that basement, right? I think he needs to get that doll alone in the basement where it's just him and the doll, nobody at Colony House, right? Sarah may not be in that room. She may be upstairs or whatever. So I think that's where we'll get the conversation.
I
Yeah, go
just
ahead.
I just thought of something that made me
Go
think
ahead.
of something. I need to go back and look at that scene with Christopher and the dummy. Christopher and the dummy looked like they were in a basement when they were
Yeah.
having that argument. If that was the
Yes.
basement, that would be where the dummy's going to talk again. So Victor's onto something. I think it might just talk, but I think whatever it says is going to be manipulating him. It's not going to actually tell him anything to help. That's for
Facts.
sure.
100%. Said, your theory still holds water for one simple fact. Martin and Boyd said, your blood is my blood. Boyd never said that to Ellis. I thought you would say. You know what? That could be interesting too. Maybe that's part of transferring it when you say my blood is your blood, because he said it to the smiley and then it went into him. So that could be interesting too. The NPC woman that was talking to Jim at the cabins before Ethan arrived reminded me of Miranda.
Oh yeah. There was an NPC. Every now and then they give an NPC a line. She was just like, she was the one who mentioned the knocking again. We've got
Oh,
knocking
yeah.
again. I
Yeah.
need to see that off. Seriously, enough with the knocking at the cabins. Like, give us more than that.
Yeah, I know, because it seems like they're throwing that in our face to let us know, hey guys, there's still something out there. We know. Like, now explain to us what it is,
Yes.
I wonder how Martin got the worms. I think he said something about the creatures, because remember, he was the one that first brought up that something bigger was there. So I think they were either experimenting on him, gave him the worms or whatever, something like that.
Yeah.
Elgin is under a spell. He ain't in his right mind. Well, he needs to be he needs to break out of that spell real quick. It's gonna cause problems. Worm theory. Male, Martin Boyd, filtered by Ellis, then added to Fatima to turn her pregnancy into something else from evolution. Again, guys, go back and watch the episode at season 2, episode 5, and you'll see that the worms had nothing to do with what's going on with Fatima. Did you know that, or did you still think that it was the worms, Julie?
Well, I mean, at that point, she was probably already pregnant with whatever this is, because when Christie said she was pregnant, she said she had been a few weeks pregnant at that point. Time passes so slowly in this show that, I don't know. It's probably not anything to do with the blood transfusion, but who knows? Anything's possible.
I agree with you 100%. This one says Boyd never asked Boyd if he knew any Martin, right? Wait, Boyd never asked Boyd.
Wait.
Am I getting that right? No. Am I wrong with that one? Okay, so Boyd never asked Boyd if he knew any Martin, right? Martin could be from Miranda's timeline, and that's why Victor made that face at the peach truck when Boyd felt the worms. Worms, he saw it before. Possibly.
Yeah, maybe Victor looked at Boyd. He gave Boyd a funny look when he was looking down at, like, he noticed the worms in his arms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
By the way, not serious. All good, brother. So you think both Miranda and Eloise are still in Fromville and neither Henry or Victor peeped them? Not denying your theory, just curious. I don't think, I think one of them's still there. I'll go with Eloise more than anything. And I think she's hiding because, as you remember, they were kids, right? So Victor had the boy in white to help him. She probably never had anything. So she's been fending for herself and probably seen what actually happened to the town and doesn't trust anybody. That's why she's not showing herself.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. She'd almost be feral at this point. She would be like
Facts. Facts. You know what I mean? Like I ain't speaking to nobody unless I know for sure I can trust them. And how do you trust anybody? Because I'm pretty sure there were a lot of people in the town that they trusted before that massacre. You know what I mean? So yeah, I could see that as a young kid not trusting anybody.
Oh
I
yeah.
trust I trust Randall more than I used to. I'm more worried about Acosta. I agree with you. I trust Randall, but I don't like him. Yeah, I agree with you on that too. I forgot about Victor's look. He had that look of familiarity for sure. Um, okay, you witch, your theory is back on the bingo card, you witch. And after her father maybe doesn't recognize him from does that memory loss a lot. Henry didn't look like this 40 years ago. I agree with you 100%. He was cool before the cicadas. Nah, he was still a dick.
Yeah, he was.
Because remember, he grabbed Kenny's gun, right? He tied up Donna to a tree. So yeah, he was still a dick.
He was still a dick.
All of that just went over my head. Because Eloise was a child, so I'm gonna need some of that swamp water Donna and Henry been drinking. Facts. Isn't Randall a firefighter in life outside of Fromville? Was he?
So like in real life or on the show?
On
I
the
don't.
show, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he said. All I remember him saying about himself was that he was on his way to his nephew's birthday party and he had a drone for him. I don't remember him saying what he did for a living.
Yeah, me neither. Julie B. Deep Dives Victor was in the cave with a grown man and a puppet. Of course, that's normal. And Victor says basements are for secrets. Am I the only one who feels?
It is super creepy. Like hearing a man in his early 50s saying that line, yeah, it's creepy as hell.
Future comparing to the timeline. So Henry didn't find her because when she got into the real world, she didn't remember him and he wasn't looking for a kid anymore. That's how she ends up in orphanage. Interesting. That's why she doesn't have. Oh, ooh. So you're saying Acosta might be.
Eloise. That's what he's
Ooh,
thinking. She went through
ooh.
time. Like she went through, like when she got out, she was in a different time. So even though she was in the same town, her father didn't know it because she was the wrong age. And it's an interesting theory for sure.
Absolutely. Randall jumps to help, avoids recognition, perhaps realizing helping gets you in more shit. I feel Randall may realize his help should be redirected. I think I think Randall and Julie are going to have to figure out what's going on with these cicadas. And I pretty much think that maybe Julie and Ethan go in there and they find some answers and they tell Randall, and Randall may end up going back there with Julie and Mary.
I agree. Yeah.
Um, I how how Boyd has a better hiding space for the bullet. I hope Boyd has you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you really showed her where the gun was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd have been like, "You want your gun? Hold on, go outside. I'll get your gun for you." You know. So yeah,
Yeah. I was thinking that too. Why did you just give up your best hiding spot there? That was dumb.
yeah, yeah. You're gonna need a new one, Boyd. Trust me on that. Because if you're hiding the bullets in the same spot, she could just break in when you're not there and get your bullets. So I hope you're hiding the bullets in a different spot. Acosta gonna F around and find out messing with Boyd. Oh yeah, 100%. Excuses which I like the contracts with her clean uniform and his battered blazer. Yeah, and she mentioned it too. You know what I mean? She mentioned it too. Like, you
You
running
did?
around playing cop. I'm a real cop.
Yep.
It's just a theory. I might be wrong for sure. All theories are welcome. I'm gonna tell you that all theories are welcome. And the way this show is, the more crazier it sounds, the possible the possibility it's true.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Nora Angel, thank you for popping this. Said, I can't stand Acosta. She really needs to make some friends with someone. It's better to be part of a community in Fromville than to be alone. Make her sleep on the bus. Exactly. By herself. It supports the time travel theory. Fletcher, we all love to theorize. Someone will be right at the end of the day. How about that? Yeah, someone's going to be right and someone's
Sure.
going to be wrong. And I think I already know where I'm going to be wrong. I'm not going to say it, but I think I know where I'm going to be wrong. That's good writing and acting when you can see both characters' point of view. Tension scenes served its purpose. We are talking about it. I agree. I agree.
Mhm.
And I think these actors, and I don't think we said it enough in this season, we say it a lot, but I think we say it like they do amazing job, man. Like, you believe the tension, you believe the drama and everything that they have. So yeah, I agree with you.
Absolutely.
Acosta's been hearing gossip probably from Tilly. Said, yes, Brian, speak on it. Damn, we're so behind. I don't even remember what Brian was saying. Because Acosta is inexperienced, Boyd pointed that out. How many days have you come out of the academy? 2, 3 days. She handcuffed Tabby and and Lulu Tabby. She's not experienced. Probably her first job. Exactly. My cat wants some affection.
Oh my god, I love that.
Thank you. uh, Costa wasn't even nice to Kenny. Yeah, I know. And she started off like it was gonna go that way, and then she just flipped up and like, I'm not accepting nothing, and ran out of there. So yeah, she needs to go.
Right.
I'm laughing because same people hating on Costa will be loving her story arc later. Well, I believe there's something there because I think you guys said that in an interview she wouldn't reveal her first name because it's important. So yeah.
Yep.
You done. You don't mess with Boyd, period. I agree with you 100%. Talismans, goats, chickens. Facts, 100%. Oh, Nerdman said, let's forget about the talismans, goats, chicken, and the lighthouse. Yeah, Nerdman comes in here with his stuff sometimes, but he's a good guy. Don't worry about Nerdman. You mean dictator Boyd that thinks Christie studied to know what to do with ghost babies or whatever? No, but I mean, they didn't even take blood. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't
Yeah.
even take blood. They didn't do nothing. At least she would have like, you know what? Let me take some blood. I don't know if they have the stuff to actually look at the blood, but maybe they would have found something that, oh, her blood is really thin, or maybe they have a hard time getting blood from her. I don't know, but they didn't even try enough. So I agree with Boyd on that. Like, try something.
Yeah, they just got a bunch of stuff on the ambulance too. They probably got something. They probably have some supplies now. So yeah, they could
I
have done.
agree. I agree with you. Hey, Kat, can you? Acosta didn't know shit when she arrived, so badge and gun removed granted. Absolutely. But asshole behavior was from Boyd's experience of Tina's death. See, so I get it. Boyd actually is going through a lot and he's taking his anger out, but I don't think he's wrong for what he's saying. He may be wrong for the way he did it, but he has a right. He has a right. She came in guns blazing. You know what I mean? And did some stupid things on her first day, so I can understand why nobody would trust her.
Right.
He found food and has been trying to help these people since he got to town, and it cost him his wife.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, she did.
Absolutely. That's why you never judge anybody by what they did or what they're gonna do. Nope. You gotta come down.
Getting into all kinds of
Boyd got there from where was I here? Boyd got there from Fromville and started finding solutions. Acosta has done nothing. Exactly. But complain. Hold on. Why is my Siri going off like that? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, you can't, Siri. Close. Hello? Give me 1 second, guys, because my Siri is acting up and I can't actually get it to stop right now. And I can't hear anybody that's going on. Okay, there we go. Julie?
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Okay,
Yep.
good. Okay. Siri, my cat stepped on the computer. Siri went off and was answering questions while I'm talking, and I couldn't hear nobody. So I apologize for that. Well, it costed Kenny his father, his mother. Boyd isn't the only one. No, I agree with you 100%. But at the same time, you got to be careful who you talk to, right? And at least try to understand. Like, you can't just assume that nobody did anything or stuff like that. And I think that's where she's wrong. Fish and loaves. Father Katri said he's been burying people all the time before Boyd came. Exactly. Episode 2, Donna tells Tabitha that they all used to hide constantly, right? And they even have an episode of flashback where Boyd, Ellis, and his wife, Boyd's wife, they're all hiding, right? One of the first nights they're there. So, hey, PM, how you doing? I'm not saying Boyd isn't important. I'm just saying chill, Boyd. Oh, so you're kind of on the Nerdman train, Fletcher, right? Where Boyd is kind of have an attitude. No, I'm not. I'm not on that train yet. But
Yeah.
are you? Are you, Julie? Are you on that train?
No, I think sometimes Boyd is a little bit too like this season, he's very territorial about like this is my town kind of thing, but I kind of feel like he's earned the right to be that way. I mean, what is anyone else doing to get them out of this place? Is anyone else putting their neck on the line? I don't think so. They expect Daddy Boyd to solve all their problems, fix everything. When Dale was in the wall of the pool, some idiot NPC lady was like, "Can you help him?" And it's like, what the hell do you think he's gonna do? He's not a magician. The man is being crushed to death. They all expect do everything, so I don't know. I feel like he's kind of earned that respect.
I agree 100%. Boyd went out and found animals. When he was gone, Abby went crazy. Exactly. Victor was happy with his peaches. Yes, he was. Victor is protected. He doesn't need talismans. Yeah, that's a question that we're gonna get answered. I do think Victor might be protected as well. So yeah, 100%.
Definitely he's protected. Yeah, he doesn't need talismans. He has a peach truck out there with no talisman in it. What happens if he wouldn't make it back to town some night before dark? Like, I'm sorry. There's no way he survived all this time without being murdered. No, he's been protected, but not for much longer.
And we said Nerdman got jumped laughing. He kind of did. They would all be effed or dead without Boyd. He literally killed his own wife to save others, 100%. And just to go back to this, we weren't really jumping Nerdman. It's just I was trying to get through, because if we want to do a stream where we have these discussions, we could do that 100%. It's just this wasn't the one. I wanted to get through this stuff because I know Brian's time was limited and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll definitely do something where we debate Nerdman on his stuff. I'll do that. I always do it. I get Julie in there to back me up. We good. They would all be effed or dead without Boyd. He literally, yeah, we did that one. Sorry. I wanted to slap her, but Boyd's a real man, and notice how he called her a kid when she left. Yes.
Yep. He did.
100%. And again, I don't believe in violence towards women at all. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought Boyd was gonna do the choke. You know what I mean? I didn't think he was gonna slap her, but I thought he was definitely gonna do the choke. I appreciate Costa for bringing back the noob energy, 100%. Even Boyd, deep down, like the Costa, he smirked in the end, like that kid line. Give her a day or two to get used to it. No, I agree with you. I don't think he hates her. I just think he's kind of like, listen, you just got here. You just got here. So
definitely
said mute him. That was so rude. I know you're talking about Nerdman. Listen, guys, for the ones that are still here, this is what Nerd Man does, right? Like I've been on streams with Nerd Man for years. He does that. He has a hard time not interrupting people. I get it. You just gotta bear with him and cut him off real quick. Bruh. Acosta needs a gun because something like Toby could happen to her. We never know. Toby?
Toby, the one who came with Jade. I don't know what that meant.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I'm off this. LOL. Joking. Two scenes, by the way. Two scenes. You see, I try to keep up with the chat, but it's hard because you guys chat a lot, and we do this all the time. So listen, Kat, will you chill, please? That's literally Boyd's house. Yeah, exactly. And you just walked into Boyd's house and started searching it like nothing. What do you expect him to do? He's going to be upset.
Exactly.
If she's supposed to uphold the law, then Acosta should uphold the laws of Fromville's too, 100%. So let's move on. This ain't the main point. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I agree that Boyd is projecting, but he did stand up for her in the town meeting, which he did. Question: How do town people survive without coffee? Ooh, I'm not a coffee drinker, so I'd be fine.
I would be
Now,
fine. I hate coffee.
me too. Can't stand it. Now, if you ask me how they survive without weed, I don't know, because I wouldn't. She doesn't know nothing about Toby. She should be gathering information and easing her way in. She held up a badge like it meant something. She can kick rocks. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Victor has too many questions to answer to die this season. I agree. I agree with you, Beth, 100%. But I do think once we get those answers, he's expendable.
Definitely. I just hope he doesn't figure it all out by the end of the season, and then that would just be the most depressing thing for Henry. That would suck. I would feel so.
Absolutely. You just get your son back and he dies, or even for Henry to die, right? Victor just get his father back and Henry dies. So it's one of the two. It's going to suck for both of them.
Right.
Let's forget Acosta killing. She is now in the sheriff's town. Boyd was rude as fuck with his own demons and cop killing, keeping folks from killing upon arrival. Acosta needs to follow the town rules, 100%. I doubt they'll keep Henry over Victor. Yeah, me too. Me too. I do agree with that too. Hopefully neither Victor or Henry die this season or next. Maybe not this season, but next season's possibility.
Yeah, and Henry is played by a well-known actor, so I could see next season Victor going and then just being left with Henry. I could see it.
Yeah, me too. 100%. Henry dying will regress Victor. Yes, it would. With Ethan and from town, Victor may not be protected for much longer. Ooh, that's a good point, right? Because if Ethan is the chosen one now, then there's no need for Victor, right?
Right.
So at this point, Victor can go. And I think that's what I'm worried about more than anything is the fact that Victor might be a casualty.
That's the thing. Ethan is basically his replacement. I'm surprised he's. That's probably why they were going to write him out. Victor was going to be gone in season 1, so they just decided to keep him around because they loved the actor so much and the character. But logically, I'm surprised he's not gone already because of that.
Me too. Me too. I agree with you. And I think sometimes you get an actor and you see their performance and you're like, oh, this is really good. We can use him. So they wrote him in to keep it. They wrote a story for him. But at the end of the day, if you want to get that emotion, you're going to, like they said with beloved characters, he's a beloved character. But I think he's safe this season though.
Yeah.
Wait, will Jasper start being the honest jukebox, hurting folks, feeling left and right? Well, I think if Jasper does speak, he's gonna lie out of his butt. You know what I mean? So
Oh yeah.
I don't see Jasper giving them information. Henry has information updated from outside and knows a lot of stuff that Miranda said. He should stay for next season, I hope. I agree, he might. They can use time travel to accommodate Ethan's growth. He might hop out of a faraway tree and be a couple years older. I agree. Canadians are loyal. Maple syrup will be used to keep the boy in white young or allow him to grow with the season. Yes, Canadians are loyal. And it's funny because when I watched the interview, and I never really spoke about this, but I found out that they filmed this show in Nova Scotia. That's where my
Oh,
family's from. Yeah, that's where my
oh,
family's
wow.
from. Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah, interesting. And I haven't been to Nova Scotia since I was 8, so maybe I'll have to go back there and see if I can catch something because I'm pretty sure if I spoke to my cousins that live there, they may see things in this series that looks familiar to them, right? Oh yeah, that kind of looks like, forest here or there. But yeah, it's Nova Scotia, so that's good.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead, you can say something.
Yeah, they built a whole set. It's so cool what they did. Like the town that they built, it's so realistic looking. It would be cool. It would be really cool just to be there, like to be to just like walk down that street, feel like you're actually there. They went through a lot of effort to construct that place. And I don't know where they filmed the scenes that were supposedly in Camden, but I know that wasn't actually Camden. There's no way they actually paid for the cost to go all the way to Camden and film it. Probably somewhere else in
I agree.
Canada.
I agree. Probably somewhere in Nova Scotia that looks more like a town or whatever, you know. Um, they're not gonna take out Ethan too harsh. Chen was hard enough. Yeah, but someone's going. I'd film seasons 4 and 5 back to back if needed. I hope they do that too, right? I know a lot of shows have done that, like Stranger Things was supposed to have done that. Cobra Kai's done that, so I hope they do that too.
Yeah.
Jade will sacrifice Ethan on the stone in Cannibalville if it turns to the dark side. Jade will? No, I don't think Jade will sacrifice Ethan.
No way. I don't see that happening. No, not Jade. No way.
Absolutely. I can work with the show and suspend my disbelief. I wouldn't want to lose Ethan, and I can pretend he's a kid for a while longer. Yeah, I could do that too. I agree.
Yeah.
Donna needs someone to talk to other than Boyd, so why not? I thought boy in white. Yes, Fletcher, I think time travel will be in. The show started with killing a kid. Agreed. Maybe his growth can be like a reflection of his mental state. Ethan will be allowed to grow. Wouldn't make sense to change with a completely different child. I hope they don't do that. I mean, sometimes I understand the recasting, but I'm not really one of those recast guys. So I'm with you. I'm like I can be like, yeah, he's still the same age, even though he looks different.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't like
Like
recasts.
me neither. I'm right there with you. Looks like Victor looks looks like a man but acts like a child. I agree. Today I saw a drawing of a show that had an eye, a tear coming down, and a lake. So Norman is the sheriff. Station map. Lake of Tears is in Victor's drawings. Where's the Carmichael? Good question.
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
Ethan can transform like Victor. I think time travel will explain Acosta being much younger than Victor if she's Eloise for real. I can't tell. The plot character is pushed for sure. Tilly gave her own. She was talking like she knew she was going to die. I agree. Where she was telling him about, oh, I just want to see a good love story and all of that stuff. I agree with you.
Oh yeah.
Tilly deserved everything she got. She used her age to get away with crossing a pregnant woman's boundaries over and over. This is what happens when you don't mind your business. Rest in peace, but still sus, 100%. Besides knowing, people dragging Tilly for no reason, rest in peace. Tilly was helping a young couple go through a hard pregnancy. She didn't deserve to die. I think Tilly was a red herring. It could be, but I also think there's something in that as well. Tilly said her tarot card's been showing her signs of this place long ago, but she didn't know how to read the signs yet. I think she just knew her time was coming. I agree with you. She was saying stuff like, you can't live forever, and I'm too old, I have cancer, and I love a good love story. She saw the tarot cards, we didn't. Maybe she saw her own death. I agree. And maybe
Yeah.
that's why the crow came in, right? It wasn't to stop us from seeing what happened to Fatima. It was so we didn't know what happened to Tilly.
Yeah, that could be.
I'm just glad I don't have to suffer through those Tilly scenes that lead nowhere and took away from the main story. I don't really think it took away from the story. I just think that they were trying to make us think that she was suspect, and she probably is.
I felt like they were trolling us a little bit too much. It was getting a little bit too too over the top, honestly. Like, it was fun, the whole Tilly is sus thing, but it felt like they were really leaning a little hard into it when it was never going to be a main part of the show. It was just a kind of a side thing.
I agree. Let's go here. Definitely something off about Tilly. She was always around Fatima and Elgin. Her story arc evolved around sacrificing herself so that Fatima and Elgin end up in the cellar with the kimono lady. Good point.
Yeah, great. Really good point.
She chose not to be afraid. Let's go here. She's either turning into a creature or she has invisible worms or an invisible baby. But yeah. Fatima's stomach in that scene reminded me of the inside of the monster's inside, like rotten and empty. I agree. That's what I said. But again, I'm still not gonna say that you guys' theory about the entity is wrong. I'm not gonna say that. Didn't want water. She was changing into a monster. Disregard. Elgin was visited by Tilly unless his lover was Kimono or potentially Julie. I agree. Fatima's pregnant with giant worms. They foreshadowed that when Meryl said there's nowhere else to look because her own organs are drying up. Could be. Is Ellis going to take Fatima out or ride or die for wifey? That's the question. And I know I was spoiled with that one too. I'm not gonna say it, but I was spoiled with it too. Because she spoiled that shit too in the video that I watched. So yes, when I said there was something else I know, there's something else I know. And that's not the only thing. All right. So yeah. Don't watch that video, guys. If you don't want to be spoiled, I can't remember what channel it is now off the top of my head because when you guys said it, I punched it in there, so I can't remember what it is. But if you guys remember what it was, don't watch it. You're just gonna ruin it for yourself.
Yeah, just avoid spoilers as much as you can. Try anyway. It's not easy. Like they're everywhere. Like
no, it's not. And it's funny because Julie's the one that's like, I don't want no spoilers. And then I find out you went and looked at them. Like, okay, really? So you can't keep away from the spoilers either.
At least not the official ones. Like when I hear it's like an official thing, I'm like, oh god, I can't stop myself. Now it's just no way. They put it in my Discord. Like no, okay, all I have to do is click a button in my own Discord and I can see them. I had to do it. I had to. Now what I won't do is this. I will not go seek out the freaking script for the final episode of this season.
Neither.
No, I will not know that that's out there, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about the finale.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not looking for that one, and I know it's out there, but I know I'm not going to look for it because at least little things, oh, I want to know what happens here and there. I'll be okay with that, but to know the whole ending of the last episode, nah, I don't want to ruin that.
It would ruin it, and like all these leaks that have come out, like. Just while we were in this stream, I got a notification on my phone. I didn't even notice from like less than a day ago. Somebody else accused me of making my video last week based on leaks. And yeah, and actually the comment that she wrote it in, she said something that was spoilery. So I deleted it immediately. Like, this is not cool. Like, people out there, like, if you're watching a video and you think that the person is, I know that there are disingenuous content creators out there that are making theories based on leaks. I am not one of them. But even if you think that I am, or if you're like accusing somebody, don't write it in the comments and say, this is exactly matching the leaks. are you kidding me? Like you're giving
Yeah.
spoilers away if you do that. Like, so
Mhm.
you're the one giving spoilers. If you go in someone's comments and say, I've seen people do that. Go in videos, like go in the comments of videos and say, oh, this is, you must have heard the leaks. Well, guess what? You're the one who's actually spreading spoilers. Like,
Mhm.
you need to stop, and you're spoiling it for other people who want to enjoy the mystery. Like, this is not cool. And I worked all week on that theory. I worked all week. I was in a bubble. I didn't read any spoilers. So it's just really disappointing when people jump to conclusions,
I agree with you. And the bigger you get, you're gonna see it. There's gonna be a lot of that. You're gonna be deleting a lot of channels because there's some people out there that just want to be shit disturbers, right? And that's what you're gonna see. So be prepared. Be prepared.
Yeah.
I believe that the kimono lady is trying to possess Fatima, hence why she insisted on Elgin to save her. Elgin will take Fatima to the cellar. Oh, that's interesting. Her body will be locked in the dungeon. Maybe. Good morning, Dieter. Thank you for popping in. Yet another nightmare reference. A lot of those in
Yep.
this episode.
I
Yes.
noticed that too. It's always in the dialogue. It's always in the script. There's a reason for it. And not that everybody's dreaming. It's just a major, major theme of the show. And it's just like, it's the way this place works. It inflicts all
Mm-hmm.
different nightmares and dream states and visions. Yeah, I love how they pepper the whole script with that. It's interesting.
Me too. 100%. What was the pill bottle Ellis tried to take? They paused on the bottle. I think it was she said it was like some kind of psychedelic something or something like that. I'm not sure. I have to go back and watch it, but yeah.
I think it was antipsychotic medication. Yeah.
Oh. And then she said if he takes it, it could be worse for her, right? So yeah.
Yep.
Ellis needs a big storyline next season. I think Ellis is going to be a big storyline in the next 3 episodes, right? With what's going on with Fatima, he's going to have a big storyline in the next 3 episodes.
Yep.
Ellis still doesn't know Fatima ate some of old girl. That's what I'm wondering, if maybe he's going to watch her drink some of Tilly's blood.
Maybe.
Exactly. Fatima still has not told anyone about drinking the blood. Absolutely. Don't think she's going to tell it now. She feels angry or something that's inside of her is making her do this. They still don't talk enough, so I don't think they know about the torch. Good question. Oh, what's up, Terrence? Didn't know you popped in. Thank you for popping in. From afar, it looks like dark lobster. Am I changing? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that one. Sorry. I think she is fighting her hunger. Possible, but I also think she wants something else. Julie has a torch of her own, a big old torch of weed. Facts.
Yes.
In walks Clara with a straw, bottoms up. You know what I mean? Bye-bye, Tilly. Maybe she tells Fatima to run because the town would want justice. You know what they feel about Sarah, so run, Fatima. Could be. I think there's a lot of meanings to that, and I think we'll find the answers to why. But again, if we think Tilly is sus, it's probably going to be a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Tilly, eat me, Fatima. I'm rotting with cancer. Yeah.
Who's dancing now? Ooh, too soon.
If I don't see the trailer for episode 8, I thought Fatima would tell Elgin to get help, then go to town on Tilly's body. Yum. Yeah, I know, but it seems like Elgin's gonna help her cover it up. I feel like a lot of times older people can feel their death coming. 100%. The showrunners turned against Tilly. Now she does. People feel guilty. Something that From does. Yeah. 1. Fatima wanted to avoid the rotten food, hence her hectic reaction to Tilly was killed by a garden tool. Yeah. Pushing her. Don't think there is a mole. I know that mole theory was from Randall, and I think we've just ran with it. It's possible that there isn't a mole, but I believe that there's something going on there, and there's a few people maybe in the town that know about it, right? Yeah, Donna was right. I saw people hating on the fact that Donna wanted Fatima and the else out of Connie house, but wasn't she right? She just killed a person. She was absolutely right. Please
Yes.
don't waste precious screen time on investigating Tilly's murder. Yeah, I agree with you. I hope it's quick. You know what I mean? Like, oh, blah blah blah. I don't want to see them running around and doing all kinds of stuff like that. So I see that. That would be a waste of an episode if like the whole episode is them trying to find out who killed Tilly. Yeah, that'd be a waste.
Hell yeah.
Boyd is caring about his family versus family. I agree. Yeah, Donna was right to think about that. Said bye, Brian. Later, Brian. The streams are like from once you enter, you can't go out. I know. Drives me up a wall.
Yes, it's so true.
It was a good distraction from the election results coming in slowly. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that right now because
Me neither. Me neither. It's freaking me out. No.
Taking away Boyd's savior, Mr. Fresh and Low's role could definitely add to breaking him. I agree. That's why Acosta hasn't calmed down yet. She didn't drink Kenny's tea. Huh? Good point. I know you're on the water thing. I know you're on that. But
People are always, I mean, I will say people are on camera drinking water from glasses an awful lot. It's kind of weird. Right? Like maybe we're overthinking it. Like the fans overthink a lot of things, but it is odd how often people are just standing there drinking glasses of water. So I don't know. You never know. Maybe there's something in the water.
could be right here. It's sus that they never talked about the unlimited water. Yep, 100%. They don't need to stay with the kids. They have plot armor, I think. Yeah, but the plot armor is only going to last so long. You need to stay with them damn kids, man.
Yep.
So what is Acosta going to drink then? Who knows? She's going to have to drink something. I missed most of the live, so upset. Oh, it's okay. You can go back and watch it. I appreciate you coming in anyways, because these lives have been like this. This is the longest one so far. It keeps getting longer.
Yeah, thanks for coming. AAMM. I never know how if I'm supposed to say it like that or like pronounce it somehow. But that's somebody that comes to my lives a lot. So
Oh,
thanks for
appreciate it. Thank you. And all you guys coming from Julie's stream. Thank you. You guys are keeping me up in here. I'm trying to catch up to the chat and I'm just like, damn, this is a lot going through. So we're gonna get through this real quick because I got to close it up pretty soon. Hope Kenny is more useful than Jon Snow. Christie is beloved minus the hair as per the norm.
Yes.
Fatima will eat Acosta. Ooh. I
Ooh.
don't know about that one. I saw them too. Dang. MGM loves to spoil. Yeah, I
Oh, the
agree.
pictures. The pictures.
I think they know they have a good show and they know they have people wanting to watch it all the time, but to spoil it like they do, that's a little bit too much.
I will say, yeah, I'll send you the link, but and it's official. It's not a spoiler. MGM put them out, but these are really revealing. I think they gave away too much.
I agree. I can't wait to see them. Show is moving so slow that you get as much info from promo pics than watching the episode. I love the honesty. I'll block you in the chat.
the image channel in my Discord.
Yeah, a lot of spoilers, but the stuff I see in the images, I kind of knew they would need to do that. And in the episode, we are going to get so much more properly. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they give us the main parts, but even some of the stuff, I just don't want to see it, you know?
Yeah.
Like if I can avoid it, but unfortunately I can't. Or like me after a vasectomy, blanks. She tried to kiss Fatima. Yeah, she did. Elgin is Julie's side piece.
Yeah. Yep.
Once the show is completely over, I bet a series rewatch is going to be so fulfilling. Exactly. And we're going to do that, guys. We're going to do a series rewatch. We're going to start from episode 1. So I hope you guys stick around for that. And I want you guys to come up with your theories too. And I want it to be not what we assuming now, right? Because when this season is over, we're going to have more stuff to talk about. So maybe we can debunk some stuff and come up with new stuff. So I think that will be definitely interesting to do. If he's 18 and she's 16, that's statutory depending on the state. That is correct. 100%. Don't do screenings for the last 2 episodes. I agree. He is older. He came to town with a rifle, which Boyd cons. Okay.
Yeah, Boyd
From
takes his, by the way. Yeah, Boyd takes his rifle.
Whose rifle?
Randall came to town. He had a rifle with him, and
Oh,
Boyd
right.
said civilians can't have guns in his town.
Yeah, right. I agree. Amazon Studios MGM picks compensated. Photos episode 7. Could there be more secret dungeons? There could be a lot of secret stuff in the show. We just haven't got to it yet. And I think there's gonna go maybe 5 seasons, and I think the next 2 seasons are gonna be off the chain. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I thought we were done with that whole cicada dungeon, though. I'm really surprised they're actually circling back to that. I thought that was behind us. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it. I just hope they make it interesting enough and not, I don't know. Like, I just can't understand. Like, well, how is it still relevant? I kind of was hoping we would move past it, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll see. I've heard that the rest of the season's supposed to be great. I've heard I don't read reviews or anything. I don't want to know spoilers. All I've heard is that it's fantastic. So I'm looking forward to it.
Me too, 100%. Abdul, I hope, but they need to walk again. Jade went to the second tree, and that's the place where Boyd set up a tent and got dragged away, which I think we'll come back to that one day too, because like I said, there is something bigger out there, and we're going to find out what that is.
And they brought that up again for a reason. And in this season, they brought up the tent. That gave me hope. But they're actually going to explain those things.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And those are the answers that we need, right? So yeah, let's give us the answers. I wonder Randall's destination purpose, traveling in a bus with a rifle, suspect, 100%.
Yeah, why was he going to his nephew's birthday party with a rifle?
With a rifle.
I always thought that was weird.
I don't know. Lots of people have guns in the US. Oh yeah, you US guys, you love your guns, boy. You don't take my guns away from me. You guys love your guns.
Yeah, more than human life. Sorry, don't get me started. Not me. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of that type. So
I agree. I'm Canadian, so we don't have those kind of laws over here. The Komolene is the first entity we've seen that actually providing coherent messages. Yeah, I agree, but are the messages proper? You know what I mean? Are they good messages? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
She could be of help to find out what's going on. Yeah, I don't think so. The showrunners are trolling with the clothes, 100%.
Yeah, they're trolling.
Kenny wants Acosta to dom him.
Oh, Jesus.
I want to know whose antipsychotics were prescribed to originally, or if they were just on the new ambulance. That's a good question. I know they've had pills, like kind of stuff there, and they were running out, but I think a lot of it came on the ambulance, which is interesting. And again, that could be another thing, like, you can't give them there. Like, it's a coincidence that all of a sudden we have these drugs and we have so maybe she was right not to make sure that he didn't take those pills. If Acosta finds those bullets, there's going to be a problem. What if Kenny knows? Kenny knows where the bullets are. I don't think Kenny would tell Acosta though.
Nah.
I still think Kenny is Team Boyd, even though he's kind of hasn't been like as close to Boyd since what happened to his father and stuff like that. But I do still think he's still Team Boyd.
Yeah, I think their relationship seems back on track now. There doesn't seem to be any more bad blood at this point. Like, I think so.
I agree. The hiding spots and give Acosta the bullets. Yeah, I know, right? If we see Henry saying Eloise was stubborn, oh boy, that will confirm it for me. Yeah, she's a dom. Yeah, she probably is. Fletcher said, amazing stream. Thank you, Fletcher. I appreciate that 100%. You know what I mean? I just want to come on here, have fun, and talk about the show that we love. And I'm great to have these great content creators that come along with it. So I'm happy you guys are enjoying the streams.
Fletcher's awesome. He's
he
in
is.
my lives a lot. He's in my Discord. He's great.
Listen, I would join the Discord, But man, sometimes because I was in one, and that thing would buzz constantly,
Yep.
like hours a night. Beep beep beep. I can't do it. I'm trying to sleep. You know what I mean? I'm trying to sleep. I don't want to hear that phone buzzing constantly with Discord messages. But
Yeah.
I'm sure it's popping.
Yeah, the only way that you can do it is you have to shut off the notifications and like only turn them on for posts that you're tagged in. Otherwise, that'll be going all day long, all day and
Yeah,
night.
I'm
Yeah.
sure. I'm sure. Oh, I saw this. Oh, I saw that. Oh, I saw this. And it's like, yeah, because when I was in it, I didn't turn off my notifications, and I would just be like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. That thing's buzzing off, waking me up, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I was like, this is Discord going off like this? No, I'm good. I disagree that we are seeing what happens when people first arrive in Colony House because the protocol was broken by Clara, and Donna never had the talk. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess I could see that. A scene with Acosta sitting in the church would do a lot for her character. We haven't seen her be remorseful at all, or she could put some flowers on Nikki's grave or something like that. Well, she was standing over it, right? But again, we didn't really see the remorseful stuff. But I also think her anger too is not just directed at Boyd, but it's also because of what she did, because she did say she's gonna have to live with that for the rest of her life. So, I
Yeah.
mean, a lot of the people in this town are broken. Like if you really look at it, they're broken, So
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I wonder what personalities the new arrivals for all these deaths will have. Well, because every season has started with a new group of people coming in, right? So I think the
Right.
next season is gonna have a new car or some more people coming in. I really think that.
Oh yeah, like I figured there would be a new arrival this season before we found out about it. They've got to have that, like every season they've got to have like like you got to see the place from a new person's perspective every season. It's just tradition. So like I was glad they did that again.
Me too, 100%. Nikisha agreed, but I feel like the scene with her at Nikki's grave was supposed to mean something close to that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Big Ford Entertainment. Tabitha's married to Jim, not to you, boo boo. Yeah, I know, but still, I don't remember what I said to do this, but yeah, I know that, but I don't like her.
Yeah.
Fletcher, I missed that scene. Need to rewatch. Thanks for the comment. So I know I missed it. No problem. He's laughing. He. There are clues and decoys. I would follow the drawings on Ethan's books. And I think Ethan's story, the Carmichael story, I think that's an important story. And I got to go back to that story and really see what they say in that first episode, because I think that's a lot. I
Yeah.
think that has a lot to do with it.
Oh,
I
definitely.
was
Like when I took notes, I wrote down everything he said about the Carmichael. Everything.
good. Keep that, because when we do our rewatch of it, we're gonna need that. So keep that stuff. And I know you have screenshots from all of these episodes too, and stuff like that. So that's good. We're gonna need all of that when we break it down again.
Definitely.
I was so excited to see that red hat shirt guy. I really thought I had solved everything. Yeah, we all think we solve it. That's why when I make my videos and when I do it, which I was gonna do after stream, but it's been longer than I thought, so I'll do it tomorrow. But I always say it's my opinion, right? I don't know anything. I'm just giving my opinions, and I could be wrong. And that's the same thing here. Like we could be all wrong, or we could have some right. But at least they're opinions and theories, and it's great to have that.
Yeah.
Bigger Ford, Eloise survived. Victor only found Miranda's body. We see Eloise going after her. Miranda sacrificed her so that Eloise could get through the tree, and now she's back. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, indeed. No body of Eloise, so she's still alive. I don't
Yeah.
think she's knocking on the cabins, though. Go ahead, Julie. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like that horror movie rule or like soap opera rules. Like if there's no body, then they're probably still alive somewhere. Yeah.
I agree. I know that if my theories are wrong, I'm gonna write those stories myself for real. And I think it would be fire, Nikisha. So do it 100%. I don't know. That noise at the cabins are too loud to be a person, I think. Could be.
Maybe.
Could be. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, it's possible the body isn't wearing jeans. If not, it's not. It's possible the body is. I guess you mean is wearing jeans. If not, and not Martin is the body. It is possible that the body is one of those other two people chained next to Martin. Maybe. I
Yeah.
think we'll find out who the body is. So that'll be interesting. I definitely would love to see who it is. Who's the voice on the radio that warned Jim? I believe that entity is the man in yellow suit, and that same entity controls Fromville and the creatures. I agree. I think the man in yellow is definitely going to mean something in this, and I do think that one of these entities is controlling everything that goes on. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah, I think so too. The man in yellow is definitely. I think he's got to be significant somehow. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yo, what's good? Show and support. Gotta head out. I still gotta watch episode 7. Thank you for popping in, LOWKEY. LOWKEY is the one that I was doing streams with last year on his channel for From. So if you guys want to go see what we talked about last year, his channel's in the description. Check it out. We did all of season 2 on his channel, but I was like, I gotta do season 3, right? I gotta do season 3. And I'm glad I did, because I met all you amazing people. So thank you. What's up? Yes, I thought it was the church basement. Too much info. I used to have a crush on Morgan Freeman, and my mama said that's how you get worms. Wow. Boyd never asked Victor. Sorry. Yeah, kind of looked like the church. Imagine Katri talking via Jasper. Interesting. Boyd, after transferring the worms to Smiley, he did not have them anymore. He then did the blood transfusion to his son. I agree. I was saying Boyd never asked Victor if he knew any Martin. Oh, I got you. No, he didn't. He didn't. But again, that's a thing in this show where nobody talks to anybody. So
Right.
Acosta violated Tabitha's civil rights by handcuffing her for no reason. She wasn't under arrest. Exactly.
Yes.
We must be getting close to the truth. I hope we're getting close to the truth. I don't want everything answered at the end of this season, but I want some of the stuff that were lingering questions, at least from season 1, to get answered.
Yes. I hope so.
Me too. We must be getting close to the truth. Absolutely said that. I believe the monsters are indeed breaking Boyd, and that shows up in his interactions. I agree. See you later, chat. Big for Julie got to work. I'll listen to the rest later. Thank you for copping in. Much appreciated. Nikisha said, "Rude Nerd Man was being rude." Yeah, Nerd Man's cool. Don't worry, he's harmless. I get it. He has an issue with interrupting people, but he's a good dude. He's a good dude. See you later, Julie. Julie B, the homie. Yes, absolutely. And William Brown, thank you for popping in. Much appreciated. I would pay to go to the set like an amusement park. They could make so much money off of us. I agree. 5-star reaction said time travel, like Julie is going to the ruins and she is the one who the boyfriend's the rope.
So she's the one who threw Boyd the rope.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Watch out for spoilers. Oh yeah,
Yeah, watch out indeed. Watch out indeed.
I knew Tilly was going to get smoked somehow. The card situation, isn't that a bad omen? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. For the season finale, I'm Team Massacre, Colony House Orgy, Sex Magic Brings Back Hotel, and a bus full of school children arrive while a jukebox playing 5-0 in the morning by Nonchalant. You are on these sex orgy parties, bro. Like you know what I mean? You really on the orgies. That wasn't a spoiler. That was a Lost reference. Oh no, I got you. Lost was fire. I don't know. How far are you into Lost, Julie? How far you got?
I'm like around I think season 4, episode 8. I think I'm not going to progress much at all until From is done. I don't have any brain cells left to try and process Lost, but I'm enjoying it so far.
I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I'm right there with you. We gotta finish Lost first, and then you can go and watch that because it's like two different type of things. And I envy you for watching it for the first time. I wish I could go back and do that again, because I like to rewatch the show every now and then. But it's really good.
Oh yeah.
So don't watch spoilers. Well, it's hard when actors are spoiling the season in interviews labeled as non-spoilers. Also MJ keeps spoiling the episodes with pictures and teasers. So yeah, I know, it's hard, and I have a hard time doing it too.
Oh yeah.
I think they think it builds hype. Yeah, I know. I remember back when I thought not the nartical critics saying we'd get answers and there would be deaths was a spoiler. Now I know there are real spoilers out there. I agree. Kenny
Mhm.
might betray Boyd once he knows Boyd is protecting Fatima like he protected Sarah, though. Ooh, that's interesting. That's
Mm.
interesting. Could be. I wish a new person or family would come this before the season is over. No, I think we're gonna get that at the beginning of the season. I think at the beginning of every season, there's going to be a new family coming in.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep, amazing stream tonight. Gotta go see y'all. Amazing chat, an amazing panel. Thank you very much for coming in. We actually finally got to the end of the chats because Nikisha Moore said good night, Fletcher. And everyone said good night, Fletcher. And Papa Sock said, hey panel, Big Ford Entertainment and Julie Deep Dive. What are you hoping to see resolved by the end of the season? For me, what do the monsters actually want? That's a good question to end off the stream. I'll let Julie go first. Julie, what do you expect them, or what do you want to see from the season finale?
I would like at least some kind of insight into these Ankui kids, that something more than just another rehash of of what we've already seen, them accosting Tabitha, her crouching down. That was just a rehash that we really didn't need. If they're going to be shown again, I would really like at least some clue as to what to think about these kids, where they came from. I know they can't reveal everything. They might be part of the origin of all of this. That might be like maybe they were sacrificed, and that like this is what started it all. But at least give us something different, something more interesting in terms of those kids. And yes, please, the cabins. Like, give us something at the cabins. Like they've introduced that. They've enough with the teasing of the knocking and the footsteps. It's just getting frustrating at this point. They put the cabins on the poster. They made it seem like like the cabins were going to be significant this season, and so far we have no idea what purpose they even are going to serve. So I would really like to see that paid off. And some old question, at least one old question would be nice. Like, I don't know. I don't know if they can answer who dragged the tent or what dragged the tent, because that's a little too, that might give everything away. I feel like if they give away too many, like what seem like small answers, it might actually give away the whole thing. So that's the tricky thing, but that's what I would say. At least one old question, pay off the cabin stuff, and give us something new with the kids, something different.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Same thing. I want to find out maybe something about Martin, like what that was all about, what he was doing there. I think the main thing I at least want to hint for, maybe not a full answer, but to what the big bad is, right? Give us a glimpse of the big bad at the end of this, and then where we know next season we're going to get information of what that big bad is, but also answer a lot of the questions that at least from season 1. That's what I want.
Yeah, the big bad, like that's you can't even picture what the big bad even is. Like we don't have any idea. Right now, I don't even think the big bad has a form. I think it doesn't have a form at all. It has to use the monsters and other entities because it doesn't even have a form. But it would be nice to have some insight as to what it is.
And maybe it needs Ethan or a kid to get that form, right? That's why kids are so important. That's why Victor was so important. That's why Victor was protected by the boy in white, because he knew if the entity gets his body, then the entity is going to be able to, roam the earth and cause havoc. So that's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. It could be it could be that. It could be, trying to, get a new form, like an actual corporeal form through whatever Fatima is carrying, if she's carrying something, or yeah, all of this seems to come back to kids. So it could be wanting to possess a child. That's a good idea too.
Absolutely. Beth said, first off, this one. What if the show is a manifestation of nightmares? We talked about that, where maybe some of the nightmares or the creatures in the town were manifest from maybe Victor or someone else. So that could be a possibility. Um, I I would be okay with that if they have a great explanation for it and it's not the only explanation. What about you, Julie?
Yeah, I would be okay with that. I think that, like, I don't think that it's all literally going to be just somebody's nightmare. Like, we find out none of this is actually real or it's a shared dream state. I wouldn't really like that, to be honest. I want it to be real, but I think that nightmares can manifest. I think we've seen it already. I mean, nightmares can manifest real things in this place. We've seen it in season 2. It happened all the time. Like Elgin had a dream and he woke up spitting up water, and like Kenny had a cicada burn on his arm manifested from a dream. So I think it's not just that storyline too. I think other things can be manifested from nightmares in the show. So I could absolutely get on board with that.
I agree 100%. Great stream. Thank y'all. I hope everyone has a great night. I appreciate it. Same to you. You have yourself a great night as well. Zulinator said, subscribe to both of you. You guys rock. Till next episode. Ta ta. Thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. We will be here every Tuesday at 8 o'clock EST. And on a Saturday midnight, I will be doing the watch parties where people can come in and, watch the episode with us, where I put a link so you can watch it there. So make sure to check us out, man. And make sure to check out Julie's stream tomorrow night. Not tomorrow night. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow night you do one, right?
Yep. Yeah, tomorrow night, technically tonight now, I guess, because it's after midnight. Wednesday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So thanks for subscribing. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And I will be there on the Thursday episode. So make sure you guys check that out too as well. We always have great conversations. And it's funny, right? Because I do the breakdown, Julie does the breakdown, and a lot of other people do the breakdown. But you guys come in here and you always listen to each and every one of us because we all have different opinions. And I appreciate the chat. I really appreciate you guys. Like, you guys make this fun. You guys have me on here for 4.5 hours tonight. That's because of you guys. So I appreciate that. And Nakisha Moore said, I want Jasper to tell Victor the story of how From began. I hope we get something like that. But I have this feeling that we're gonna have maybe like 3 cliffhangers in the last episode, and one of them will be Victor talking, and like that, So
Oh, that would drive me insane. But I could totally see that.
Me too. Have a great night, Julian Biggerford. Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you for coming in here. Thank you all for absolutely Papa Socks, Nakisha, Fletcher, Dieter, everybody, all you guys that came in here, thank you very much for coming in here. Not only for coming in here, but for sticking with us for this amount of time. I appreciate everything. And this guy said, I know how From began. Well, don't tell us because we don't know yet. And we want to find out when we watch the show. So thank you very much. And again, thank you for popping up Little Dirty X, because I didn't see you here all night, but thank you. I appreciate it. So for all of you guys that may be just coming in, you could go back and watch the replay. Julie, tell the people where they could find you, please.
It's Julie B Deep Dives. I have my From streams Wednesday and Thursday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and weekly episode analysis and theories. And soon I'm going to be covering Silo too. If I can try and wrap my head around another show, I'm burning myself out on From, but Silo's coming soon, so I am going to be covering that too, and doing watch parties for that in my Discord, and you can find all that info on my channel.
Absolutely. And the description her channel is in the description. So you guys make sure to check that out. I know half of you know her channel anyways, but for those of you that don't, make sure you check it out, man. Great content over there, right? And when I get there on Thursday, it's definitely going to be a 1K celebration. So make sure to check that out.
Yes.
Have you started your monetization yet?
No, I don't know what I'm doing. I never expected it to even happen, so I didn't even. And I've been so focused on making my videos and doing my lives that I didn't even put any thought into it at all. I have to look into what I'm even supposed to do. Yeah, but I have hit the mark. I have the watch hours and I have the subscribers. So yeah.
Absolutely. Make sure you get that. I want to be your first super chat. I definitely want to be your first super chat. But again, thank you guys for popping in. We will see you on the next one. I appreciate it. It began with the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Okay. you don't
I like
scare us
that.
like that. Don't scare us like that because there are a lot of spoilers going around. We thought
Facts.
maybe you knew something.
I like that, little dirty. I like that. That was funny. Guys, we got to bounce. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Take care. Peace.
Bye.
Whatever is inside me, it's still there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
We need help! Help! I need help!
Anyone see anything?
Hiding every night from those things, that's one thing. This is something that people are gonna have to blame someone for.
I feel like something wants me to go in here. We can go in together if you want. Ready?